Hello everyone. Oh blimey. Sorry, I forgot to start the music. I'm extra grumpy today as per the chat messages. I'm seething, I am. I'm seething. My blood is boiling. Brrrah. TRMZ smash. Buy GameStop. What decade are we in? Aren't we about 3 or 4 years too late for buying GameStop? What's going on? I would recommend you only buy shares to keep for the long term, not jumping on the bandwagon. Just as for everyone else, this is not financial advice, but don't try to jump on the hype train, because if you jump on too late, you'll be the one that falls off the other side. So the reason I'm grumpy, I've had from my car leasing company a parking ticket. I've been given a parking ticket for using a Tesla supercharger. I am seething to my very core. I'm seething. £100 charge and I was using a Tesla supercharger. You fucking robbing shit. What? Exactly. It's one of those you have to put your reg in at reception, and I didn't know. So it was at some kind of hotel of some sort at Mark's Tay in Colchester. I can't remember the hotel, but this is probably my fault, but I've only ever used a supercharger about 4 times. Used a supercharger about 4 times. It never even occurred to me that I was in a hotel bay, you know. It's clearly labelled up Tesla supercharger. I just thought I was in the Tesla supercharger bay. I didn't know I was in a hotel bay. But obviously they have like a camera on the way in and a camera on the way out. So I've been given a £100 fine. I've appealed it already. That's partly why I'm slightly late. It only took me 5 minutes, but I've sent them a picture of me of my proof that I used the supercharger from my Tesla app. And I've sent them a thing. I went in the hotel and I actually had lunch with my younger daughter. So we spent 30 or 40 quid in a hotel in the thing having lunch while the car charged. You know, we were only there as long as it took to charge the car. I think it's a bit rich to. I'm parked in a bay labelled Tesla. I did have lunch in the hotel, and I even said to the lady, I'm in the bar. I'm using the supercharger. She never said anything about any ticket. You know. I'll stick to gas-operated vehicle. Well, dude, if you'd went and parked your car there and gone in and had lunch, you'd still get a ticket, right? It wasn't immediately... Like, if you go to a hotel, park in the car park and have lunch, you don't normally expect it to be pay and display, you know? I wouldn't, anyway. Maybe in London or something, but not somewhere sleepy like Mark's Tay, you know? It's not like it's in a really busy area. I wouldn't expect it to be a pay and display car park. It's a fucking hotel car park, you know? Like, if you're buying lunch at the hotel, if you need to do anything with your car, they would normally tell you, wouldn't they, you know? But if I'm going to the bar, I even said to her, we want to have lunch, but I'm just charging the car. Do I need to do anything? Yeah, Mark's Tay there's nothing there, you know? It's not very busy. Right, anyway, enough of that. So that's why I'm grumpy anyway. A massive ticket for something I shouldn't get a fucking ticket for. Bastards. So today we're going to do Chernarus experimental, and we're going to have a little bit of a play to see if we can get like a DMR with the new scope or whatever, you know. I just fancy doing that. Green, Kim, thank you very much, both of you, for the resubs. Green and Kim Wild, hope you're good. Wittold, thank you very much too.
Here for better or worse. The best is yet to come.
Yeah, cheers, Wittold,
Love
dude.
Your massive PvP stream smile.
What am I pressing here? Right, I'm going to turn the music off because I can't hear myself think badly. There we go. And we're going to be in the game any second. Oh, timer prolonged. I think I'm dead though. Let's just switch to that for now. The best is yet to come. Love your massive PvP streams. Yeah, I love them too. I get a kill and then I die. I'll have to take your word for that, Jamie. Thankfully, I tend to avoid all that kind of stuff. I've managed to avoid most internet news for a while. I find it safer that way. Oh, the S&P started fairly positively. Then I see that's good news. You mentioned internet news, so I immediately went and had a look. You know, Lloyd's down a bit, Prudential up a bit. Could be worse. Can we make sure we have a good moan about the rain? Oh, Coaster, that's a given. If it rains like more than 4 times in an hour, that's it. I'll be fucking mithering, don't you worry. Okay, where are we? Now, I've not moved my camera yet. I feel that I don't know. This is one of 2 places off the top of my head, and this is literally all I've seen. It's either in the fields just south of Svetlo, or it's, and this is guessing again. When I turn around, it might be wrong. We're either just a little south of Svetlo, or we're just a little bit north of Berezino, and maybe a tiny bit inland. But let's have a look. Wow, we are not. It's a good job. I am near Berezino, but. That's an interesting spawn, isn't it? That's cool. That is, over there is Gorka, and that is Polana down there. Oh well, I think we might actually go and loot Polana. I never loot Polana, that'll be interesting. So yeah, it was quite hard to tell from that angle. It's literally just a swathing hill and a thing, so I'm not surprised I got it wrong. That looks beautiful, doesn't it? Gorgeous it is. It's absolutely fucking gorgeous. Yeah, I don't think a DayZ GeoGuessr would even just give you the side of a hill and a tree. They'd normally give you a barn and a little bit of something, you know. But yeah, that was yeah, it wasn't far away. How do I repair a scope? You need to use an electrical repair kit, Dr. Doom. So even though it's cracked glass, if you use an electrical repair kit, that fixes the glass. Now, I presume the thinking is that there's little minutiae of tools in there. Maybe you've got a spare lens that you don't know about in your prison wallet, and then you use the tools to take the lens out and replace it. That's what I reckon happens anyway. So yeah, electrical repair kit. Electrical repair kits will also repair night vision goggles, like rangefinders and stuff like that. Did you see the Christopher Ward Loco? I like the look of it. I think if I was going to get one, I'd rather get a Bel Canto, to be honest. I nearly got a Bel Canto before. I kind of like it. But if I was going to get a Christopher Ward and spend that kind of money, I think I'd rather get the Bel Canto. But it's still kind of cool. I like the way it's designed, the Loco. The name's a bit shit, personally, I think. But anyway, I like the design, the way it's kind of parallel, like all down the centre line with the bridges and whatnot. It looks kind of cool, but I don't think that one's for me. I think I'd rather a Bel Canto. Already bought the Bel Canto. Well, Dalek, that's exactly what I think it's probably for. It's probably for people that have already got that, and so they can sell you another one, you know. You've bought the Bel Canto, we've hooked you in with our gateway drug, now you're going to have to buy this one too. That's probably what they're doing, you know, like... I think most people would probably get the Bel Canto first. Can you repair a compass? No, you have to get... Kampai. If you've got a damaged compass, you just need to find a second compass, thereby making Kampai. I'm spelling that C-O-M before anyone starts wondering. In which round is Eubank going to switch Ben's lights out? 5th? Nah, I don't know. I think I kind of fancy Eubank will win. Right, I'm not actually sitting at my desk properly. I've had a busy day today. I've been double busy. I can't stop. I've got to sign on and get back to work. Sorry, that's a Mickey Flanagan line. I had to get up at 7 a.m. as well. Again, I don't like getting up at 7 a.m. I know there'll be people out there that are going to go, fuck me dead, mate. 7 a.m. you lucky bastard. I have to get up at 2 a.m. work 26 hours a day, walk 10 miles to work uphill, and then walk 10 miles uphill home. You know, there'll be someone doing that in a second. But anyway, yeah, I feel, for me personally, that 7 a.m.'s a bit early. So I had to get up at 7 a.m. So I could fit my walk in, because I had someone coming to do a quote for the aircon that came and did some measuring up, and they were getting here at 9, and then I had the electrician getting here. So I've now got a car charger. I've got a proper car charger on the side of the wall, so that's good. When I go and get the kids tomorrow, I don't have to worry about how I can then charge the car on a trickle charger. I can just plug it in and it'll work like it should, you know. Plug it in, even if it's empty, I plug it in at 8 p.m. the next morning, it'll be full, ready to go, you know, or the full as I'll need anyway. So yeah, I'm quite excited about the car charger. But anyway, yeah, the crux of it is, I'm grumpy about the fine I've got for parking a car in a Tesla supercharger to charge the car, which is an outrage if you ask me anyway. Grumpy about that, and I'm also grumpy about the lack of sleep. I fell asleep yesterday evening. I had dinner after I finished the stream. I went upstairs and put Andor on. I'm on the second episode and then promptly fell asleep. Not because Andor's bad. I was just so fucking knackered I couldn't stay awake. I was asleep before 10 p.m. last night. All of this early starts and going out for walks. Guy thinks he can park his Tesla anywhere. Typical Twitch streamer elitism. Yeah, you're right. In the appeal I've just put in, I did include, don't you know who I am? I didn't, just in case someone thinks I'm being serious. But I think it's kind of reasonable that if you're paying to charge your car in a Tesla supercharger bay, it's reasonable, I thought at least, to assume that you're paying for the space by paying for the charging. You know, I paid £22 to charge the car in the space. I thought I was probably paying to park where I needed to charge the car. I didn't realise in order to avoid car parking charges, I needed a 300 metre mains connection and then charge it on the road, you know, I didn't know that. Did you stay longer than it took to charge your car? Nope. They don't even know I've charged the car. They've just got me on one of those driving in of the car parks and then what time I drove out of the car park. So they just... I'd imagine even if I'm in the car charger thing, I'm meant to go and put my number in the hotel thing. And I didn't know. How would I know? I've never encountered a Tesla charger where you didn't just go to it and pay to charge your car, you know? That's what it always is. Synaptic, it's not any propaganda. I got the car before now, let's say. I got it before all of the drama that you're talking about, okay? So there is no propaganda. I don't care. Every time I use a supercharger, I then go out and strangle a swan. You know, just to make sure I'm evening out the ecology of everything, you know. Why dump all the rounds just then? I should have done it already. I'm not entirely trusting of guns that spawn with bullets at the moment. I've had a few occasions where I've had ghost bullets with bullets that spawned in the gun. So I tend to, if I remember, eject the bullets and then reload them, because then I believe the bullets are actually there, if that makes sense. Do I think 128 is coming next week? Nope. Who charged me, Tesla or the hotel? The hotel. Well, the car parking company that works on behalf of the hotel. So it's the car parking management company that's charged me. I've appealed. I hope I'll get it back. I've appealed. I've sent them proof that I used the charger and that I've used the restaurant. But I have a funny feeling that because it's a company, I have a funny feeling that they might just say, fuck off, you pay. There's probably a sign up that says, you owe. So Palace have made you wait another week. Well, until Sunday, Decadent Pig. I'm really pleased about that, you know. It's not often I entirely agree with Jamie Carragher, but I agree with what he said. I didn't really see the game so much, but I did hear him talk about this, and I agree. If Palace had beat Arsenal yesterday, then Sunday, watching the game, I'm only going to be watching on the telly, but there's nothing on the line, you know. on Sunday, if they get a draw, like when the game starts, Liverpool haven't won the league, right? But when the game finishes, if they've not lost it, they have won the league, right? Which is really good. That means if they draw or they win, they've won the league. So you'll actually celebrate the moment that the league was won at the end of the game, which is much better than being handed it because Arsenal couldn't beat Palace, you know? Why'd you pour the water out? Cabo, if you find water in a bottle like that, you can't drink it, you'll get cholera. So if you find a bottle with water in it or a cooking pot with water in it, you should always empty it and then fill it up with fresh water at the well. Otherwise it could make you sick. Same thing when I charge my car once, got a ticket, then appealed, you'll be fine. Yeah, I hope you're right. I've provided all the evidence that I should need to provide, you know. I'd like to kill that piggy. I need something to chop it up, though. Huh. Oh, that sounds good, doesn't it? Oh my god. That sounds juicy as fuck, doesn't it? Oh. So I can't go and kill the pig yet, or the deer that's up there.
11 weeks we were working so hard that I start suffering brain fog. Relaxing is rare, but your stream still allows me to calm down and escape for a moment.
Schnorbert, dude, thank you for coming in. Cheers for the support. Hopefully things calm down a bit. I was getting all sorts of problems with... I don't know if you guys can remember. I hope you feel better, Schnorbert, but I'm relating it to me, but by trying to be empathetic, right? But yeah, I hope you feel better, dude. I do. I had similar kind of things, like I think with all the stress of everything that was going on, you guys might remember me saying, but I was getting dizzy spells. And I was just doing so much trying to prep for the house move that was on the horizon, but not quite here. And I was streaming, and I was sleeping at my mum's, and I wasn't sleeping very well, and going through trying to prep for a house move and a breakup and all that. And I was like all over the place, like, oh, like it's strange what stress can do to you. But I don't know if this is a fact or not, but I honestly believe that I was getting dizzy spells because of stress of everything. You know, I was like having like proper like vertigo feelings, and I think it was stress. I just was like, there was so much on. My brain was like whirring at 1,000,000 miles an hour all day, every day, and I just like wasn't able to keep up. Yeah, those bullets went.
I am dizzy in love with TRMZ.
It was, yeah, it was very, very stressful. Fuck me. How can a car company enforce a ticket? Well, they put signage up. They put signage up that tells you that you owe them if you don't pay, and then they use like a number plate recognition thing to send you a fine if you fail. Same as any road thing, but if you've got a private land and you've got it properly signposted that you have to pay, if you don't pay, then they can fine you. There's rules around shit like that. If you break the rules, they can fine you. But I think in this circumstance, I'd be absolutely staggered if I don't get off it, because I've got proof that I was using the charger. It's fairly reasonable to think that the Tesla supercharger is for Tesla drivers, and you can just drive in and charge your car, you know, like that's what it's for. So I guess I'll learn from this. If I were to ever park there again, I'm sure they'd fine me and maintain the fine, but I seriously doubt they will this time. Work psychologist here. It's natural and likely that stress elicits a variety of physical symptoms, like you mentioned, especially in the long term. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to de-stress now, but slowly. That's the thing that, like, breakups are extraordinarily stressful, which is just like everybody knows. But house moving is extraordinarily stressful as well, and I've done both at the same time, obviously. And yeah, it's been stressful. For me. Why is it doing that again? That's making me stressed. Dropping the bullets on the ground rather than going in my bag is a really, really, really annoying bug. I just need to find a knife. I can't go and chop up a deer. It's going to be dark, I'm afraid, guys. Like, proper dark. It's going to be proper dark, I tell thee. Psychedelic. I'm doing okay, but one thing that's definitely true is that I am me when I stream, but I don't know. I'll vent about a parking ticket or stuff. But if I'm actually like sad or depressed or whatever, I probably won't portray that on the stream. You know, like I don't think I'm masking. I just think it's probably the customer service guy in me from retail. You know, you just put on a slightly better version of you and pretend like everything's okay for 6 to 8 hours. You know, like. I don't really get depression very much or anything, you know. I don't think I have any, like, depression, like, on a regular basis, like a lot of people may or may not do, you know. But if I am having a bad day or something, I probably cover it fairly well when I'm streaming. I might be a bit tetchier, perhaps, or I might be a bit more stressy or overreact when someone tries to wind me up like a troll or something. But I can still kind of be laughing along playing the game because I just take myself into streamer brain, you know. There was a cleaver, wasn't there? Where the fuck was the cleaver? I didn't pick it up, did I? Where was that cleaver?
Sorry to hear what you've been going through.
The house I did all the gun reloading in.
Rough couple years, I imagine. Hope you have something that gives you the relief that you give us.
Well, I did it somewhere, some in here, and some was in the. I can't remember what house I loaded it in now. It wasn't this one, was it? Was it this house? There was a cleaver. I even saw it. Down the Western Road out of town. I don't even know what way west is, dude. Western Road is... Well, west is... Yeah, I have no idea what way north and south is here. It's not somewhere I've ever had to communicate firefights often, you know. Small house outside of town. Ah, it's going to be that little one just down the hill. I think that's eastern as well. It's not western because it's going back towards the coast, isn't it? I guess it depends which way you're going, but from here... If it's the road down that way, that's going back towards Solnichi, which is on the coast, which is east, I think. It may not be this house. I think it might have been one of the earlier ones, but I don't know. This is the house on its own. I really can't see shit. I've dropped my chem light as well. That was smart. Yeah, it was here. Well remembered. Yeah. Right, let's go and hunt a deer. We can cook it in the dark as well. I think we'll do that. The only slight challenge with this is that a 357 round might not kill the deer. If I see the pig, I'll probably shoot the pig. 357 to the face will definitely kill the pig. It was chased up this way a little bit. There he is. I can see his little pink piggy back. Right, I know I've missed a few alerts. I'll catch them up in a second. Where did he go? I'll catch them up in a second. I just want to get this deaded first. really like the sound of that. It's really like mechanical sounding. It sounds like some like blacksmith's heavy hammer striking his anvil or something, you know, like real, like proper metallic heavy sound, which is maybe more powerful than it sounds. I don't know, it's 357 I suppose, but thank you, Jolly Orange. Yeah, things are doing okay now. I'm getting there gradually. But Marcus, cheers for the 2 months. Thank you very much. Jasper, cheers for the support as well. Thank you for the kind words. I'm dizzy in love with TRMZ. Well, all the platonics, okay. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you, Jimbo. Let's have that as well. I don't think we need that. Schnorbert, thanks a lot. Hopefully things calm down for you, dude. Cabo, thank you for the bits. Here's your daily bitties tax. Well, thank you. Cheers, Cabo. That seems generous per day, you know, like just my day you go, all right? Thank you very much. Gambit, thank you. Trojanica, thank you as well. And TGF Irving, thank you for the follow on YouTube. And Will, thank you for the follow on YouTube as well. Right, before we cook this, I'm just going to quickly take myself to the well and have a drink so we stop dying of thirst. Is that the case, Quack Attack? Blimey, I guess it's a powerful round. Not sure if that's really a fun fact, but I know in what way you mean. I'm not reading it out; it's too dramatic. But it's a fact. I'm not sure if it's too fun. They've changed the sound of a lot of the guns. I'm not sure if the assault rifles have changed. I think it's mostly rifles. There's definitely something up with the bullet snaps, though. I was watching a video from this week. That this morning I've watched. I didn't include that on what I've been doing this morning, but I've watched the video from Finn. Saturday's video is likely to be 1 hour and 8 minutes long-ish, maybe 1 hour and 10 minutes actually. It's probably going to be slightly longer, but yeah. Anyway, it's a decent video. It's part two to the not Namausk, the Sakal experimental run. So it's the second part of that, and it's got Cube in it, book backwards. Right, now we're not dying of thirst anyway, that's good. How do you follow on YouTube? It's subscribe, Anthony. I just don't use the word subscribe because then people on Twitch think I'm talking about Twitch subscriptions, which a Twitch subscription is a thing you pay for, whereas a YouTube subscription is the equivalent of a Twitch follow. So to try and not confuse people, I try to use words that make sense on both. The downside is occasionally it confuses someone on YouTube. That's handy. Oh, I already have matches anyway, but it's still handy. Good day, Cobber. I have a battery, do I? That would be really handy. I'm pretty sure in the UK, if you get a fine from a private car park and it's not paid, the fine goes up, and then they start like letting debt collection agencies know. I'm pretty sure they do that. I don't think they fuck about. Like, there's people out there that have ended up with debt collectors over a private car parking fee. Like in the UK, if you get a private parking fee, you're far better off paying it than anything else, unless you appeal, which I've done obviously, but.
watching on YouTube, but I am still logging into Twitch to use my.
I'm pretty certain if you
for
don't
great
pay the
content.
fee, it's not you don't have to go to court, dude. They can just say you owe us this debt and you haven't paid it, and then they can notify debt collectors and they take on the debt, and then they normally add their fees on top, and then you get a mark on your credit history that affects your ability to do anything. You know, people pay it because the hassle of not paying it is not worth not paying it, right? Like having a black mark on your credit for debt collectors and an unpaid fine is not something you really want. Hi, Welk, how you doing? Wrist check. Today's wrist is wearing a wristwatch. It's a wristwatch. It's one of those wristwatches that they have there. Right, let's just get some sticks. I'm going to make the fire and cook this. I'll tell you this. It's made by a company that begins with Z. There you go. That's today's wristwatch. There's a few, so it's nice and vague. Well, I can think of two. Zerolex. Zerolex. Yeah, it's one of them new Zerolex. Once upon a time, I actually there's a picture of me of me holding a can of Kronenberg in the back garden, and it's just me holding up the Kronenberg in the sun, having a nice pint a nice can of beer in the back gardens. And I think the bracelet of this watch was in that picture, so it's on Twitter. What am I doing? Let's use the matches. Looking at watching, but any would you recommend for a first watch? I have about 200 to 250. Honestly, Anthony, if you want to wear it for work and you do something like manual, like that's quite might damage it, look at something like just a Casio G-Shock. But if you're looking for something that's more like for an office or for everyday and maybe mechanical, I would just go for Seiko. If you're looking at 200 and 250, I'd go for Seiko. They make it. There's loads of different ones. You'll find something you like. They're all decent. They all use their own movements. They're perfectly fine. Either Seiko or Citizen. I've always preferred Citizen myself. Seiko myself. I prefer the look, but either of those. How did you start out as a content creator? Any advice for someone wanting to get into it? Anarchy, you learn by doing. So, how did I start out? I was playing DayZ. A couple of people I was playing with were uploading the odd thing to YouTube, and they convinced me to give it a try. So I started uploading to YouTube, and I got absolutely hooked on learning to edit. You need a few things to be a content creator. If you're going to get lots of viewers, you need some luck. You definitely need that. But the thing you need more than anything else is the ability to self-learn, you know, like... No one's going to teach. Like, the nice thing is nowadays, there's a video tutorial for everything on YouTube. So you get yourself DaVinci Resolve, which is free editing software, as long as you're only doing 1080p. You might want to do higher res, but anyway, you get yourself some editing software, and then you dump the video files from your gaming session into there, and then you just Google everything you need to know and gradually learn it. You know, that's all you can do. Self-learning. Just silly things like the first video I made, I was using Windows Movie Maker, and I dumped it into the video file, and I did some really basic cuts, and I worked that out myself, and that was my first video. And then for my second or third video, I was like, I'm going to work out how to put some music on. I don't know how to do that, so I watched a tutorial on how to add music to an edited video, and then after that I watched a tutorial on how to add text, and so on. So what you're really trying to do is make each little piece of content that you release, a training session, so that you're learning a new thing, you know. The videos don't need to be amazing. Nobody's watching, you know. You're just learning as you're going, right? So learn something new with every video, learn a new technique, learn a new thing, and gradually after 10 to 20 videos or 30 videos, you've learnt 30 things after 30 videos. You've learnt a lot. Your videos are better. They've moved forward. DaVinci can do 4K. It can do 4K for free. I had a funny feeling there was a cap. If there's no cap, that's great. Yeah, DaVinci Resolve is the one to get. I thought you could only render at 1080 unless you paid more. The reality is, though, it's a hobby, right? So if you start doing YouTube or you start streaming, it's meant to be a hobby. Don't assume it's going to be a paying job that's going to go well. Like, the ratio usually banded around by someone who's pretty good at this stuff,
Like,
Devon Nash, is that it's...
Follow, use PC specialist, all the things. TRMZ Live.
Very good, thank you. Cheers for the support. Thank you very, very much, Adrian. Cheers for that, dude. Devon Nash, who makes quite a lot of content around streaming and success, and he runs an agency that covers streamers and whatnot. He reckons your chances of making minimum wage as a streamer is 15,000 to 1. So for every 15,000 streamers that start streaming, one person makes minimum wage. So that's the reality of it, right? Doesn't mean you can't be the one, but you need to not go into it thinking it's going to be your job. It needs to be a hobby, and then if it careers off, or if it snowballs, great. What software do I use now? Well, I have editors now that I pay to make the videos. So one editor uses the editing suite on a Mac, and the other uses Adobe whatever it is, that one. I use Vegas 14, but I haven't edited a video for about 18 months or so. But if I am editing, I use Vegas 14. Adrian, thank you very much. Cheers for doing all the things. That's very kind. Maintain all the things. I like it. Thank you. Jeremy, thank you for the follow. Dead Gear 88. I nearly said Dead Girl then, but Dead Gear. Thank you very, very much for the. What could the 88 be? Dead Geary. Dead. What letter is an 8? But yeah, Dead Geary, thank you very, very much for the gifted subs times 10. That's insanely kind. Thank you. Dead Geary. Jack Rosler, thank you for the new sub as well. Cheers for the support. Curls, thank you as well. Marcus, thank you for the resub. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. Right, there we go. Let's get out of here. Okay, no, I can't see shit. It's dark. We've got plenty of food now, at least, though, haven't we? You know, we've got over the initial hump. Dead Grey, it's G-I-R-R. I can't work it out. Dead Gear. Dead Grrr. Right, I think it's time to go. If I can make my way out the door, that is. You really can't see the fire very much, can you? Oh, it's glowing. It looks... That looks good, doesn't it? Like, all nice and rustic. Like, rusticy red loveliness. It's nice. It's not emitting that much light, is it? Right, let's go. Eight is just Drake, i.e. GR8. I understand that, Asheram, but how does that work with GIR8? 8. GIR88. I think it might just be that they were from 88. Have you heard of the new show called The Righteous Gemstones? Nope. But Dead Gear, thank you very much. I just was trying to pronounce your name like not like a pleb, and I can't do it. Light your broom. I don't really want to. I suppose it would maintain my plus symbol. It would allow me to see a bit better, but it'll make me feel like Gandalf, you know? What if I have to encounter the Balrog? The 7-year-old new show Righteous Gemstones. Well, it was new to him. That's the thing that matters. It's not really giving me much light, is it? G-Shock are great. They are great. But some people, it depends on the job you do. And there's nothing wrong with a G-Shock in any job. But if you're in sales or you're more like office-based, some people might prefer something that's a little bit less rugged. Like G-Shocks are much more outdoorsy, you know, like there's no, I love them. I love Casio G-Shocks. They're great. But if I worked in an office, I'd probably much rather have like say a Seiko Presage or something. Or a mechanical watch with a metal case, you know, rather than a G-Shock. What are the odds you'll play Oblivion? About as big. The odds are about the same as me waking up tomorrow with a 10-inch cock. That's mine. I don't mean somebody else's. I mean that's mine. Attached to me. There's absolutely no chance I'll wake up with someone else's 10-inch cock in my bed, I hasten to add. But I'm fairly liberal, you know. Whatever you enjoy is what you enjoy, but not in my bed, thank you. Wildcats, so you're cutting 5 inches off. That was quick. That was very quick. My God, Paul, kids are watching. Well, it's an 18 rated game, and you need to be 13 to have a Twitch account. So, if there's people, if people 13 and up don't know what a cock is, then what are they doing with their life? Separately, if they're under 13, they should not be watching. If they're under 13 and watching, that's on their parents and not me. I don't know. I don't really like single-player adventure games. Doesn't matter how good they are. I don't like them. I'm all about the online open worldness. Open world online. It is, if it's online and you can bump into like
so
people.
You're cutting 5 inches off? Kappa.
How quick did
Thanks
I get
for
to that?
Clarification.
If you want it lending, dude. If you want it lending, if you want this imaginary extra inches lending, I'll think about it. Smutty, thanks for the clarification. Yeah, well, just in case. I didn't want to get a load of email offers later, did I? You know, like I'll come round. I've got the required I don't know, paraphernalia, let's say. I've got the required I measure up, TRMZ. I don't need any of that, thank you. Annoys the hell out of me when parents try to have a go dictate shows because it's not right for their kids. I kind of agree, Connor, but there's a time and a place, you know. Let's say, for example, it's like kids' cartoon time on a Saturday morning, and then the advertisers accidentally run like a gambling advert at like 8 AM while, I don't know, Thomas the Tank Engine's about to start, you know, like, or an advert that's got like, I don't know, it's an advert for dildos or something that was actually meant to be on after Babe Station. I guess sometimes mistakes happen, but yeah, I still like. I think, yeah. In a world where the internet exists, what your kids watch is really, really down to the parents and using like the correct measures, because otherwise they can just go on YouTube or wherever else and see all sorts. Never mind, like Pornhub or something, you know. Your broom is on fire. I know. Any suggestions on where I can get a good deal on a PC in the UK? Dude, you've come to the right place. Exclamation PC, type that in the chat, and then click the link and use the code TRMZ24 for a little bit of money off, and also a good deal even without the code. Boy, do I have a suggestion for you. Yeah, what's Pornhub? It's basically like Pornhub, but for users that have a lot more akin to a shrimp than a full size, you know. No king prawns allowed. It's very special interest, you know. Like, where's your whelk? Well, you don't want to know where my whelk's been. You don't want to know where my whelk's been on Pornhub. There's cockles and mussels, alive, oh. Where is... I can't see. This is Gorka. Come on in. Don't do that. Don't do it. Come on. Don't do it. Oh, you fucking idiot. Do you know, here's the thing, right, guys? Just as a thought, right? If they do a DayZ 2, and this is a big if, I don't know if they're ever going to do one, but I hope they do. I think they will. But anyway, if they do a DayZ 2, as soon as it's available to stream, I'm going to stream it. But if I'm in the doorway of a house or a container or anything like that, and a zombie doesn't come into the house, it starts running around the outside, I'm uninstalling it and never playing it again. If I play DayZ 2 and the zombies don't pathway into the house when they're meant to, I give up. That's when I retire. It's at that moment that I give up. Let's face it, I'll already be at retirement age by the time DayZ 2 comes out anyway, you know. I'll probably be pushing 39 by then. Night Boxing. What was that? The sequel to Night Swimming by REM. Smutty Smith, thank you very much. Mr. Quisling, thank you again. And Bubbles, thank you for the support. Peace. Cheers for the resub. Thank you very much, all of you. Come on. Right, while I'm here, I just need to... Just one sec, guys. Won't be long. I'm just sending I had a text I just need to quickly reply to. Ah, there we go. I already looted this, didn't I? How come I don't play modded like Rearmed? I prefer more survival DayZ. Rearmed is great for those that love it, and it's the most popular server in DayZ, which is great, but I like the game to not have infinite stamina and kind of... I like the survival game, so I tend to play... Like right now I'm playing experimental, so I'm playing the new patch that the devs have made. But if I was given the choice between playing extra modded servers, like very modded servers like Rearmed or others, or vanilla only, I'd choose vanilla, you know, which is an interesting choice to some, but I prefer more survival DayZ. I don't really like infinite stamina. I like the game to be more of a survival mix with PvP. How come you don't play Intense though? Because I don't like the medical system. Like, we all have our own little niche. I personally prefer vanilla or vanilla with sprinkles. Like, Intense is harder, but it's making it into a bit more of a single player, like a bit more like the Long Dark. You can still have encounters and team ups and whatnot, but I don't think all of that medical system and all of the extra stuff increases the ability to bump into other players and interact and PvP and whatnot. It makes it more survivally, which is absolutely true, but to the point where it feels like you're you're inhibited in your ability to loot up and explore around. I just find the pacing a bit too slow, and it's a bit too punitive, you know. Like, I really love survival where it's like the other day we had a firefight and I woke up and I was flashing red health and I was cold, and there was a dude that had knocked me unconscious and I was about to die. I had to really desperately try, and I managed to shoot the dude, kill him, but then in shooting I aggroed zombies, and then I was flashing red health with only half a mag of bullets in my suppressed gun, aggroed 4 zombies, and it was like a desperate survival scenario where I was going to die to cold or die to the zombies or whatever, and I did actually die. I died to the zombies, but the point is, it was situational survival that was thrown up by the moment. It wasn't, you got hit by a zombie, it cut you, now you need this particular med, but you've just been to 3 medicals and you found about 40 different meds, but none of them was the one you needed, you know. That just seems a bit punitive. It doesn't really seem very compelling to me. Like, you get shot unconscious, you're flashing red, it's cold, you're dying to cold, zombies are coming, you're really struggling. That's exciting. And the fact that I died is neither here nor there. It was exciting, you know. It was really, like, and it cropped up just out of the blue, you know. Situational survival that DayZ can throw up is what is fun. Not like, oh, we're going to smack your ass because you got hit by a zombie. You're always going to get hit by a zombie, you know. Like, I don't really enjoy that. It just feels like you're being punished for playing the game, and I don't think that's necessarily positive. What's the point of a sequel in a game that's being progressively updated? I understand why you say that. I think it's a naive question, if I'm honest, and I don't mean that in a horrible way, but the reality is DayZ is owned by Bohemia, and they're a business, so they are keeping it ticking over with a small team right now, but in what world would it make sense? In a world where FIFA release a new one every year, Call of Duty release a new one every year, in what world does it make sense for Bohemia to never make a new DayZ and to iterate DayZ forever with updates? You know, there's no pay-to-play model for DayZ. There's no loot boxes or anything. It's not like CSGO where they can make the game free because everyone's buying keys to open boxes and stuff, you know? Like, it doesn't have any of that. So in order for Bohemia to exist and pay the people that are making those updates, at some point they're going to have to sell us something new, you know, like beyond a map that a small portion of people buy. That aside, there's a new engine or a newer version of the engine that's coming for Arma 4. There's absolutely no way they're going to give us that for free. You know, like, DayZ is on a version of Infusion that kind of stopped being developed in 2018-ish, 2019. Like, they've been developing it for 5 or 6 years since then, at least, for Arma 4. They're not just going to give us that version of the engine, you know. They're going to go, oh, by the way, all Arma 3 players, you've got to buy Arma 4 to get the new engine and all of the new stuff. But DayZ players, you can have it for free, you know. It's just not going to happen. At some point, you're going to have to pay for significant upgrades, you know.
Congratulations on winning the league. Have a drink to celebrate. TRMZ left. TRMZ left.
It's working, Garrett. It's working. It doesn't make a noise, but Robot Lady does work. And it was only a minute ago, dude. Bloody hell, give it a chance. Corey, thank you very much for the super chat. Only 3.5 months left of membering for the first year. Dude, thank you. 3.5 months left of membering for the first year. It's platinum first, I'm afraid to tell you. Sorry, it goes platinum and then diamond is 2 years. So I feel like I'm really disappointed you there, but that's the way it is. Thank you very much, dude. Corey, Dark Matter, Scoobaroo, thank you very much as well. Thank you, Guna. Cheers for the support. Yeah, I genuinely will be hoping that Arsenal can win the Champions League. They're the last British team in it. I'll be watching their semi and hoping they win. I am a bit worried though. I think PSG are my pick for the whole thing, but nonetheless, I'll be hoping that they do. Thank you very much, Garrett. That's a long time. Thank you for the 95 months. Many more years, Paul. Keep the content. Thank you. That's really kind, Garrett. Thank you very much. Anyone but Arsenal. Part of me feels like that. Is it right if Arsenal win it? It increases the chances of somebody else getting in because Arsenal are in the top 5 as well. I don't think it does it? No, this is not what's confusing me, so apologies, right? Arsenal are in the Champions League next year already, that's fine. I'm thinking about United in the Europa League, right? So I want an English team to do well. I kind of want an English team to win the Europa League as well, but because I'm a Liverpool fan, I would very much favour Tottenham winning the Europa League, not Man U, because if Man U win it, they sneak into the Champions League and it will help them compete with Liverpool, and I don't want them to compete with Liverpool. Whereas Tottenham, despite Champions League finals a while back, they're not really competing with Liverpool. I know United aren't, and they're like, but they will be again at some point. So the more they struggle for now, the better. Apologies if you're a Man U fan. I'm sure you'd feel the same about Liverpool. Iraq. We ought to go to the PD. If United win the Europa League, that changes the game. It does, based on the way you've been playing in it. Like, I'm not convinced you're likely to win the semi and the final, but that semi could really spark something, couldn't it? The way you came back, and it could really spark something. You know, things like that can really spark a change. I don't know why I kept the sticks, to be honest. I'm just going to drop them. I want to try and get a rack. That would be cool. So I think it's fair to say most United fans would be hoping Liverpool didn't win the league for the same reason, you know. I don't think that makes me a bad guy. I think most United fans would have rather somebody else won it than Liverpool or City, I guess. United fan here, Book Liverpool. Well, that's all right. That's what I mean. Right, I much prefer it, but I'm going to take that because the double barrel has this really weird bug, and I don't want to keep it going. Hi Mayor85, hope you're well. Thank you for coming in. It's a shame because I actually can't stand the pump gun, but should have 3 shells. Yeah.
Dad.
Double barrel on experimental only. It's fine on stable, but on experimental it kind of it basically just clones bullets for you. If you're the kind of person that likes to glitch bullets, you can get lots of bullets, or shells, I should say. But yeah, I don't really want to do that. Do you know what? I think I might take the Glock and drop the P1, even though I can't shoot it yet. The Glock with a suppressor is good. The P1 is not good. Doesn't take a suppressor. Like a stab vest as well, that would be useful. Stab vest would be good. Rack mag would be even better. If I find a rack, I'm going to use it and see if I can get a kill with it. That's it. If I find a rack, I'm going to have to use it. Full stop. No exceptions. It's just Wes. Definitely not. I have not spread any seed that I'm aware of. What's a rack? It's the new gun on experimental. RAK. PMC rack. I think it's got another name in the game, but it's a gun that used to be in the game back in the day years ago.
TRMZ card.
Here it is. Look, rack 37 is what they're calling it. So it can't be chambered. You need a mag to load it. 25 round or 15 round mag. It's a thing of beauty. It's only a 380 thing, but it is really quite a nostalgic gun. The amount of fights you'd have with that as a new spawn back in the day, it was a really common gun to use. Really, really common gun to use. Gaza, hope all is well to you as well. Thank you. Just Wares, thank you very much. Garrett, thank you for gifting El Maca the sub. Guna, thank you as well. Cheers, dude. Thank you. I tell my wife she has a nice rack all the time. Well, I'm sure she really appreciates such a lovely comment. Do you know what? That's something I've realised, and I don't think I'm ever going to be better at it. I try to give a compliment, and it just comes out wrong. Like, I can't give you an example because it just happens all the time, but I'll try to give a compliment, but it will always come out like not quite right. I just can never do it. Like whatever, I'll try to say something like, "Oh, I really like those trousers," or whatever, but it'll come out wrong in some way. Like I'll say something like, "Oh, I think those your bum looks really nice in those trousers," and that's not a bad one. But somehow it'll come out like what I'm saying is that your bum doesn't look nice normally, you know. Like I seem to manage to do that somehow, and that's I never seem to get right. Well, they're not really meant to be backhanded, but it's just the way I've phrased it. I never get the phrasing right. AJ Man, thank you very much for the support. Cheers for the prime. I'm not quite that bad, Benjamin, but it's not far away from that, yeah. Rack mag spawn in military. Well, I have actually found one or two in military, but they should spawn in police stations. And like police cars. I've definitely found them in one of those dynamic police car spawns on Sakal. The zombies have got crazy good hearing, I think. They're a little too good, the hearing, personally. They're nigh and impossible to stealth kill. It's kind of tedious, but they're not impossible. But if you're playing on a full server, you got a choice between going slow enough that you can maybe stealth a zombie, but if anyone's around, you're basically dead. Or trying to do it at a speed that might allow you to not get shot if someone's around, in which case you're never going to stealth the zombie. The number of Zeds here makes me think that some fucker's here. This is too many zombies. I think somebody else is around. I'm just going to go back over this way. There's some hunting stands. I want to go and check them. Would you rather Liverpool win the league at Tottenham or at Chelsea or have Arsenal at Anfield? Mr. Sheen, it's not at Tottenham, it's at Anfield on the weekend, so the weekend for sure. So Liverpool are playing at home against Tottenham on Sunday, so I'd rather they won it at home. I think that would be cool. There's other players. We just heard a shot in the distance just now, so there was a shot in the distance that we've just heard, so there's definitely other players in the server, yeah. I mean, it's a bit of a cockeyed way, but that'll do. Fourth consecutive time Leeds have been promoted. Liverpool have won the top flight. That's a cool stat. I didn't know that one. Don't forget the hunting stand behind you. Well, I'm coming back that way, Mysticism. That's why I'm not doing that one. There's a hunting stand behind me. To my left, in the like tip of this trees there's a feed shack. But over this way, there is another hunting stand. So I want to do that first, and then there's the feed shack. But we'll do the hunting stand over here, and then run back to the feed shack, then run back to the other one. What do we think of Tottenham? I think Daniel Levy is a business savant, but winning trophies failure, let's say. I think Daniel Levy, whatever, is very good for Tottenham business-wise, but very bad for Tottenham trophy and fan-wise. Do you bother with those military tents down the road? Well, I spawned past them. I don't think I am going to bother with them, no. But, no, I think I'm just going to crack on. What I really would have hoped for is a vest at the police station, but no, I'm going to carry on. Just ignore those. What do you think of Wolves this year? Well, they started really slowly, but they've done pretty well more recently, haven't they? I've not seen them play a great deal, to be honest. Like, I'm not... Apologies, Port Guy, but I wouldn't really, like, in the recent weeks since I've moved in here, I've watched a few games here and there. I've watched some of the Champions League and the Europa League, and I've seen games here and there and bits. I saw a little bit of the Newcastle-Tottenham game the other day and so on, but I wouldn't seek out a Wolves game unless they were playing Liverpool. You know, I know that's bad, but I just wouldn't. What's your favourite map? Chernarus. I play lots of different maps, but Chernarus is my favourite map. Aggravated Animal, thank you very much for the 5 months. Really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. How do you think Wrexham will do in the Championship? Are they actually qualified? Have they definitely got promoted? I can't say I've checked. That's crazily quick, isn't it, that they've gone up? I thought at some point they would start struggling. Oh, you're kidding me. What? I'm running with nothing in my hand. Oh, that sucks.
So when
I just got shot from behind.
Do you say bless you? Lol.
Oh well, this is a decent spawn. I'm not going to bother trying to go back. We're just going to start again. Like, oh, please don't keep doing this. Didn't even hear anything. There was a slight sound, but you don't. If you insta-die, you never do. Like, you can't really hear a great deal if you die to the shot, because the bullet's travelling quicker than the speed of sound. So the bullet gets to you and kills you quicker than you can hear the bullet being fired. Right? That's correct. You won't if you like get shot and you fall unconscious. You tend to hear it because you're still like awake as you go uncon. Paul, I just got DayZ'd. That sucks, Anthony. I'm sorry. I'm struggling to feel your pain because I can just relate to your pain.
Good shot, I guess.
Well, I was running in a straight line, but there was no reason to suspect there was any solid reason to juke there, you know. But shit happens, you know. We'll gear up and start again. This is a more interesting place to spawn from, to be honest. But we've still lost an hour at the start of the stream. But it happens. Can't do much about it. SSG Lead, thank you for the 2 months. Dead Gear, thank you for your own sub as well as the gifted. Thank you. AI Knight, when you kill a Vicar zombie, do you say bless you? No. I say fuck you. No, I don't say that. I say nothing. I just get a bit annoyed because the Vicar zombies, the priest zombies, then they don't ever have any loot. I guess they've got no pockets, right? They can't keep anything in their tassock. Is that even a word? Did I just make that up? I think it's about time we talked about the exchange rate. Oh god, I still can't believe I was managing to fuck that up yesterday. Anyway, no, I'm not talking about it today. Fuck me. I'll put that down to stress and tiredness, I think. Hate it so much, KOS and non-geared. I don't really hate it, Black Hole. I've got to be honest. When you're running with no gun out, it's always frustrating to get killed, especially somewhere like that. We're in the woods not far from Gorka. It's not like we're running in the woods right next to the Northwest Airfield or something, you know. It's a fairly innocuous place. So choosing to KOS there does make you an absolute fucking bastard. But sometimes I'm a bastard, you know. Sometimes I kill people. The reality is this, though. It's a game, so it's okay to kill people sometimes and still be annoyed when you get killed, you know. It's fine. It's part of the game, isn't it, you know. But normally, as a rule, I'll be much less inclined to shoot somebody semi-geared, like I was, where you've got a gun and a few things on your back, but not in your hands. It's rare that I'd kill a player like me, because it's blatantly obvious the player's been alive for an hour or two, and they're choosing to run with no gun out, which means that they're probably not the most aggressive player in the world, you know. So in that situation, I probably wouldn't be KOSing me unless I was in a particularly bad mood. But that doesn't matter, you know. People shoot. Like, that dude has just killed me. He gets a load of bullets. I don't know what gun he had, but he gets quite a few bullets from me. He gets a lot of food. That might be what the dude wants, you know, or the dudette wants. We don't know. But it's part of the game. The reality is, if nobody ever shot you like that, if there was no jeopardy, if everybody talked and nobody killed you, it would absolutely ruin the game, because if you met somebody, you'd know that they would be friendly, and then it would all just feel like some RP bollocks, wouldn't it? You know, like, you need that jeopardy and you need that risk that the fucker might just shoot you, because if you don't have that, then there's no, you're not putting anything up when you meet someone, you know. You KOS in those situations almost 100% of the time. That's just not true, Mark. If I see someone that's choosing to not run with their gun out somewhere on Chernarus that's fairly low tier, I'll more often than not shoot, actually. But if we're in the spawn zone and I've got one bullet and I'm on Sakal, and shooting somebody might save me 45 minutes of fucking around, because it might save me 45 minutes, then sometimes I'll shoot, yeah. But on this map, in that scenario, it'd be very, very rare that I would shoot. That's just not true. Steven Gerrard, favourite to return as Rangers Mariner. That would be good. He did well there, didn't he? I hope he gets that job. I don't think the Saudi Arabia move was a good one. I'm sure he got good money for it, though. But I was thinking that, I think I said it the other day, he hasn't had as many shots as manager as some others have had.
Good afternoon, Paul TRMZ Lab.
Good afternoon, Nasty Nick. Dude, cheers for the continued support. I hope you're well. Thank you for the 78 months. Proficient Mess, thank you for the Prime. Cheers for the support as well. Thank you very, very much. Easy, thank you as well. Nate, thank you for the gifted sub to Blanchy. Blanchy, the United fan. I guess he needs a bit of cheering up. Sorry, low blow. Like I said before, I still would quite like an English club to win the Europa League. I would just rather it be Tottenham. A Tottenham United final would be kind of interesting, wouldn't it? Heli Pilot, dude, thank you for the gifted subs. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Tottenham have got a great track record of European finals against English opposition. Both Liverpool and Tottenham played terrible in that Champions League final. I think hardly anyone deserved to win. Just glad it was Liverpool. Did you ever see Tiffany's Big City Tips? No, that sounds like something that would be on Pornhub. Didn't see it? Gorka used to be a hotspot for PvP. It kind of did a little bit, yeah. Around the police station and the hill and whatnot, but it's not been for a while. And some dude with a bright orange bag and no gun out is not really a hive of PvP, is it? You know? What would you like the dev team to focus on that isn't related to weapons or PvP?
Getting disconnected from the server. Do you know why?
I've no idea, Sen. Sometimes it kicks you for high ping. So maybe you're trying to join from a server. What is going on here? Maybe you're trying to join a server and the ping is just going over the ping limiter and then it's kicking you or something. That can happen. Cheers, Senshis. Cheers for the super chat, both of them. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Heli Pilot, thanks again. Cheers for the support, dude. Gas mask. Big Griffin, if you mean what I was just getting there, that happens at the moment a bit. It's a weird thing. It's on experimental more so, but it's when you start running and your stamina's a bit low, it starts dragging you about the place. It's a bit of a weird one. It's been in the game before. Oh, they're both 20 slots actually. I'll just keep the grey one. I don't like football, F1 or collect watches, but I still enjoy your banter. Well, thank you, Andor. The guy is probably a product of always getting killed on the coast, so say, screw it, I'm going to shoot first. Well, this is the thing where the dude says, see, it's still doing it now. I don't know what's going on there. It's like rubber banding kind of thing, but... the guy's probably a product of always getting killed on the coast. I think if you are a product of always getting killed on the coast, you shouldn't take it out on people not on the coast. But again, I might shoot sometimes, but I tend to do this, right? If I'm in Sakal or Chernarus and I'm on the coast and I see a new spawn, I have absolutely no shame shooting the new spawn, because if I've got mid-tier gear or I've got a shotgun and a repeater and a bag, they're more likely to see my gear and want it than anything else. They might be friendly, but that aside... This is the thing, right? I never really agreed with Frankie on this, oh, Bambies, don't shoot Bambies thing. Like, it's a point of view. He had his view, but if you're a new spawn and you get killed, you'll never guess what you are, you know? You'll never guess what you are if you're shot dead as a new spawn. You're a fucking new spawn, you know? Like, so what have you lost? But if you shoot someone that's in Gorka that's been playing for an hour or two, they've lost an hour or two, you know? Everyone is fair. Everyone's fair game. Absolutely right. But everyone has their own way of playing, and my way of playing is based on that. So I'm more likely to shoot somebody that looks like they've been alive 20 minutes or less than somebody that looks like they've been alive 2 hours. Like, if the player looks friendly and they've been alive longer, I'm far less likely to just shoot them than if they're a relative new spawn, because what have they really lost, you know? They could probably spawn back where they are if they're lucky. This is really fucking buggy. I think we might need to relog. I think I'm just going to relog. It's probably safer. But yeah, there's no right or wrong way, but everyone has their own way, you know. That's the beauty of it, you know. Like, there's no right. Like, I'm perfectly accepting of that dude's decision to shoot me. I don't like it, but I expect that being annoyed that someone's killed you, but accepting that they can play the game how they want, are completely independent thoughts, aren't they? You're allowed to do both. But everyone has their own way of playing, and I'm explaining my way, you know. It's certainly not me saying this is the right way to play, it's just my way to play. Oh yeah, better do that.
Sorry mans, I always watch on YouTube and forget to sub on Twitch. Take my Prime, and I hope this reminds others to resub as well.
There you are. A good reminder, thank you. So I'm going to take the single barrel because it's not bugged. If I shoot it, I'll just shoot it. Exploding Thunder, thank you for the 4 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. It does require a key to open, Brandon, yeah. You can't just open the briefcase. You do need the briefcase key. It only spawns in 2 locations, and it's easier to get than the briefcase. So at the military base closer to the volcano, like halfway up the mountain, there's a military base near the volcano. There's like those new science laboratory buildings, like the metal. They're a bit like a container, but they're metal, and there's like a desk inside and some like little glass vials on the desk and stuff, or on the counter. They spawn in those, so there's like 4 or 5 of them at the military base, and there's one on its own further around the volcano, like a third of the way up from the base. So you need to go into those science laboratory container things and then find a key. You'll know it when you see it. It says scientific key or something like that, and it's got a little red bit on it. Well, that's a good find for Gorka. That really is a good find. Sorry, not Gorka. Gorka's where I died. It's just I've got Gorka on the brain. That's a good find. It'd be less of a good find for Gorka, more expected, but it's a good find for Svetlo. You don't normally get CR527 hunting rifles in the spawn zone. Not normally, anyway. Tell you what, it's nice just to be able to get the drink and eat it, get the food and eat it. It's quite nice not to be like, oh, excellent, that's a drink I can have in 15 minutes. You know, it's all part of the survival experience on Sakal, but it is nice. It's freeing when you don't have to do it.
TRMZ left.
You fucking bastard. How many hits do you want to take? You absolute dyke. Dyke? Dick. I don't know where I'm saying dick wrong, but anyway, dick. Is your guarding button also your walk backwards button? Yeah. You have to walk backwards and hold right mouse button. Yeah, Dick Van Dyke. That's it. Dick Van Dyke. Yeah. Why is that zombie's arms out? That's kind of a nice scene there with the... It's a little bit Michael Bay with the... But that looks good, doesn't it? With the sun and the zombies, it looks kind of cool. I don't know. Come on then, love. You can come in too. Finn's made me a short of the gluteus maximus moment of the stream yesterday as well, so you need to check this out. If you didn't see yesterday's stream, you don't need to watch this moment. It's coming to YouTube in a short at some point in a week or two probably. But anyway, it's already made, but I don't have much space for shorts, so anyway, it's coming soon. But the bit that's interesting is I'm finally going to be able to labels, like the title of it is going to be, "Can I come in your house?" Obviously, you need to say that like a Cockney would say it. Can I come in your ass? Anyway, that's the title of the clip. That's the title of the short. Can I come in your house? I will spell it C-O-M-E. Absolutely. That's the only way you spell that word, right? Blanchy, dude, thank you for carrying on the gifted subbing, forwarding on your one. Thank you very much, Blanchy. I appreciate it, dude. Little Orphan, thank you for the resub as well. Exploding, sorry, man's always watching YouTube. Oh, no, don't worry. Thank you for remembering. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. 2 bits of loot up here. I never normally come up here. You already have a short under that title? Do I? Oh, fuck me, I didn't know that. Well, there's going to be another one now. I can't remember the other one. Can I come in your house? Oh, well. Can I come in your house again? I feel bad. I feel bad reading this message straight after what I've just said, to be honest, Hero Slash, but my little boy is 7 today. Can you give him a shout out? His name's Joshua. Joshua, how you doing? I hope you're getting lots of nice presents for your birthday. Happy birthday. Hope you're getting something nice for dinner as well. Surely it's like pizza, or what's a good birthday treat? Like, it's got to be something like pizza, isn't it? Takeaway, whatever. Surely. Whoa! I thought you were a zombie. You're not a zombie. Do you have a microphone? You have a microphone? What's that? No mic, no life, sunshine. No mic, no life. Everybody knows it. Fucking hell, how many derringers do you want? The dude that says I don't shoot people is going to be like, what? You just said you didn't shoot semi-geared people in spawn zones, in further out zones. Well, I'm sorry, there is an exception to the rule. If you ain't got a mic and you're not talking, then you can get deaded, as far as I'm concerned. Someone's going to say, what about if he can't hear? What if he's deaf? What if he's got a baby in the next room? What if he? Well, whatever. What if? But nonetheless, if you're running up to someone in a game that's all about interactions and you're not interacting, you can get interacted with bullets. That's the way it is. He was reaching for his gun. Yeah, you all saw it. 3 rags. Yeah, technically he was slightly more geared than me. It was a bit of a harsh kill, but I'm not being funny. But if you're not talking, I'm not interested. I haven't got the time to work out what he was doing, trying to touch my toes. Maybe he's got some kind of toe fetish, but that doesn't mean I have to play along. What is that guy, the Derringer salesman? He seems to be, doesn't he? Anything else I can chop up? No, everything else is ruined. Bullocks. I just need 4 more rags. Oh, there's matches everywhere. How about one of them spawning with a rope? Whoa, shit. Yes. Yes. Alpha Tree, that's okay. Sometimes I get too shy to talk or just too tired to be asked to say no, I don't want any mates to run with. That's fine, but in that scenario, I bet you don't run straight up to someone you don't want to talk to and then walk into their face and start pointing at them, you know? Like, I bet if you see someone and you're not in the mood to talk, you probably go somewhere else. Let's leave experimental and try Deer Isle. Let's not. Let's play experimental Chernarus, because I love it. I think it would be good if they improved some of the assets for the game forward. I think they aren't doing that because they've only got limited team, and they're probably making assets like they've made some for Sakal, little bits here and there. They've done some stuff, but I honestly don't think we're likely to see new assets because the game is 10 years old plus, and I think what they're actually going to do is favour. I already had rope, didn't I? So yeah. Oh well, I've done it now. I could have just cut the dude up, couldn't I? But anyway, we got it. We got the rope. I think they're far more likely to give us new assets with a new game, you know, like because it is an old game, DayZ, but once they start down the new assets thing, they're actually going to end up making a load, you know. They need to make a few doors might make a small difference, but they're probably going to need to make so many, like you're almost to the point where you might as well be calling it DayZ 2. I should think right now at Bohemia there's people making new assets for a DayZ game, but they're probably going to want money for that, you know. Like I think that's just the truth of it, you know. Not many games will completely redo the graphics, like redraw all of the artwork 11 years after it released, you know. I think it's much more likely they'll sell us a new one. Oh, you fucker. It's kind of like more like 10.5 years after it released, but at the point still kind of works, I think. What's stopping them from letting the community do new assets? What curse? I think it's possible to do new assets if you want, but you have to be a professional graphic designer to do new assets, aren't you? Like who in the community is going to take on a full-time job of making like new doors for barns? You know, like there are assets that are in, say, Hashima that aren't in the game anywhere else, but they have to be made, don't they? They cost money. You need somebody professional to make them. You know, like if somebody's a professional like 3D artist, they're highly unlikely to put like thousands of hours into making free assets for a game, you know, like I think that's unlikely. Is the honest truth, you know, like they've probably already got a job being a professional 3D artist. I usually play high pop or full Nosma. Doubtful ammo. They could tackle Armour 4 assets first and then see what could be reused. Well, Taney, they probably will have. They will be focusing more on Armour. That's true, but they will have some specific DayZ stuff, and there's no reason why they might not be doing that already. Like if Armour comes out in 2027, Armour 4, they might want DayZ to come out in 2028. You know, they can't do it all in a year. They might have people doing it now. I think that's probably likely. They're probably quite joined up about it though, so they're probably. But Armour doesn't normally need certain things, like it won't need sledgehammers and fire axes. It won't need all of the different civilian clothes, and there's a lot of assets DayZ need that Armour doesn't need. So they tend to have more civilian and more survivally things that are specific to DayZ. They would need to redo those, wouldn't they? Going to get a new console generation before the next DayZ 2, before DayZ 2. I know this is probably wrong, but to me it felt like the PlayStation 4 generation to the PlayStation 5 generation was like 5 minutes. Was it a particularly short generation, or did it just like fly by? Because I think the PlayStation 4 came out in 2013, but it was like autumn 2013. When did the PlayStation 5 come out? It didn't feel like a very big gap. I'm sure it probably was about normal, but it felt real. A 7-year gap, is that normal? So it came out in 2020. So in theory, if it's another 7-year gap, it's only a couple of years from a PlayStation 6. PS3 was 2006, so yeah. So PS3 was 9 years to... Sorry, 7 years. So it was 7 years. 2006 and then 2013. And I got a PS4. I remember being so excited. The PS4 was really hard to get on release day, and I didn't pre-order. And I managed to get one on the morning of release. I managed to get one, and I was so excited. I was really excited. I only bought COD Ghosts because I was such a COD fanboy. And then within about 3 weeks, I was getting into watching DayZ videos, thinking I didn't really want to play COD anymore. I think Ghosts was the worst COD ever. Well, it was the one that pushed me away, Wasted. Yeah, it's the one that made me... I never did take those other matches. I guess I didn't really need them. Yeah, it was the one that pushed me over the edge. I think it was okay, but I just didn't... The maps were really big. I just didn't really like it. I never really got into it. Some people like it, I'm sure, but I wasn't one of those people. About 8 years ago. Nina, how you doing? Long time no see. Nina, I've not seen you in a little while. Hang on a second. Let me... Oh, and that's not right. There we go. Sorry, guys. Blank screen for a sec. It's Nina's fault, though. Oh, God. I nearly fucked that up as well. No. How do I add VIP? I can't. How the fuck? What's that? I thought it was /VIP. Is it add VIP? I can't remember how to do it. That's shit. Well, I'll do it in a minute, Nina, anyway. I've typed /VIP and it's not done anything. Oh, now it's worked. I don't know what the fuck went on there, but it didn't work the first time. Yeah, Nina, hope you're well. Oh, that was a good time. You didn't miss anything then, really. The server had shut down. I don't think it's realistic to bring out a new map which isn't finished yet and too soon release a successor. Not within the next 3 to 4 years at least. I think it is realistic. Sorry, Danius, because companies make money.
Appreciate your skill/experience at the game. As a plus 50 geezer, I am curious why you are chuffed about your age or others' perception of your age. No drama. Just
why you are
curious.
chuffed? Well, chuffed means funny. Do you mean concerned about my... I'm not really. I just made a joke of it when I started to. I'm less concerned about my age now. I think that's the question you're meaning. Thank you for the super chat. When I first started streaming and I wrote my bio, I was 37. Soon to be 38. In fact, I obviously wrote the bio when I was 38, right? Otherwise, so when I wrote my Twitch bio, I wrote in the Twitch bio, I'm 38 forever, as a joke. So I wrote the bio, I said my age, I said my actual age, and then, as I was writing it, I was like, this is so, it does feel a bit weird. I'm 38, and everyone else that's streaming the game is at least 10 years younger than me. To be fair, at the time, people like Jamjar and Blackout were maybe approaching 30. Maybe. But most people felt at least 10 years younger than me. As I was writing it and I was about to start my channel, it did occur to me that maybe I wished I'd started earlier, you know. But I'm not 50 plus, no. I'm not 50 plus. But yeah, when I wrote it, it concerned me. It really doesn't concern me now. I don't give a shit. Like, usually each week I'll say my actual age more than once, you know. But when somebody comes in that's new to the channel and asks how old I am, I say 38, not because I want to pretend to be 38, but it's a long-running joke since I started the stream. So when I answer that, everybody knows I'm actually 47. Or most do. But I say it because the person that's just come in doesn't know, and it's not meant to be teasing them, but it's just like an inside joke that regular viewers have known forever. That's all it is. There's no other... I'm not bothered about it in the slightest, but that's what it is. Layovers, thank you for the support. Vape Reaper, Darth, thank you. Chocolate Hobnob, thank you very much. For a number of years, I used to say things like 38 plus VAT or whatever, you know. Summit says 27, but he's just turned 38. Well, there you are. He does a similar thing. I just said how old I was, really, Falcon. Just literally said it. Maybe just before you typed the question. I don't know. Layovers, cheers for the super chat. Vape Reaper, thank you as well. Cheers for coming in. But yeah, I'd probably say my real age at least once a week. Probably more than that. It does come up from time to time. Let's see if the server's back. I don't think so, Lackey. DayZ's DayZ. Yeah, my sister played Leisure Suit Larry Pegasus. I never really liked Leisure Suit Larry. I never could get into it, but I was gaming at the time. She loved that. She really loved it, my sister did. Going to take a leaf out of your book and stick to 59 rather than go to 60 in June. Well, why not? Famous birthday says December 1984. Those things are never right, comrade. They're never right. For example, my birthday's in July. I don't even know where December comes from. But those things... There's stuff you can Google about people. Like people Google quite often things like TheRunningManZ net worth or how much does TheRunningManZ earn. Like, that's quite... It must be quite a common question. Like, not many people are Googling me, to be fair. But, like, if you type my name in, it comes up with, like, suggestions based on what people will type, obviously. And... net worth, age, where does he live, what servers does he play on. They're quite common ones, but they're all wrong. The net worth one is massively wrong. I don't even know what it says, but they're never right. They're never right. 30 trillion, eh? Seriously thought your name was Dave. Quinton, yeah, that things like that crop up, but my name is Paul, but I always go by the name Dave in game, and it's just ever since DayZ Underground EU, where DayZ Underground is a little bit more RP encouraged. It's not forced, but on DayZ Underground US I was Stevie Steve, on DayZ Underground EU I was Davey Dave, and the names were kind of stupid, Stevie Steve and Davey Dave, but I intentionally chose the stupid names because I'm a little bit resistive to RP, but I enjoyed the servers. I still play on them here and there, you know, but so I chose like an anti-RP name, but then went along with it anyway, you know, like. But a few of us back in the day, like when DayZ Underground EU was around, I used to pay 1/4 of the cost of it, which isn't a lot. It was about £40 a month or something. But for a good while, maybe 18 months, a few of us actually funded DayZ Underground EU. It was myself and Minder, and I can't remember who the other streamers were, but we all paid 1/4 each to fund a second EU server of DayZ Underground for a little while, you know, like maybe a year and a half or something. And so I played on the server lots and lots, and then after, like, kind of stopped playing on the server, that server eventually drifted away. They wanted to close it or they changed. I forget. I don't know, but... like, in the end, I never said this at the time, but the agreement for the group of us to carry on funding the server ended, but I just kept on paying my 1/4 anyway. I just kept quiet about it. It all stopped, and I just paid my 1/4 anyway. It was a long time ago, you know, like, a long time ago. But for whatever reason, I carried on calling myself Dave in-game from there, and it just stuck. I think I just got used to it, so when people asked me my name, if I was ever on a different server, I still said Dave. PSO1 scope. Probably not going to be using that anytime soon, but you never know. Yeah, there is some good sniping spots up the hill from here, but I could never be asked to do it because you're basically waiting to shoot at someone that's a new spawn leaving Svetlo, you know. I wouldn't have the patience. There's no geared player payoff, you know. You're not going to be killing him with a plate carrier and an M4 round here, are you? You know, like, it's pretty low tier loot you're going to get. It's a bit like fishing for minnows or something. I want to go and catch the big fish. Unfortunately, sometimes the big fish snap your line / kill you. Burst, thank you very much. Cheers for the 17 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Hope that answers your question, Layover, but no, I'm not really bothered about my age, dude. It's just been a long-running joke as long as I've been streaming. Like I say, though, I was when I started. When I very first started my channel, I felt like it was a barrier that I was not sure about. I don't really care anymore. I have patience and no qualms about shooting fresh spawns. Well, fair enough. Whatever floats your boat. Hey Joker, how you doing?
Fishing season is back up and running. Been listening to you while on the bank. Caught some nice carp and tench today.
Daft, fine. It's fishing season starts June the 16th, doesn't it? I guess if you're Stillwater, then maybe Stillwaters don't have to follow the rules. But if it's like an NRA, like river water, if it's a river or a proper stream or whatever, then it's June the 16th, isn't it? You might not be in England, by the way. So anyway, forget that a minute. Carp and tench, very good. Both very, very exciting fish to catch. Yeah, the zombie can have human being on it. So it's safe to say you're a dinosaur, only if you're a cruel fucker. Why don't you stream 2K on Twitch? Because it can't cope with it, Maddox. That's why. I'm playing in 4K, but Twitch's maximum bitrate looks terrible at high resolution. It would actually look slightly better if I streamed at 936, never mind 1080, you know. Twitch can't cope with 1440p or 4K. It just can't cope with it. Nina, thank you for the 16 months. Cheers for the prime. Thank you very much, Nina. Cheers for the priming. Do you need a license or permit to fish in the UK? You need a rod license, layover, yeah. Which everyone's like, oh, rod license. But it's how the rivers are physically looked after. So we have the NRA. Let's not talk about NRAs in other countries. The NRA here stands for National Rivers Authority, not anything else. So you pay a license to fish there with them. And you're allowed to use 2 rods if you get the right license. You can get a different one if you want to use 3, depending on the water. Some places have rules and whatnot. But if you want to fish in any UK water, you need one of those because it goes towards protecting the rivers and like making sure the banks are clear and testing water and like testing water. And then if someone's polluting, they go and deal with it. You know, like so it's how the rivers are kept nice. Fishing is your First Amendment. We don't have any amendments, MMS Mickey. We have our own constitution, but we don't have any First Amendments because we're not bound by your Bill of Rights to. In Germany, you actually have to do a course and pass a test in addition to having a license. I think for kids, I think that's actually a good thing. Like, it seems a bit prescriptive if you're an adult that knows how to fish, but it's actually quite... If you don't know what you're doing and you catch a fish and you don't know how to unhook it, you could kill the fish, you know? It's important to actually know what you're doing. Otherwise, you can be really causing quite a lot of harm, you know? So I can kind of see some sense in that to some extent, but it seems a bit... Like, I was taught by my uncle. He'd been fishing most of his life. For like, he used to take me and my cousin out fishing, you know? I kind of know what I'm doing, but... I can see why. Why does the Thames look like poopy water? It's a tidal river, dude. It's washing in from the ocean every day. Tidal rivers look brown no matter what you do. It would look brown even if there was no city there. And to be fair, there's like nearly 10 million people living in London. Like 10 million people living around a river. There's nothing you can do to get rid of that shit, you know. It's going to be going somewhere. Lucky, yeah, it's nothing to do with not allowed. We just... there's a few topics I avoid, and religion, gun laws and politics are the 3 probably main ones. Because it's just emotive. It just degrades into a nonsense conversation, so we don't talk about it, dude. The Thames can be pretty clean, but it doesn't mean that it's not brown, you know? Like, any tidal river tends to be brown because, half of the time there's seawater coming in. Remember when this used to be an absolute fucking gold mine of scopes and guns? You used to get blazes here. Often. And everyone knows the seawater is brown. Well, the North Sea is brown. The North Sea is very shallow and it's all sandy and brown. And also full of shit, probably. But yeah, the North Sea is... It's not like the Atlantic, is it? It's not blue water, it's brown. The English Channel is kind of sludgy. Right, what's going on here? Have I not got this? Oh, fuck me. The desynchronization bugs do my nut in. I'm willing to bet that one of those two isn't actually there. I'm gonna have to relog again to fix it, because at some point it's going to bite me on the ass otherwise. It's all from Clay Cliffs. Is it? I thought it was just sand. I thought it was to do with it. Like, the North Sea's very shallow. I just thought it was a load of sand and shit from the ground, which I guess is kind of the same thing, really. But do you not check the burnt out military cars? Always loot them then. I didn't think they spawned loot, Johnny. The Humvees spawn loot. I don't think they do spawn loot, but I'll have a look. I'll have a look, see if you're correct. I won't be annoyed if you're wrong, but... Like, where's the military cars here? Like that. So if you mean that one, they don't spawn loot. There's two different types of military vans in DayZ. Those ones don't spawn loot. The only time a van that looks like that, or a truck that looks like that, would spawn loot was if it was in a convoy. So on vanilla Chernarus... On vanilla Chernarus, this type of vehicle doesn't spawn loot unless it's in a convoy. Likewise, this type of flatbed doesn't spawn loot unless it's in a convoy. It just doesn't spawn it. So they don't spawn anything.
And after 12 months, you're still 37 to 8.
I'm checking a few just in case I'm doubting myself, but this is like a long-running thing, you know. They don't spawn loot. Those don't either. So there's a different type of flatbed that doesn't look like that. It's not quite so yellowy, rusty looking. That one spawns loot. These do not. They can spawn stuff on other maps, but not on Chernarus or Livonia. Ostrak, thank you very much. Sorry I talked over that. 12 months, you're still 37, 38. How many times has this story about your age been repeated? Quite a few. Quite a few. Right, let's get this in. I'm going to quickly do the fire station and the hunting shop. I don't intend to stay in Chennai Pilana too long, to be honest. It's got the same stuff in it, Jura. It obviously doesn't have the map changed, like, dynamic events, but it's got all the new scopes and all the new things. Yeah, it's the same patch. It's just Chernarus instead of Sakal. I just kind of fancied trying to play regular Chernarus. There's people in the server. We've already been killed. We were just hearing shots in the distance just then, you know. It's got plenty of people in the server. But I fancied, like, trying to gear up and maybe find a convoy or something. Try and find a DMR and then maybe try and find the 10 times scope. I think that would be kind of fun to do. I don't know why I'm checking in here, to be honest, but here we go. I am doing. Bitterroot's still there. Yeah, of course it is, Jan. Yeah, Bitterroot made by Matty Ice is there, but I'm not sure if there's a more vanilla type map, vanilla type version with lots of players in right now. Bitterroot's a good map, but there's only so many vanilla or lightly modded players, so not all servers can be full at the same time. Hey, Savage Goon, you right, dude? I've driven the new cars, GC Stad. Yeah, on Friday, me and Gabe, who was one of the charity stream donators, we did quite a lot of car driving. So I have done quite a bit of driving in the cars. Today I kind of wanted to. I don't know if I find a car, great, but I'm more focused on like regular DayZ gameplay, trying to get the new stuff, get the gun, get the whatever, you know. New map coming from the PNW creator called Avalon. Blimey, there's so many maps you can't. There's so many maps I haven't even tried yet, you know. But it's good. I'm looking forward to trying it, you know. But I'll have to get my Brian Ferry best of out. Best of Roxy Music, because they had a song called Avalon. I hasten to add, by the way, I'm far too young to like Brian Ferry, but my parents used to play it in the car a lot. So my excuse, and I think this is common, if your parents played music a lot when you were a kid, you enjoy it when you're older because it's kind of allows you to reminisce. So I definitely do that. My kids are a bit like that about some of the stuff I play. It's a little bit better than that, but they'll recognise songs that come on like the radio and stuff because of my sat nav. What is going on with it? It's so hard to pick shit up. A lot of maps and none of them are finished. Bitterroot's finished, Funky. That's not true. There's other maps that are finished. That's not true, dude. Banov's been finished for ages. He can still keep tinkering with it, but Banov is finished. There's other maps that are finished. That doesn't make them good, bad, or indifferent, you know. Hashima is done to an extraordinarily good standard for the first release as well, you know. I think that's a little harsh, if I'm honest. And some never get finished, like Essica, but I think there's quite a few finished maps. Yeah, I think if you're going to criticise anyone for not finishing maps, it should probably be Bohemia, if I'm honest. Like Livonia is unfinished, and you had to buy that originally. Sakal is still being finished. I love Neil Diamond and Waylon Jennings because a friend's dads used to jam the sad dad music when he drove me to their house. Very cool, yeah. I used to really hate Neil Diamond. I used to play pool at Mr. Paul's Pool Club when it was in Colchester. And like they had like one of those old CD-based jukeboxes, and if nobody put anything in, it used to play about the same 10 songs. And it was always some song, that one. I quite like it now, but that and the one that's really popular for the boxing now as well, Sweet Caroline. It used to absolutely wind me the shit up because you'd be there for a couple of hours playing some singles league game, and you'd hear the same song like about 8 times in 2 hours, and I'd got absolutely sick of it, but quite like them now. Who are the Bills drafting tonight? I think they should get a new quarterback because I don't think Joe Allen can cut it. I'm aware that that's not his name, but that's his name for me. Okay, Joe Allen is just not quite up to snuff. He's good through the season, but he's a bit like the Vikings, right? He's good through the season, but when it gets to real playoff time and a real key game, he just fucking fucks it. Joe Allen used to play for Liverpool. He was a midfielder, Wales and other teams, but also Liverpool. So I called Josh Allen, Joe Allen, obviously. Makes sense. But he's exactly like the Vikings. Good through the season, terrible in the playoffs. They need someone they need a closer, you know. They need a closer. They need somebody that's going to do the business in the big games, not just score the goals in the easy match. So a football related sort of relative comment there, but yeah, they're going to get a new Dan Marino. I think that's what they need. James Anderson, hello Paul. I hope you run into you one day in game, dude. Thank you for the super chat. Cheers for coming in. The Willy Wonka Oompa Loompa song. So what you're saying is you really want a KC Swifts hat? Nah. I want a New York Jets helmet, even though I don't really have any affinity to the New York Jets. I just like the colour of the helmet. I'd like a New York Jets helmet. I quite like one of those. I'm going to buy one day. I bet they're like fucking $300 or something.
TRMZ left.
Josh Allen is the best quarterback in the NFL, if you ask me. He won it. I didn't watch the Bills through the season, but I don't know. It doesn't seem to have... In the games that I saw where he wasn't great, they seemed a little bit one-dimensional. He didn't seem to have, like... And that might be because he hasn't got the runners, or he hasn't got the people to pass to that maybe the Swifts have got, you know. It might be because he hasn't got... Like the Eagles guy. The Eagles have got a couple of wide receivers. I forget the names of them now, but they're good. Like that, the wide receiver for the Eagles was like in the game before the Super Bowl was absolutely fucking immense. But yeah, it may well be to do with the receivers and lack thereof. So maybe they need a new receiver. Maybe that's probably what they need. But I'm blaming Joe Allen anyway. Who's got, like, the Bills probably haven't got a very early pick, have they? Because they didn't do shit. Who's got, like, they must have quite a late pick, mustn't they? They've got the 30th pick. Yeah, that sucks, doesn't it? They're going to get... They're not going to get much of a wide receiver if they've got to wait till the 30th. Who are they rumoured to be going for, Redline? Or do you not find that out yet? But is there a, like... I would imagine... correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not that close, but when there's a draft upcoming... Is there like a week's worth of like fat old former footballers all sitting around going, I think that they need to go for this. They really need to get some strength in the pocket and stuff like that. Is that how it is, you know, like you get all the has-beens like explaining what they think should happen. Like droning on and on. The sort of thing that like men can sit there and watch, like just sit there and watch it, and then their other half comes in and goes, why are you watching that shit? It's bad enough you watch the game, but why do you have to watch them talking about it for longer than the game, for fuck's sake? That's the sort of thing you hear. Goes on for weeks, blimey. That's definitely something that the women in my life have never fully appreciated, is that immediately after the game's over and your team has won or lost or whatever, you'd like to watch a little bit more so you can hear the reaction of the manager and listen to the first interview with the captain or whoever scored the goal or whatever, you know. Like, none of that makes any sense to people that I've ever lived with. Your woman voice sounds like my wife. Well, have you ever seen Mrs. Doubtfire? There's whole television channels devoted to the old farts talking about football. Yeah, that's true. We can leave you alive. You're okay. I think you're all right. This is a weird take, right? But I find it like when I'm listening to TalkSport, if one of the, like on TalkSport, I'm sure it's the same in America. Like TalkSport is, you might not have it so much over there, but it's a radio station all about sport. That will really surprise you. But they tend to more often than not, very often have one journalist slash like radio specialist and one former sportsman, usually a footballer. You know, so they'll have a journo and a sporto. But for some reason, like if they're having negative opinions about a player or something, I find it easier to listen to the person that's not the specialist. In as far as, like, I don't know, if the journalist and Gabby Agbonlahor are talking about Harry Kane and how he's been ineffective, it's easier to listen to the journalist than Gabby Agbonlahor, who isn't fit to lick Harry Kane's boots. I don't think that's fair, because Gabby Agbonlahor is better than I will ever be at anything in my life. But it's easier to listen to a negative opinion from somebody that's never played the game than somebody that actually wasn't that good. And maybe that's wrong. Sorry if you're an Aston Villa fan, and I know he's the all-time goal scorer for now. But I still don't think he was that great. And he tends to talk about things. Or like same with the dude that used to play for Tottenham as well. Like they have these opinions about players. I'm like you barely got an England cap. You spent your whole career and did like he's only halfway through his career and achieved more than you have. Like, do you know? I mean, I just find it harder to take somehow, and I don't think that's probably right. But it's just like it's like you're listening to the has-been or the never was talk about someone that's actually achieved stuff, and it's a bit weird. Jamie O'Hara, yeah, he's the one. I'm sure they're all lovely guys and everything, but hearing them like dig out players that are better than they ever were is just a bit weird, you know. It'd be a bit like me making a video commentating on Tope and then pointing out that he missed a shot, you know. It'd be like massively hypocritical, because if it were me shooting, I'd have been dead like an hour ago and I'd have missed most of the shots. Oh, Jason Cundy's pretty bad, you know. He is pretty. I honestly think a lot of it is a bit like rage bait, though, isn't it? You know, the dude that used to be on at 4 o'clock that now does the games, like Adrian Durham. When he used to be on in the afternoon, he used to rage bait stuff on purpose. He's just like riling people up to try and get them to phone in and keep listening. You know, like I think half the time, all of these strong opinions they have, they don't really believe. They're just trying to rage bait people into like shouting at their radio and not turning over. Truth Source and Screwy, thank you for the follows. Jerry, thank you as well. James Anderson, thank you very much for the super chat. Mr. Lumpa, thank you very much for the resub. Thank you. I think it has got better with the rage bait. I do think it's. I think Adrian Durham was one that was like the chief protagonist, or the chief fucking rage baiter. Anyway, whatever. He was the main one, but they're not as bad for that now. Yeah, I was wondering where you were going, Casey, there, but yeah, it's all good. Hope you're well. I was banned on Reddit for a typo. Oh, dear. If it turns out your typo was a ream and ream of paragraphs of stuff, that's that. Dude, that sucks. I'm sure you can get it undone at some point. Did I watch any more episodes? Not yet, Peter, no. I've watched a bit of of the second episode, but I fell asleep. Not because I wasn't enjoying it, but I was just absolutely knackered last night, so I ended up falling asleep, and I'm going to try and watch the second episode and the third episode tonight. Oh, Wasted sent me a picture. The predicted income from this website says I've earned $1,660 in the last 30 days. If I earned $1,660 from YouTube, I'd be struggling a little, I think. Fuck me. But that's sorry, Wasted, you're probably not here now, but we were talking about that earlier. That's kind of what I mean, though, you know, like... If you were a full-time streamer, streaming 5 days a week and earning $1,600 a month, you're not quite full-time, maybe. Right, Brian, yeah, sorry, Byron, yeah. It's just whether you're in at the time. Like that conversation we just had about age. It comes up all the time, but you just might not be here, you know, like, but it's no secret. Don't you earn that in a day? Fucking hell, I won't get out of bed for that. Fucking hell. Damaged, damaged. I'm going to swap. Let's hope that the one we've got is less damaged. What's your favourite underrated city in Chernarus? I don't know. I'm going to presume you mean city or town, right? So, underrated. It's Virgino, maybe. I quite like Virgino. There's a hunting shop. There's quite a few hunting spawns around it. There's many hunting sheds, hunting stands and whatnot to the north of it. Virgino's pretty good. Boar's pretty decent. I very often don't go to Boar, but Boar is a very beautiful village. But I'm going to go to Virgino. I think it's like it's north of. I don't mean Sfagino, by the way. I mean Nagano, which is north of Sfagino. That's where I'm meaning. But Sfagino's pretty underrated as well. Both of them are, but Nagano is the one I mean, north of Sfagino. But that's pretty good too. Oh, I need to keep them. I think I'll hold out for a blood bag. Which cities get good loot in Chernarus? Dude, looting cities is not the best way to get good loot by and large, dude. You're normally better off not doing the cities as a rule. Like, you should be looting more. Depends what you're looking for, but I would be focusing more on outlying military bases and hunting areas if you're on Chernarus. Like, cities are kind of pretty bog standard loot. You might get a Mosin if you're lucky, but you'd never get a scope unless it was on the Mosin when you found it. You know, like I don't tend to bother with the cities very much. I don't think it's a very good idea. So we're actually inadvertently preparing a gas zone character at the moment, by the look of it.
Paul, we all know you make over 1.6k as minimum in your sleep, mate. Hence why you moved to a mansion.
In my sleep. Hence why I moved to a mansion, eh? Fuck me dead. I need that as well. I do need that electrical repair kit. This is really fucking me off now. Right, we're not carrying spare knives anymore. Oh, there must be a way to carry that knife. Survive another DayZ. Thank you very much for the support. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. I've got to be honest. Yeah, I've been trying to do at least 10,000 steps a day. But I do most of that just walk into the kettle and then back to here. You know, it's so far. Thinking of getting one of those like little carts that they have at airports. Cheers, Survive, dude. Thank you for the support, man. I'm not quite ready for a mobility scooter yet, thank you. So we've got a gas mask, we've got trousers and jacket, but we still need hood, boots and gloves. And we also need filters, which I had two of before.
But what is the deal with unknown food now?
They've made it so it does actually poison you, so it's not the end of the world. You can still eat it, but you can't just eat it slow and get away with it like you used to. They've changed it, so it's a bit more of a risk to eat it now. Like you probably want vitamins to eat it more easily. Oh, it's damaged anyway. Just fuck that. Let's just keep the knife and fuck off with it.
Does everyone know you can subscribe with Prime? Winking face emoji.
They do now. Thank you very much, Chris. Sorry, Christ on a mountain bike. Cheers, Christ on a mountain bike, not Chris. Chris T on MB. cheers, Chris T. Thank you, G-Dog. Thank you very much as well. But yeah, unknown food, you can eat it and you will get some benefit out of it, but they've changed it now so you'll probably end up throwing up unless you're lucky. What's the stomach symbol? The stomach symbol that's coming up is just that I've got a full stomach, so if you keep eating when your stomach's full, you'll throw up. I'm really struggling here. If I make this, where am I going to fit the fucker in? That's where. When drinking tea, drink Yorkshire Gold tea. Just prepared my next cup. Very good advice. Last death clip is wrong. Cold joke. The last death clip is updated manually, so sometimes it's not done. Like if I die and there's no mod here, it happens. But if you've got a clip of it, stick it in the chat. The mods can do it, but it's not always done. Usually it is. It's pretty good. The mods are very, very good at it, but it is. If I die and there's no moderator here, there's no last death clip, you know. I've heard that liking the stream is free and helpful. Well, thank you, Chess Pinkster. I appreciate it. Thank you. It is free and helpful. I agree. Yeah, liking the stream is free and helpful. On that subject, guys, hit the like on the stream on YouTube. Yeah, do that. There's 4,000 people watching. That's a lot of potential likes, isn't it? Somewhere near 4,000. Giving it to me quicker than I can eat it. It makes YouTube happy to recommend TheRunningManZ, yeah. Also, if you like a stream at least once a day, you sleep much better at night. Everybody knows it. I could do with sleeping much better at night. I'm getting really domesticated. I really am. I'm feeling good. Like, I washed my towels. Like, it's only me living in the house, so I don't have to wash many. But I washed the hand towel from the downstairs toilet and my bath towel and my hand towel from the ensuite this morning. And washer dryers are so amazing. I've obviously got more than one towel, right? But washer dryers are so amazing that it came out so dry that I just put them back. So I put them on at like 7:30 a.m. or something, and then they were like back hanging in the room ready to be reused tomorrow morning, like by 1 p.m. I wasn't expecting 4K on YouTube. I'm not streaming in 4K. Oh, I wasn't expecting 4K on YouTube. Sorry, yeah, I am streaming on 4K on YouTube. My bad, yeah. You could have said that on YouTube, dude. But yeah, I'm streaming in 4K on YouTube. It does look pretty decent. What about the little towel beside the bed? Gala Steve, you have got a dirty mind. I've got to be honest. If you've got the equivalent of a cum towel next to your bed and you're not a teenager, you need to look in the mirror and reevaluate your fucking life. If you're a teenager, you need to reevaluate your life because, trust me, your mum knows about it and you don't want her to know about it. Go to commence military base. Sir, yes sir, right away! Thank you for the super chat, but I'm looking for gas zone stuff, so I am going to go there, but I'm going there via the lootable spots. The lootable spots. Yeah, Donk, it's a washer dryer built in, so I went for a washer and dryer all in. Because a washer dryer condenses the water that you're getting out of the clothes and sends it down the waste pipe, so you don't have to, like where I am, where it's going, I wouldn't have been able to have one of those like hoses that goes out there through a hole in the wall, through a grate. I'd have had to get a condenser dryer that after you've used it you have to empty it like a portable aircon unit. I just didn't want that, so a washer dryer sends the water vapor that you're drying, it sends it down the waste pipe, right? Which I found quite convenient. They're a little bit more unreliable than because they're doing more work, because they're doing washing and drying in the same machine. You have to make sure you keep the filters clean, because if the filter gets clogged up, it can fuck it. But anyway, yeah, so you just put it on, and if you want to use the dryer, you tell it, and then it just does the whole thing, and they come out dry again. You know, they go in wet, they go in dry, and needing a wash. They come out clean and dry. It's an absolute marvel. It's not even like everyone else is excited by amazing new appliances and whatnot, like self-driving cars and like mowers that you just put in the lawn and then it mows it for you, and you don't. I'm impressed with a washer dryer that you could have bought 20 years ago. I'm impressed with that. It's pretty good though. I think it's alright. Like they are, like I say, they can be a little bit more unreliable, washer dryers. But I got an AEG one that came with a 5-year guarantee, 5-year warranty. So it's going to last 5 years, even if they have to come and fix it. You know, like that's okay. I don't need the meds. I'm going to drop that though. I can't be bothered with carrying it. So we have got another bit of NBC though. So that's the reason why we came here. So now we just need boots and a hat and then filters for the gas mask, and we're kind of there. That's pretty good. Be nice to get a bigger backpack because I'm really struggling to carry all of this shit. Bet it costs an arm and a leg. It's not too bad, dude. It's not too bad. Like washers in general are fairly expensive to run because they're quite mechanical, right? But it's not the end of the world, you know. Especially living on my own. I've only used it 3 times so far. You know, I've done 1 clothes wash. At the weekend, I washed my bedding, and today I've washed my towels. You know, like it's just me. You know, like I don't need to use it more than a couple of times a week at best. You know, I might use it like once a week. Needed a hood once before, yeah, Team Mango, but that was on Deer Isle. This is Chernarus, you know. Chernarus is easier to get shit like that. Was there an NBC hood there? I didn't even see it. I'll go and get it if there is one. I can see Bad Blues Man talking about an NBC hood. What, did I miss a hood? You can store in the NBC. You can't, dude. You can't. If you think I can do this, and then put it back in there, it doesn't work. You can't store in the NBC loot. You can't do that. It won't go back in your inventory if you try to do that. Yeah, that's what you're telling me. You can't do it, dude. You can't. If I do that, and then try to put it in the bag, it won't go. It doesn't let you. I've played the game before. You can't do lootception with things like that. If you could do that, it would be possible to put a pair of trousers in the trousers, and a trousers in the other trousers, and trousers in the other trousers, and a jacket in the trousers, and a trousers in the trousers, and jacket in the trousers, trousers in the jacket, jacket trousers, trouser jacket, infinity. You know, like they wouldn't allow that. And I don't know why you're in capitals typing no the other one. You can't put NBC loot inside NBC loot and keep it in your bag. They did have a time where it was like that. They did have a time where it was like that. I don't think you've played the game before, Bad Blues Man. Try other items. It doesn't work. It doesn't work, dude. You can't put items in items and then put it in your bag. I've played the game before. When I'm trying to do it, I'm showing you that it doesn't work. I'm not doing it to see if it works. I know it doesn't work. There was a time where, like somebody's just said, you used to be able to put, like, you could put a bag in a bag, like a mountain bag inside a mountain bag, but it was ever so slightly smaller than the so when you put it in the bag, there was still one layer of loot at the bottom you could fill up. So you could put a bag in 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 a bag, and there was no stamina cost for that then as well. So you could just get like infinity loot, and some people did it. You'd kill someone and they had like 20 bags on them because each bag had a little bit more loot in than the last, and so on. I know, bro, you can try it. It's going to work. Okay, I think I'll trust my 20,000 hours of knowledge versus your caps on YouTube. On this particular one, I think I'm just going to trust that I know what I'm doing. I did it only yesterday. Well, record a video of you doing it on a vanilla server. More to the point, record a video of you doing it on 128 experimental and then share that. It's possible that some modded servers have changed it so you can do it, but you cannot do it on vanilla. Thank you for coming in though. Someone talking about ice cream. I want ice cream. I'd love like a whippy ice cream, like a nice, just like a standard whippy ice cream, but one that's got a bit, like, tastes a bit creamy, like a Devon. Oh God, that'd be good. I'd like that right now. What's that? What's the brand of ice cream that's quite yellow vanilla, and they have it? It's like. I don't know, one lady's name, like one of them. I'd like it's like Aunt Bessie's, but it's not Aunt Bessie's. That Kelly's, yeah, that's it, Kelly's. I'd like a Kelly's whippy ice cream. That would be fucking lovely. Kelly's whippy ice cream, you can get that. That is good shit. I'd like one of them. Ooh, a Pioneer. No scope though. Oh! It fits! 10 times scope on the Pioneer. Bye-bye. That's the new scope everyone's been talking about. Apparently it fits in an NBC jacket, and then you can put the NBC jacket into your inventory, but I'm not sure if I'm prepared to try it. Uh-oh. There's a dead zombum there and I didn't kill it. Looks like a hunter scope. No, it's a marksman scope. It's 10 times. Hunting scope's 12 times. And it's just better. So you can get a 10 times scope at a police station spawn or a police car. Yeah, that's good to know, isn't it? But it will go on the Pioneer, so it makes sense that it can spawn there. You can sometimes find 6 times ACOGs at police cars like that, can't you? So it's a similar type thing, I guess. I really wouldn't be surprised. What the fuck? I wouldn't be surprised if there's a dude in there. All the doors are closed. So the reason that this scope is so exciting, obviously it's on the Pioneer right now, but it also fits the SV98 and the DMR. And the biggest problem with the SV98, for example, is that it doesn't have as good of a scope as the Tundra does, or even the Mosin does, or whatever, for sniping. But the SV98 is the most powerful bolt-action rifle in the game, and now they've added a scope that's actually worth having in the game. You know, that's really good. I'm a bit worried there's somebody in there. And there was a dead Z there. I didn't kill the Z. I think we're just going to... See, there's a zombie trapped in there. It's running as well. I think that zombie... There's a zombie in that shed there. And it was running. I think it's been trapped in there. I think the dude's around still somewhere. It was running like it had been aggroed, and it was... I was too far away from it to aggro it. I didn't aggro it. So it had been trapped in there by this dude that's been around, killed the zombie at the police station. And that's why it's still running. So the dude's going to be around somewhere in one of these houses. We'll find him probably in a second, or I'll get shot at. I think the police station... This is just gut feeling, but I think the police station's been looted and they've closed the doors. Unless they're still hiding in there. Otterhead, thank you for the bits. Cheers for the support. Well read, Matt Dawes, Ajvar, thank you very much. Cheers, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming in. I'm excited to use this scope. That's cool. I've been needing a piss for a while. I always feel like I'm being watched in Krasno. Yeah, I'm intending to think that Dirty Harry's probably right. You probably are being watched. Yeah, you probably are. Always watching. Oh, there's a stone there. I don't know. Maybe they're already moved on. Maybe I caused that stone to spawn, but...
_Trimslove. Keep running. _Trimslove.
I think we just missed the fucker, basically. Yeah, he's still there. Where's the feed shack? There should be a feed shack around here, unless I'm going fucking mental. There it is. The feed shack. The feed shack. There's a corky parcel on me! Yeah, baby. SSG is so underrated though. The SSG is a little underrated. There are much better guns. The Pioneer is just as good as the SSG. They're about the same damage, but the Pioneer's got a better scope than the SSG, so I don't want one, you know, like the Pioneer is a similar kind of gun in that it's a little underrated in comparison to others. But there's no way you need an SSG if you've got a Pioneer with a 10 times scope, because they're both about the same in terms of damage. And there's no way you can turn an SSG into a Pioneer with this scope. It's just better. Takes 5.56. Surprisingly, Wobo 2 shows the Pioneer is better than the CR527. They're all very close. The CR527, the SSG, and the Pioneer, they're all very, very close. The round they take is not... It's to do with barrels and muzzle velocity and all sorts, but...
Guaranteed relegation in 2026 means we will win the championship in 2027.
Hello? I don't think so. Wayne Rooney for Tottenham. There's no way they're going to give that job to Wayne Rooney. No way. Surely not. Shropshire. Oh, I just realised who it was. I actually thought it was going to be someone that was being sensible, but yeah, now I've seen it was you. I know you're not being sensible. Am I right in thinking that Frank Lampard is Coventry manager and they're sneaking into the playoffs at the moment? That would be kind of cool. I would like to see. I'd like to see Frank Lampard and Wayne Rooney and Steven Gerrard kind of come good. They like Frank Lampard obviously was a legend of a player, and so were the other two. They've had a few chances, but it would be really nice to see them prove the doubters wrong. You know, I think Frank Lampard got some jobs that were too big for him too soon. But maybe he's learning, maybe he's doing well at Coventry, maybe he's found somewhere where he can do his thing and maybe go from there, you know, that would be good. You can shoot the door open, Dev, or you can like whack it with a knife, or even punch it with your fists, although you're likely to get bleeds if you punch it. But yeah, you can force the door open. Depending on the melee weapon, the quicker it does. Like, it's a sledgehammer, it doesn't take long at all, you know. English managers are shit compared to Spanish ones. I don't think many of them get too many chances, but I don't know. I don't know. It's a bit hard to say, really. Like a lot of the modern day stuff, a lot of the modern day managers learnt from Bobby Robson, who was English. You know, like Jose Mourinho and Pep Guardiola were both underneath Bobby Robson, weren't they? I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they were. I think these things just go in cycles. Jose is a great Spanish manager. Well, that's not what I meant, but he obviously... It was at Barcelona, wasn't it? My memory is not great of like so long ago, but I think they both kind of learnt underneath him, didn't they? But there aren't many English managers that are amazing right now, but like Eddie Howe is doing a really good job. Like, I think a lot of the trouble is that a lot of clubs tend to go with a fashionable manager from abroad rather than promote from within, you know, like I think that's fair, you know, like a club like United or Liverpool tend to go for someone who's doing well in the Dutch league or someone that's doing well in the German league rather than look at that's a manager that's doing well in the Championship, you know. Maybe with good reason as well, because they're wanting somebody that's got experience in the European leagues and whatnot. Maybe that makes sense, but I don't think the chances go to English managers so much. They have at times, and where they have, they've not necessarily succeeded, but we'll see. Graham Potter is awful. The job he's doing at West Ham is a disgrace. I think that's a bit soon right now. I've not... You may be right, but he's taken over midway through a season where they were having a bit abysmal season, you know. I don't know. I think Graham Potter has done some things which would suggest he's a decent manager. Like West Ham, I don't know if you're a West Ham fan or not, but David Moyes was the worst thing ever until he left, wasn't he? You know, like, weren't playing the way you wanted, everything was abysmal, qualifying for Europe and winning a European trophy, you know, get Moyes out, Moyes out, Moyes out! So you can finish bottom of the league that didn't get relegated, if that makes sense, you know. One place away from relegation because you wanted David Moyes out. That's not a bear. NFL draft tonight. Make sure you tune in, dude. I won't be anywhere else. I can hardly wait. I won't see it. I need the Bills to make sure they get a new Dan Marino and several wide receivers. I'm sure that's feasible. Which coach has been good for West Ham recently, lol? David Moyes. He just didn't... I appreciate the fans didn't like him and maybe the football was boring. And if you're paying to see them, you're entitled to your view. If the football was boring, then it was boring, you know. I can understand why West Ham fans didn't like it and didn't like him. But look what's happened to Everton since he went there. I don't know if that was behind me or in front of me. I didn't have my hand on the keyboard. It sounded in front, but it could have been behind. I'm really not sure where that came from because I didn't have my hand on my keyboard, so I couldn't. Sorry, I didn't have my hand on my mouse. I was talking with you guys, and I just scratched my nose. And when they fired, I couldn't do this to work out if the shot was behind or in front with the tail of the shot. I don't actually know for sure the shot was at me either. It might not have been. It might have been somebody shooting an animal just in the tree line away from us. I know that sounds stupid, but there's no bullet snaps at the moment, really, or hardly any that you can hear, so I don't know if I was shot at or if somebody just shot an animal in front. There might have been an animal down here. We could hear deer, but the deer were the other side of the hill. It's so hard to tell if you're being shot at on experimental because they've changed all the gun sounds and the bullet snaps are kind of like non-existent, or they literally are none. Like I've actually put in a thing on the bug tracker about it. You know it's a bad bug if I'm filling in the bug tracker, and I try to here and there, but I don't think it can have been at me. they did shoot an animal, you'd think they'd go and cook it. If you're shooting an animal, if that's what it was, and we don't know, but if it's what it was, then... Oh, that was at me. Fucking hell.
Get him, Tiger. TRMZ left.
Might as well drink the water, it's free. That's my first one. It's not my first kill with the new scope, actually. I got one the other day, so that's a slight lie. It's my first kill with the new scope on the Pioneer, at least. That was fun, though. It's nice to hit with the first shot. It was a reasonably quick shot for me. So it wasn't exactly like a Holly Rex like snap and shoot. Like, she's a lot quicker than I am, but that was good enough for me. Doesn't really have much else. Did I take the pants? No, I didn't take the pants. I didn't even notice the pants, to be honest, Garrett. I will have a quick look. So that maybe that shot was at me then. That's about where the dude was and hadn't really moved. Pants are shit. I don't care about them pants. I don't need suit pants. I don't fucking care about the other shit slot pants. Holly is very quick at like snapping onto a target with a scope gun. Yeah, I think she's very quick. Much quicker than I am. Yeah, they're not worth the upgrade though, Garrett. They're still the same amount of space and they're still shit pants that I want to change. I just can't... There's no point fucking all around my loot for that when I'm just going to go somewhere over here and get a pair of better pants. Like, over this way I'll probably get TTSKO or BDSM or something, you know? Chernarus, thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Bob, CNEA, thank you. Rogue Trooper, thank you very much too. BDSM, yeah. Holly Rex is a streamer, DayZ's Twitch streamer and YouTuber. There's lots of other streamers, dude. She's actually in the video, the YouTube video that I put out a couple of Saturdays ago that Finn... No, it wasn't Finn that edited. It was Finn that edited, sorry, but we bump it. It's me and Amish playing together and we go to Deer Isle and then we bump into her. I think the title of the stream is something... Sorry, the title of the video is 10 Standoff with Another DayZ Streamer or something like that. But that's got Holly Rex in it. We bumped into her in the video. Do you think he'll ever do the Hashima quest? I don't know, Psychedelic. The problem with Hashima is the frames. It's such a hot PvP map. And the frames just make it feel not... I'd almost want to do it PvE, which is not my style, you know, but... I really like Hashima, it's amazing, but it just doesn't run great. There's just too much in too small of an area. It's an absolute marvel of a map, but it's a bit optimistic on what DayZ can run. I need to do that. See, these pants are better because they give me more space than the suit pants, so it was worth the... These pants are better because they're fucking ruined. Fuck's sake. Fuck me dead. That's so fucking stupid. What a place for it to be. I would never... I wouldn't... Some places you expect to find one of them. This is not one of those places. So there we go. We got new pants. Now we've got ruined pants. I'm not going to lie. When I stood on that, it gave me a bit of a flutter. It scared me a little bit, that one. The actual landing on it, it was so loud and it was so sudden, and it actually scared me a touch. I was a bit surprised. I was taken aback. It's not like me, is it? I just so rarely break my leg. I don't remember breaking my leg since, like, I don't know, 2021 or something. I just can't believe it worked. I'm putting it back in the same place so someone else can experience the fun. Like, it's obvious, but why would I even be looking? I wasn't looking at the ground. Robo said 2 bear traps will drop a grizzly. Yeah, it's quite hard to carry 2 bear traps and then set them in time for a grizzly, though, isn't it? Or, well, it's a bear, isn't it? I don't think they're grizzlies, but I know what you mean. Yeah, I've managed to use 1 bear trap on a bear to injure it, but I've never had the chance to do it twice. Right. I think we are going to take this opportunity to let my leg heal a little bit. I'm going to go and make a cup of tea. But normally I'd leave the game to do that. But I think what I'm going to do is just stay prone in this tree. Because then my leg's healing a little bit while I go and make the tea. I'll be back in a sec, guys. Won't be long. And a Mac. Should I make garlic shrimp today? That sounds good. That sounds good. Sounds better than I'm going to have. Right, sorry guys, I'm back. I didn't exactly rush with the making of the tea. I just thought it would give my leg more chance to heal. What's your go-to British biscuit? I really like just regular milk chocolate digestives. Chocolate hobnobs are amazing, but I really like just regular milk chocolate digestives. However, I don't have them because of the gluten, so I can't do gluten for biscuits or cookies if you're American. But they do chocolate hobnobs that are gluten free, and they're pretty good. But I don't normally get them because they're like so expensive. You get like 8 biscuits, and it's like it costs as much as a big packet of biscuits, and you get 8. I just find it a con. God, this tea tastes like shit. The first tea was way better. Yeah, gluten-free hobnobs are pretty good. They are good, but I think they're like £2.50 for 8. Maybe £3, but £2.50 each from memory. I can afford to buy those, right? Again, I say this a lot, but I just find it's just a ridiculous price for 8 biscuits. Like when you can get a full packet of digestive for less. You got me hooked on coffee bags. I've not had any in a while, you know. They are good. They are good. Have I tried the M&S chocolate custard creams? Nope. I have no Michelin chair, Fallon, no. I'm not starting that conversation, Ebor, I don't know how I'm saying that, but Ebor. I'm not even replying, okay, because it will start a whole new what do you mean, what's that? I can't do it. Where's our... I think we need to go a little bit this way. I'm looking for the civilian barracks. M&S do some crazy good biscuits, like chocolate biscuits and stuff. They are really good. If you could cure your gluten problem, what would be the one? JK, the thing I miss most than anything else is bread. Like really nice bread. Like a nice bacon sandwich or a sausage sandwich with a really good bit of thick fresh bread, or it's bread that's the killer. Like there's something really amazing about taking your time to make a lovely sandwich with really good bread. I really miss bread. I don't miss much of the rest of the stuff that badly, you know. It's not that... being gluten-free is not the end of the world, but I miss the bread more than anything else. It's still not that great, Wasted. And you have to use shit like xanthan gum if you're making gluten-free bread normally, and it's really not... It's not great. Never even heard of them, Moby. I've never been to Holland, or never been to the Netherlands. So I've never had reason to try stroopkek. That, what you said. It's got to be better than shop stuff, but you're still going to all that trouble to get bread that you would consider terrible if you weren't gluten-free, though, Wasted. I'd just rather not. I'd just rather not. What's your go-to bread? Something from the bakers. Fuck, there's a fire on there. Like fresh bread from a baker is what I would be going for. Like that's what you want. So it's gone off a little while ago. The embers are still burning, so I don't know. It's a shame. Maybe if I'd come here without waiting for my leg, without going to make the tea, maybe we'd have found whoever did it, but... is that door closed? I have to say the weapon raise is so much better now. It is so much better. Like, it just does that. It doesn't just automatically go up like that. It's so much less jarring when you've got 2 stages to it. Like, you've got this stage where you pull the gun in and then it raises. It's a really big deal. It's not even one of the bugs, one of the fixes I've been talking much about, but it is a very cool fix. That the weapon raise is so much less binary and jarring now with just that one extra stage. Zombies don't block the gun. They don't block pistols. I think they still block big guns, dude, but they don't block pistols the same. It's actually, again, it's not been done because of me, but I fed back to the devs a long time ago that you should be able to shoot zombies with pistols no matter how close they are to you. And I'm not in any way saying that they've changed it because of me. They don't do shit like that, but I did feed back to them about it a good while ago. So does the gluten give it the flavour you're lacking? I'm unsure as to what gluten brings to food. It's kind of the thing that gives everything its Baumseffen agent. That's the thing that it... So if you've got like nice bread, the gluten is the kind of the part that makes it kind of have that bounce and the texture. Gluten-free bread is like dry and shit. It doesn't have the same soft bounciness, and it's the same with gluten-free pasta as well. It's not the same. It's like the... It's the thing that gives it... It's almost like gluten-free bread is almost like slightly close to stale bread. Tears for old people, says Coffee Fanatic. I'm sure you love going to Starbucks and giving the non-tax-paying fuckwits all your money, but I say no, Starbucks, no. Down with Starbucks. Hey! Well, we don't need to keep that. I never break my leg. I like good coffee. Good to know. I also don't like Starbucks, but partly because of their business practices and partly because... I quite often have flat whites, but Starbucks, like, I'm quite keen on hot chocolate from somewhere that's nice, but a hot chocolate from Starbucks is like powdered sugar. It's horrible. It's really not good. It's okay if you're a coffee wanker, coffee fanatic. That's fine. You have at it. It really does annoy me about Starbucks. I follow some dude about shares that did he did a little bit of a spiel about Starbucks the other day. I really felt like finding a way. Well, it was on Instagram, but I should have retweeted it. I think everyone should just stop shopping in Starbucks. Nobody should be buying in Starbucks. It's an absolute fucking scam. Like, they pay so little tax in the UK. All of the money that Starbucks makes in the UK is funneled to some other country where they then declare it there, where the tax is way lower. Like, they pay next to no tax in the UK whatsoever, because they funnel all the money to some other secondary company that's based somewhere else. It sucks. Never mind the fact that I don't want to give you my name. Just make the coffee and give it to me. I don't want you to shout my name in front of everyone. No, I'm not bothered about it. I just don't want to... I feel like I should have a name badge in when I go to fucking Starbucks. What's your name? My name's Flat White. Flat White is my name. Call that. You mean a company invades it? Some are much worse than others, Boomslang. You know, like that's true. I certainly with a lot of big companies obviously all do, you know, no denying it. But like in the UK, if you're a UK-based company, like we have UK coffee chains, they have to pay the tax here because that's where they are. You know, you're much better off going to the mom and pop's independent coffee shop if there is one. Go to the one that's the local guy or girl, because they will take the money and take the profits and then spend it in. It's just much better, isn't it? Any profit they make will get spent in the area, you know. That's very common, Pescarable. It just feels worse with a coffee chain that says they don't sell coffee where they're selling it, you know, like it's a little bit more opaque. Like I get paid from Google Ireland because YouTube are based in Ireland because it's lower tax. But Google, like YouTube is a worldwide website, you know, like I make money from YouTube and they pay me from Ireland, but I have viewers in Ireland, you know, I have viewers all around the world. It still sucks a little bit, but it's not as bad as physically buying a coffee in a Starbucks in England and then the profits are going. That's worse to me, you know, like it makes less sense. A worldwide techno company basing themselves somewhere, it makes sense, but pretending like you didn't sell the coffee in the UK and sending the money to some other supplier, you know, like paying over the odds for different things to another company so the profits can be relayed there, that's worse. Like, it is worse, you know. A lot of my income doesn't come from the UK, it comes from other places, you know. Like, I'm not trying to excuse Google or YouTube or whatever, but it seems less bad than pretending like you don't sell coffee in England and all the profits go somewhere else.
TRMZ left, TRMZ left.
That's politics, baby. I don't think it's politics. I think it's an individual choice, you know. Don't shop in Starbucks. You know, if you want a coffee, go somewhere else. Doesn't need to be political. It's just coffee. We're actually going to do a bit of a roundabout loop here. I've come here just to check this. And then after, I think I'm going to go to Novo and check the hospital there. I really want to do a gas zone thing. I think that would be fun. It's the same with most, though. Like, we could all be a bit better at that. Like, I've always tried. I'm not perfect. But if you want a sandwich and you're in your local town, try to go to the place, like the independent place. Don't go to fucking, like, not even bread place. What's it called? I can't even remember the name of it. Subway. Yeah, try not to go to Subway. Go to the independent place that's probably really close to it, that tastes better and is cheaper. Pescarable, well, it's not so much that we don't have laws. There's just ways that multinational companies can avoid these things. You can't have laws to stop them fudging their books. You know, it's really hard to do. It's really hard. Big multinational companies can find ways to get around things, and you can't legislate for everything. You know, I think blaming the law is nonsense. You know. I think blaming the company and voting with your money will stop them from doing it, you know? Like, if more people knew about it and stopped shopping in Starbucks, they'd start doing things correctly because they'd realise that they had to, you know. Might as well Bulldog, hope all is well, still watching and still entertained. Thank you, cheers for the support, dude. Thank you, Bulldog, hope you're good. Chambers, cheers for the 23. Bear, thank you as well. I don't think the government here doesn't provide incentives for Starbucks to send their money elsewhere and not leave it in the UK. That's not true. They don't incentivise Starbucks to send all their money to another country and declare all the profits somewhere else. That's not the case.
I'll go to Starbucks once every now and then. I order and they ask for my name. Once it's ready, they call me every name under the sun other than my actual name. Sam, Sid, Seth, Ted, Slep. It's Seb, smiley face.
Seb, yeah, I can relate. People have been getting my surname wrong for my entire life, believe you me. Hi Brian Room, how you doing? You're a 77 model, are you? Blimey, so you played on an Atari 2600. I had an Amiga 500. My dad had, and I gamed on an Amstrad CPC 464, which was in the... Oh shit! What the fuck is there a Why is there a dead zombie there? Really wouldn't expect that. Alright, well I'm still going back this way. Seb, thank you for the super chat, dude. Thank you, Bulldog. Thank you as well. Coffee fanatic? I don't know. Maybe it's because you can tell me I'm an idiot for drinking tea and then listen to me moan at Starbucks even though you don't like it. I don't know. But there is something kind of enjoyable about watching a stream and just chilling out. And I don't know. I think it can be good. Just as well. Otherwise, I'd be proper fucked. You know, we're saying this on YouTube. Yes, we are aware of that fact. The only good thing about YouTube, right? YouTube, there's lots of good things about YouTube, right? But yes, they're part of Google and they're an absolute, like, global monolith or global, like, powerhouse or whatever. But half of all the money YouTube makes goes to the creators, right? That's a cool thing, you know? Like, so YouTube isn't just making Google rich. It's making people, it's enhancing people's hobbies. It's giving people self-employment. It's... Like, you could say that people work in Starbucks, but there's a much fairer system involved with YouTube in that half of everything YouTube makes on a video goes to the person that made the video, you know? Like, at least it's a much better system. Half of everything Starbucks makes doesn't go to its staff, you know? That's not the case. So at least YouTube has some positives, and there's other positives as well, you know? Like, it's such an amazing thing. Like, it's free to use. Like, anyone can start uploading their videos to YouTube, even if they don't want them to be seen by anyone. You don't need an audience, but you can use it as like a fucking file share. You can use it as like, you can upload all of your personal videos to it for free, you know? Like, YouTube is an amazing thing for the end user. Just the company, and all companies have some shady business practices, But at least YouTube has some really good positive things rather than just selling shit coffee and sending all the money somewhere else. I think, just imagine if YouTube had been invented by Apple, you know, like everybody watching on YouTube would be paying a fee to even log in. You know, you'd be paying to use the service. It wouldn't be free. Same for Twitch, obviously, as well, you know. Until what you're saying goes against the current zeitgeist, then fine. Well, the videos stay up, Hockey Freak. That's not true. They don't normally delete channels. They just remove your ability to monetize, you know? Like people like Russell Brand. He didn't get his videos deleted. He didn't get his channel deleted. They just took his ability to make advert revenue away, you know? Then he went somewhere else. Now he's been arrested and charged with something, you know? So, I don't know. I don't know what's right and what's wrong there, but that's probably a bit more serious than we need to get to. But the point is, you can, even if you get in trouble with YouTube, they take your monetization privileges away. They very rarely do much else. What is going on? There's dead zombies everywhere. I wonder if that's the same one and we're going in reverse from them now.
Have my crime, you legend. What's your choice of tea?
Thank you very much, Don Alonso. Yorkshire Gold. So it's English breakfast tea, but it's a particular brand, Yorkshire Gold. I don't think it's gas. I don't think so. We'd see more dead zombies, I think. But it's... Oh, shit. He's gone prone there, hasn't he? Pretty sure I hit that shot. He should be dead. The only thing is, the Pioneer, even at that range, it might not have killed him. He was wearing a helmet. Pioneer at any range, it might not have killed him. I think this one is very slightly taller. So we should be able to check whether he's dead or not. I don't think he's dead. Oh, surely he must be dead. I think the fucker's dead. Oh, I think the shot hit. I think the shot hit. I'd be surprised if it didn't. It was just on the left edge of his helmet, but I think it hit. If he's not dead, he'll be hiding in the building, obviously, so he's going to be in there. We'll have another look in a sec. Oh. Fuck. That's him. So he definitely didn't die then. Two more shots. I feel like I should be pushing while he's aggroing the zombies, really. I wish I'd pushed. Maybe the shot did hit him, because he... Oh. It's like the zombie finished him off, so he must have been really injured and the zombie finished him off. Oh my god, this guy's got good gear. I want to cut him up and see if we can see his helmet. I'm kind of wondering if his helmet will be damaged. I bet I hit him in the helmet and then he woke up. I think it must not have been a leg shot because his trousers are in good condition. I must have hit him in the chest for the second one. Yeah, his helmet's damaged. You guys can check or not. I don't think his helmet was damaged. Like, I think I hit him in the head. It will have knocked him uncon, and then he will have woken up. So by the time I'd got on top there, he will have had time to... Fucking hell, this dude is so geared, and he's just like here, fucking... Where's his M17? Oh, yeah, has he got an M? He's got a crossbow. Wonder if he was planning on raiding a base. He's got MVGs. That's insane. So I think my shot actually hit him in the head. It will have knocked him uncon, and then while I was trying to reposition, he's woke up because you were only unconscious for a few seconds, and then jumped down. Where's his secondary then? What's his close range weapon? How is he this geared? He must have a base nearby. How can the dude be this geared and not have a secondary? Hutch, this guy might run back, but it's going to take him ages, dude. You can't run back in like 2 seconds from where he was, so we're fine where we are. If anybody comes here in the next 5 minutes, it's not the guy, it's a different guy. See, look, his Shemag is ruined as well, so I hit him in the helmet. His helmet's taken the round and he's survived it. He might have used an EpiPen or something. You know how he was running? He might have used an EpiPen or a morphine to enable him to run. But he's... I've hit him again and it would have made him really close to dead. And then the zombies just come in, swiped him once and finished him off. The thing I don't fully understand is, where the fuck is his secondary weapon? Surely it can't just be a crossbow. He's got a chambered SV98. But where's his secondary? Got a 1911, I suppose. It might be on the roof. No, he was holding a big gun. It would probably put him holding the other one. He had the crossbow on his back and the SV in his hands. So I will go and check the roof though, but I don't think it'll be on there. Right. Anything else that we want? This is annoying that I can't see that. That's really annoying. Oh, I can see it. I have to just cycle down like that. I'd forgotten that. Oh my god, that was cool. Okay, shall we take that as well? You can't stack bandages. You can only carry, like, if that you can't stack them. I've got 4. I could probably get away with 3, but I'm just going to keep them. I want to keep these in here. I would like to keep them because if we can raid a base, like that. If we can raid a base, we can we could use this. This is like a base raiding kit that the dude's died with, you know, like that would be kind of fun. I haven't seen somebody going up there to try and snipe players for a long, long time. Yeah, I don't want to do a base raid like we did the last time. I ain't got nobody got patience for that. Pack is indeed ruined. So maybe he did have a secondary in his hands, but I think he had the SV98. He had a big long gun in his hands, and I think it was the one I've got now. So I must have shot him unconscious, and he's come round. I must have shot him unconscious because his face mask was ruined, his helmet was damaged. I don't think his helmet was damaged in the scope before I took it. I think it was in good condition. So I must have hit the headshot. His helmet has allowed him to tank it. He's woke up and got down. Maybe morphined, maybe not. But the second shot hit him in the upper body.
TRMZ card.
His vest is now damaged, so it must have probably hit him in the vest. It looked a bit like a leg shot, but it must have been just lower vest. Sometimes because of the angle as well, it must have been just lower vest, but. And then he's gone in the house, and then like he was so injured, and then the zombies just swiped him once and finished him off. That is kind of cool. He's hoping he didn't have a mate. So he was here. There's no gun, unfortunately. That could have been at me. I don't trust the bullet snaps. We better get down. It's not at me. That's cool, isn't it? The server's alive, isn't it? That's really good. Where the fuck am I going to get an SV98 mag? He really was using a crossbow as a secondary and only an SV98 scope. I can only assume that maybe they'd heard shots or knew somebody else was around. Otherwise, there's no reason to be on that roof. Tri-crested tents. That's a long way for an SV98 mag, isn't it? His backpack was ruined, so you definitely hit him in the back. Second shot. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I'm telling you, just run behind that house. He's not going to drop a gun on the ground, dude. It's all good. I'm just going to carry on. Like, when he was on the roof, I could see the crossbow on the guy's back, and he had a long gun in his hands, and we've got his long gun. If the crossbow's on his back, I don't think he had another secondary. I feel like he's probably killed somebody and got their loot, somehow, maybe. And perhaps the guy that they killed, the secondary got bugged somehow and they couldn't loot it. It's like that kind of loot. Like, this feels like it's not the first time this loot has changed hands. I could be wrong, but that's the way it looks. Like, nobody is that geared and doesn't have a secondary unless they maybe got a kill, maybe even with a crossbow, and then the guy's, I don't know, M16 was like stuck in the player's hand and so they couldn't loot it or something like that, you know. I'm not even sure an SV98 mag would spawn in Kamensk, but I'm gonna head that kind of way. I'm just coming back this way for now though, because I still want to check the medical to try and get some more NBC loot. No mags, unfortunately. What does the siren mean in Deir Al? It means someone's either opened the military door at Mount Katahdin, otherwise known as Kamuk military bunker, or they opened it an hour and a half ago and the siren is telling you that it's now closing. One of those two. The door's either opening or closing. So it's a warning that goes across the whole map when that door opens. So we're just here in case there's any NBC loot. It's so rare to get somebody there. That is really cool. And it's not cool for the dude we killed, obviously, but it's yeah. It must be 5-6 years since I've killed somebody on top of one of those roofs. It's such a rare thing. That's really, really badass. Not so much the kill, but the fact that there was somebody up there, you know, that's kind of cool. Secondary is something that can shoot multiple times at close range. The crossbow is a single shot. That's why I'm saying it's weird that it's the secondary. But you can have your opinion on secondary. My opinion of a secondary is it's the gun that is your...
Wasn't there a Sarka behind the building? It might have been his.
My personal opinion of a secondary is it's whatever backs up your sniper rifle. Like whatever's your... What do you switch to when you can't use your sniper rifle for long range? In this case, it's possibly the crossbow. Maybe the 1911, but I suspect more likely the crossbow. What the fuck is going on? There's people all over the place. Holy shit. I don't think the guy I just shot at there was that geared. I don't know what they were doing, but... think we're just going to carry on this way for now. TL Grey, exclamation patch, and you can see the patch notes. Lots of cool changes, new scopes, gun raise changes, lots of other stuff. It's really good. Best patch in a while. The SV98 is more powerful than the Tundra, yeah. Right, I don't know where the guy went that went round the house there, but I think we're just going to keep going this way. Hopefully he didn't get... If he'd seen me right there and then, just then, that moment, that would have been bad, because I had my right hand off the mouse on the keyboard, so my left hand could be having a guzzle of tea. Why is my stamina so bad? Because I'm carrying lots of loot and it's wet, so when it rains, your clothes get heavier, so... This vest is 21 kilos because it's wet. If it was dry, it'd probably be, I don't know, 18, 17, something like that. The gun, though, the SV98 weighs 6 kilos, which is pretty heavy. Fucking hell, a grenade. There's a lot going on, isn't there? That's cool. Is this a rerun? Yeah, it's a rerun, Jimmy. It's a rerun from 2017 when there used to be PvP in Novo. I just knew you'd come in 8 years from now. Gear does indeed get heavier when it's there. Not everything, but stuff that would soak up stuff. So clothes do, your vest does. Guns don't get heavier when they're wet, but stuff that would absorb water and hold it, yeah. So just for example, my trousers are 3 kilos. This may not make a difference, but I suspect it will. It will make them lighter, but whether it actually physically shows it down to 1 kilo or 2 kilos or not, it probably won't, but... Go. So unfortunately it's still 3 kilos. Now it is lighter, but it could be like only a half a kilo lighter. So it's still like it was 3.2 kilos and now it's 2.7 kind of thing, you know. So it's still showing as 3 kilos, but it does make a difference, especially on the vest. Unfortunately you can't wring the vest out. You need to do that you need to do that with a fire. If the 40mm round was ruined, it would have exploded. It can't get ruined where it is. The pouches work like a protector case, so where it is now is safe. It's just really weird loot that the dude had. It's very strange. This streamer is advanced AI. It speaks over old TheRunningManZ videos from circa 2017 when he used to be popular. Yeah, that's right. Wasn't there a drivable Saka behind the building? There could have been, but sorry, I did see that before when you did it, Slider. Sorry, but I was a bit concerned with the dude at the hospital and I just got sidetracked. But yeah, there might well have been, but I'm happy enough. We're doing all right. Cheers, Slider, dude. Thank you. Thoughts on Casio watches? God tier. Sorry, I need to leave now. I only watch unpopular streamers. Well, Angry Chair, thanks for coming in. Trying to watch your streams regularly, but the internet sucks so bad I can only watch in 480p. Oh, dude, that sucks. Yeah, it's a shame as well. You're on YouTube and it looks so good as well. I know I've just really like oh god, you're missing it. Like literally, it's like you're telling me that you're starving, and I'm explaining how nice food tastes. You know, it's not the nicest, is it? Oh, by the way, it would look so good if your internet was better. Sorry, but yeah, it sucks. Hopefully, you can get it sorted. What's that? You're starving to death. Oh, have you ever had steak? You're starving to death. Have you got? I could really. I'm going to cook myself a ribeye tonight. Whoa. Medium rare, a little bit of salt and pepper. It'll be lovely. Might have a bit of gravy. Maybe a few chips. A couple of onion rings. The Novo River Valley, where there are bases and players, is one of the scariest areas on the map. Not on most of the servers I play Beach Squint, but to be honest, like for example, I play on Zero Chernarus, where there are no bases, so Novo is just dead. It's kind of cool to experience that where it's more alive. That's cool. Casio watches are considered cheap, but a watch is a watch. I only want it to tell time. Well, not all Casios are cheap. Believe you me, they sell some for like £5,000-6,000 nowadays, or like more, like at least the same in dollars or more, like and more. But They obviously sell most of them at more affordable prices, but the thing about a Casio is, that, like especially G-Shocks, they're just durable. They're literally designed to be not quite bomb-proof, but people have ran over Casio G-Shocks with steamrollers, and they're fine. You know, they go down to 200 meters in water. Not that you necessarily do it. They're designed by design. Every G-Shock is designed to be dropped from 10 meters onto concrete. That's what they're tested for. So you could drop them from the window outside your house onto the path below, and it'd be fine. Obviously, it's a digital watch, but they're designed to be bomb-proof. That's why they have that little case, you know. So but Casios, even like real watch nerds like me, that really like Casio. I've got a few Casios. I think they're great. What's my bitrate on YouTube? 25,000. I could go higher, but I'd have more problems like the other dude that could only watch in 480p. The higher bitrate I go, the harder it is for people to watch because they're internet, you know. The expensive G-Shocks are analog. I don't think they are, dude. That's not true. They're still digital. If you want to get me a link for an analog G-Shock, I'll show you a digital G-Shock that you think's analog. They might have hands, but they're still digital, dude. Did you do anything fun on 420? Most of the world doesn't read the date that way, so for us it was 24. So, like, we don't say the month first here. I know they do in America land, but it's different in different places of the world. But most places, believe it or not, put the date, the day, the 20th first, not the month. So we don't have 420. We have 20th of April, 24. What's your favourite Casio? 5610. Small square. Yeah, they have... The more expensive Casios have hands, like an hour hand and a minute hand, but they're still digital. Invariably, they tend to have a digital display and the hands, but they're still digital watches. They're still like relatively cheap movements, but they're expensive watches.
All that talk of Citrabutts made me feel really dirty when using my Prime, and I loved it. TRMZ love. Don't forget your Prime subs, guys. TRMZ love.
Gricey, well thank you. Get grubby, I like it. Cheers for the support, dude. Carl Smith, thank you for the follow on YouTube. The dude that I shot at could well have come here.
Hello, I'm friendly.
Okay, okay. No problem.
Holy fuck, you scared me.
You're alright. Sorry.
I got almost nothing.
Yeah, you're okay. I'm not gonna. I may have took a shot at you at Novo, but I thought you were stalking me. It looked like you were following me. But I couldn't tell what gear you had from there. But somebody had just tried to kill me like 3 minutes before. So
yeah, he killed me. I think he killed me. Cause was he on a big building? Like
yeah, I got him. It's his gun I used to shoot at you with. I killed that guy. Yeah, I was trying to shoot you with his gun. Yeah.
I mean, you should have a suppressed gun like a M4 or something.
I couldn't,
or like maybe an SG5 suppressed.
Well, you know, he had an SV98, but he's got lots of M4 rounds, but his M4 or whatever his suppressed gun one was gone. So I don't know if he like lost it or whatever, but it wasn't there. He had a crossbow and an SV98.
Oh, well, interesting.
But he was on top of one of the rooftops.
I'm Alex.
You what?
I'm Alex. If you
Hi, I'm Dave.
Come across me again, I'll be standing.
Yeah, no worries, dude.
I'm just gonna loot around in this town.
All right, I'm gonna keep running, dude. Good luck.
All right, see ya.
Now he's making me think I should run back and see if I can find where the M4 is. He might have hidden the M4, thinking he might die. He might have hidden it somewhere. So the dude that was saying check around the other side of the house, you were probably bob on. He's probably hidden it somewhere. If it was in the guy's hand when he went into the staircase there, it'll be under the stairs and it'll be gone.
My girlfriend broke up with me today. Come home to cry and try and get a sense of normality. Turns out my normality is tuning into a TRMZ stream. Thank you for being here. You may not realize it, but you are helping me through a shit time.
Spiffy, dude. Sorry to hear about your girlfriend, man. It sucks. But at some point down the line, you'll be feeling happy again with pastures new, let's say. I'm sure, dude. Thank you very much for the resub, Spiffy. Thank you. I think a Casio would be fine in a sauna. I'd be happy enough to wear a Casio in a sauna. Yeah. They're sealed and they're digital. I wouldn't wear an analog watch in one just to be safe. I think most decent analog watches. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back and just have a look around where we shot that guy. I feel like they might have, because they were worried about dying, perhaps. Hello? Hello? Is that the same guy? He's got a different jacket on. I don't think it's the same guy. We're best run this way. I don't think that's the same player at all, but I'm just going to run. Yeah, maybe they were like, I'll try and get a couple of shots on the dude with the SV98, but I'm going to hide the M4 in case I die. Maybe they did that. I think it's more likely that it fell in the staircase where the dude was dead and it was in his hand. I think the SV98 was on his back, wasn't it? I can't remember. If the SV98 was on the ground, then that's not the case. Do you think he dropped it when he went on con from the headshot? Well, I checked on the roof. It wasn't there. A lot of men get dumped for being a gamer. Well, we don't know why he was dumped, so maybe best not assume, eh?
Yo. Hello.
A lot of men have happy relationships and also game, you know, but a lot of men get dumped for being obsessive about their hobby and not paying attention to their girlfriends. That's true, but that's true of fishing and golf and football and sports in general and everything. It's not just gaming. So let's not guess as to why somebody gets dumped, and let's move on, shall we? He had no M4. How the hell can you know that, Ike? We only know what the dude had. We didn't see any secondary, but... I don't think he had an M4 on his back on the roof. No, I don't think so. I think we might be wasting our time, but I'm going to go and have a quick look. Quick thoughts on the Tag Heuer racer. They're fine. It depends what movement they use. Tag are a company that have some watches that are a bit expensive for what they are, and some watches that are really good for what they are. And it really, I don't know them off by heart, but some, like a lot of their chronographs, they've got a new movement that they make, and they're really nice. Like they do a lot of Glassbox chronographs and others. You know, the Carrera, sorry, not the Carrera, the Monaco and stuff. Some of those are really nice. Some of the time-only ones or the time and date ones use a ETA movement, and to be honest, they're a bit expensive for what they are. So it really depends on the movement and the price. Tag Heuer are great watches, but some of them have got a movement in it that should cost about £800 to £1,000 for a complete watch, and Tag want 3 or 4 grand for it. You know, they're not worth it really. Doesn't mean they're bad. If somebody out there's got one, they look nice. I actually used to have one years ago that had the same movement in, but they are charging too much for what's inside. It's a bit like buying, like, I don't know, let's say Porsche. They sell 911s with Porsche engines in, and then they introduced like some, I don't know, 50 grand supercar or 50 grand sports car, but it didn't have a Porsche engine in it. It had an engine from a Skoda. Or a maybe that's not fair because Skoda are good, but some cheap engine from a Dacia Sandero. I didn't even see it, Uncle Food, but that seems like a fair assessment of where that was going. Would I wear a Bugatti watch? If you mean the Jacob & Co one, no. No, I wouldn't. I'd love someone to give me one and I'd sell it, but I think they're awful. Oggy, I'm not personally a big fan of Rotary, but Seiko are great. Am I a fresh spawn? No. The Dalai Lama likes working on watches and has a collection of them. Yeah, you wouldn't think he'd be that materialistic, would you? The Amiga Snoopy, isn't it a 50th anniversary, Steve? I think it's a 50th. You mean the silver Snoopy, right? The white dial with the blue. I agree. I think that's a 50th anniversary. There hasn't been a 60th anniversary of the Snoopy yet. This year is the 55th anniversary. That's how geeky I am about watches. I'm that guy. The Sandero, I'm not saying it's a bad car, but it's the one they used to take the piss out of on Top Gear, dude. So it came into my head. Nomos are decent. They're good watches. They're a bit Bauhaus looking. Obviously, you're German. You probably very much like that. I personally don't go a bundle on the Bauhaus design for a watch. I think it's a bit too plain. But Nomos do some really good stuff. Some of them are really quite funky with funky colours, but I don't like the kind of design of the dials normally. Personal taste. Have you ever been in a cockpit before? Only when the plane was stationary, like at an air show or something. Cows, I have no idea who they are, to be honest, dude, so I'm not familiar with the brand. I've seen some of the Grand Tour MB, yeah, more like the adventure-y ones, you know. Limited edition Seiko, is there such a thing? Every week there is such a thing, yeah. We're having a new limited edition. Why? Because it's the 15th week of the year. I don't think this dude will have dropped a gun, but I feel like it was worth the look. I think we're doing the right thing. I should have done it sooner, but... Hamilton are great. Okay, yeah, Hamilton are good. And they do coffee. Yeah, Christopher Ward look really, really good. Is anyone having issues connecting to a server? I'm not, but I'm on experimental. What do I think of the Loco? I wouldn't be a buyer, Del. If I was going to buy one of the Loco or the Bel Canto, I'd want the Bel Canto personally. I think it looks nice. I just don't really. I don't really want that kind of design personally. Like the Bel Canto works because of what it is, and it shows off the chiming mechanism and whatnot. That one, I like the way it's like done with the bridges all in a line down the centre and everything, but it doesn't really appeal to me personally. It's a little bit like something like an Armin Storm or something that's a lot more money, but a similar kind of design. I don't really like. I don't go a bundle on the way they look, but I like it. I think it's a cool thing. It's just not really for me, you know. And yeah, I agree. The back is better looking than the front. It's very. It's not an optimistic, but it's a very grand thing for a company like Christopher Ward. They really are doing a lot of cool stuff. They are making. They're much more innovative than nearly everybody else, pretty much. Oh, thank you very much. I'll have that. Why can I not put that back in there? Fucking idiot. Romeo, I don't really like smartwatches because they're a bit too.
Midnight 380 Waka
They're a bit too like my mum or something, you know. Like smartwatches are telling me off because I didn't sleep enough, or I didn't do enough steps, or I already have enough trouble with shit like that. They are really good for you, and they're really, if you're the right type of person, they're amazing. They're really good for your health. They're really good for you, but I just think it would be very bad for my mental health if I kept getting a lecture from my watch because I hadn't slept my regular 7 hours or whatever it might have been, you know. Lodenzo, at the moment, no, I don't play any other survival games because this one's the best one for me personally. You know, I quite like Deadside. Deadside's fun, but I haven't played it in a while, basically since I last was sponsored to play it. But I think it's fun. Scum, likewise, is a decent game, but I think Deadside is more fun to just pick up and have a go with. Ah, we're not at the right building. It's that one. In fact, no, it's not. Which one were we at? We shot from there, so there was a gap. Yeah, it's this one that the dude was at. He was on the top of that one. So I just need to check behind here and see if there's anything dropped. I don't think there will be. And then he did go... He was behind this house. I have to say, I ended up not wearing my Polar running watch for 6 months after my eldest was born. Every morning it was telling me I'd slept poorly like it was a fucking surprise to me. Yeah, it's... Maybe they had a shotgun? Where's the dude shooting me from? Are we even in the right place here? This is fucking weird. Am I going insane? Like, where's the house that I killed him in? It was these apartments, wasn't it? Yeah, I do have MVGs. I should start using them. So was I more over there? I don't remember there even being any more apartments over this way. So there's more apartments further back this way. They were over there, were they? I thought I could have sworn it was here. I'm not even in the right fucking place. Ah, it was the ones further... God almighty, I didn't even fucking realise it was over here. That shows how much... I'm even more surprised we got a kill over here, because these are even rarer to find someone. That's so stupid. I like the design of the new MVGs. There is a bug on experimental at the moment. The MVGs look different, obviously. They're more monocular now, but when you aim down sight and then un-aim down sight, it turns them off. Which is a bit of a pain in the bum. But anyway, it's a known bug. I do wonder if it might be inside there. I don't know. I think I left the door. Nice throw. Just going to move all this stuff. I just want to be doubly sure there's nothing under the ground. I am pretty certain there was no other gun. I think we're wasting our time, but while we're here, I might as well check. That other dude's like thrown me a curveball by saying the guy should have had an M4, and now I'm believing him. And I even saw that he had a big gun in his hand and the crossbow on his back. So I'm pretty sure there isn't anything else, but nonetheless. There has to be a quicker way of doing this. There has to be. What the fuck am I doing? He's not here now, is he? Just making sure. There's nothing there. How come we're moving stuff? Just in case, when this guy looked like he had way more gear than having no decent assault rifle. He had all sorts of bullets for assault rifles, but no assault rifles. So this is where the guy died, and I was just wondering if there was a chance it was maybe like half in the stairs or half in the wall. But I'm pretty certain we could see he didn't have a gun. But nonetheless, I'm here now, so I'm just double checking. I know, no, Belly, there was a dude in here earlier telling me you could do it, so I was like, it was a bit of a throwback to that, that's all. Like, there was somebody on YouTube literally adamantly shouting in capitals, you can put the NBC loot inside the NBC loot, and he wouldn't accept that you couldn't do it. It was just, yeah, it was kind of funny. So he also shot at me from here somewhere. This was the house. that he was shooting me from. I don't think it was a drivable Olga either, by the way. I don't think either of those are drivable. What if you hit the roof on his... No, it didn't kill him. I hit him in the helmet. You could see I hit him in the helmet because his helmet was damaged and his scarf or whatever it's called is that was ruined. So I definitely hit him in the head. But a pioneer to the head, even at closer range, if you're wearing a helmet and full health, you won't die. So his helmet saved him, and then I hit him again, and then the zombie finished him off, I think. Oh, well, that's good. We'll have the mushroom. I might even cook that, you know. If there's any more, like I was here for a while, the other dude was here for a while. There might be others as well, but... I hope this is good water. I think I might... So you can massively... I think it's like 6 or 7 times the calories at least if you cook it. You can massively increase the calories by cooking it. So I'm gonna cook it. Oh no, I'm gonna drink it though. I might as well. I'm gonna drink as much of the water as I can. Then I'll tip the rest away because baking it will give me more energy. If you'd hit the rifle, he'd been despawned. But, well, Corn Dog, on his back was a crossbow and in his hand was a long gun, so he didn't have one. You know, like, unless it was on his other shoulder or something like that and he was triple gunning, that's possible, which is what I was hoping for, but I don't think so. There's no way you can hit somebody's gun and hit them in the head, and I definitely did hit him in the head. Tell you what, MVGs on a properly night server are a thing of absolute beauty, aren't they? Well, I can't wear the sunglasses with them though. Oh. Boiling adds moisture, baking gives you more energy. We actually quickly looked at something, but if you bake it like this, you get more energy, and there seems no point trying to add moisture to it when I just drank all the water in the pot, you know? Circling back, 10 days of paid vacation in May. We are good to go, right? Holy shit, that's cool. I wish I had that. Wish I had that. You know, you don't. I know you're probably joking here, but you're fine. Your holiday request is accepted. You'll have to make the time up when you get back, though. Okay. This is where I hope that he really is joking and not being serious, just in case, because then I'm getting some kind of fucking lawsuit. Unfair employment practices for volunteers. Excuse me. Went back and checked, he didn't have an M4 on his back. Very good, thank you. There's no Coke in the game, Dave. They've changed the names. They're not product placements, so... Like, if you find a can of Pepsi, it's called Pipsy. I think Coca-Cola is called Not-a-Cola. So they don't use the brand names on purpose because it's it would cause them grief if they did. So I know this is annoying, but again, it's really, really good energy. I already checked the roof, die boy. There was nothing there. M4s do only spawn on the gas on official, but it doesn't mean there aren't a few knocking around. Like there's a few bases on official. People will have that stuff, you know. I've nearly got gas zone loot right now. This is quite thorough for me, but it's such a big difference. So just on the I'm just looking at the Wobo Tools thing on my phone, because he has some of the one pages from Asmondian. So let me just see if I can find mushrooms for a sec. Trying to find calories. I can't find it. Oh no, here it is. So the penny bun. Where's the penny bun? Penny bun, penny bun, penny bun. Got it. Oyster mushroom, wood, penny bun. There we go. So it's raw. It only gives you 30 calories, and baked it gives you 120 calories. So it's 4 times in the calories basically. So 30 calories is next to fuck all. It's still not that many, 120. It's not great. It's nowhere near as good as a single piece of meat. Like we were looking at deer the other day. A single piece of full deer is like 800 calories when it's cooked. So it's still not brilliant, but it's better. Like the difference between 30 and 120, obviously it's 4 times more, you know. Hi, and Ab, you right? Dude or dudette? Said on purpose, by the way, before you get funny. Happy Anzac Day to our Antipodean friends. Yeah, that monkey. Corn dog, yeah, I don't think it'd be worth risking making the fire if I didn't have this and the ability to just use it to cook it. Anything fun planned for the weekend? I've got the little one here. The big one's studying for her GCSEs. She's doing her GCSEs, her exams this year. So like starting in May, she's doing the exams. So the big one's staying at her mum's to carry on revising and working on her schoolwork. But I've got the little one here, so I've got my daughter here for the weekend. So I'm not sure what we're going to do yet, but I've got to be honest, we'll probably do whatever she wants, you know, like within reason. If she wants to go to the cinema, we'll do that. If she wants to do something else, we'll do that, you know, but we'll see. We'll see what she's up to. Sometimes we don't do anything. I'm not always like that. So, like, at the moment, she's not, like, when she comes, she can't stay at my house because I have no living room furniture. I have no dining table. I have no curtains in her bedroom, so she's going to struggle to sleep. So I'm going to pick her up and then she'll have to sleep at my mum's, her grandma's. And then I'll go and pick her up in the morning and we'll be out all day and whatnot. Then she'll have to sleep at my mum's again. So I've got a delivery for the living room furniture. Delivery date of May the 2nd, but whether I get all the stuff or not is another matter. But it's really frustrating. Like I've got this new house and like there's only one chair in the house and it's the chair I'm sitting on now. It's an office chair, right? So I've got no furniture yet, and it's such a frustrating thing. Yeah, I'm fairly close, Dubs. Not so far that it's a pain in the arse. but it doesn't just get more there. There is more calories in 100 grams of cooked deer than 100 grams of raw deer because there's less water in it. I'm talking about the game only, Jaco. I'm not talking about real life. In DayZ, you get way more calories if you cook the meat because it's actually part of the survival in the game. They've obviously massively exaggerated in the game. They've massively exaggerated it. Now, the calorific value of raw meat might be the same as or similar to cooked meat. Obviously, you might cook your meat in butter or oil, which is adding a bit, but the thing that's different about raw meat is that you can't digest it. Like, it's much harder for us to digest raw meat, so when you cook it, you unlock the calories for humans, in a way, right? That's the way to look at it, I guess, right? If you're trying to eat, like, raw... Right, for a start, raw chicken might fucking give you salmonella, but eating raw meat, you don't digest it very well. It's really hard for us to digest, and you don't get hardly any calories from it compared to cooked meat. So just look at it that way. Lol, living like a bachelor again. Not by choice. I just, like, oh, shit. Well, that seems a bit much. It's not that dark, is it? That's cool. Because I've got the NVGs down, when the battery dies, you can't see. I guess that's probably realistic, isn't it? You didn't used to be like that. They just used to switch off. So if you've got NVGs on and the battery dies, you're blind until you get another battery in or turn them off. Yeah, so I agreed to buy the house, and the same day I went and ordered the furniture, but furniture lag times are pretty big at the moment, so I'm waiting. Like, if you order like a sofa or a couch, they don't have them ready to go. They build them to order, so I've got to wait. Like, they said 8 weeks, but it's going to be more like 12. How did we live before we knew to cook? Gavin, that's why we were Neanderthals, dude. That's what they think. They think that... We did talk about this the other day, but we used to eat raw meat, but that's why our brains were small. That's why we... They believe that the the invention or the discovery of fire and then cooking food is what allowed our brains to start growing, because we were getting way more calories from our food than before. It's one of the things that allowed us to develop into what we are today, they believe. Yeah, Gavin, it went around the time of discovering fire. We were still living in caves and eating shit raw, and nobody was getting much energy, and everybody was getting... Nobody lived very long. We were all thick as pig shit, and I say we, obviously it's not us, but you know what I mean. The I keep saying invention. I guess it was more of a discovery, or the invention of how to start fire and control it, I suppose. But yeah, they reckon it was a massive step change for like development of Homo sapiens or whatever. Wow. You'd have to be brave to be looting the military base in this, wouldn't you? I love your content. You can't spell content, but you want to talk to me about theology. I love your content. You've capitalized the C and you've spelt it with an A. And yet you want to tell me that I'm way off with... wait, stop being one more just diluted person of the word. Surfer Mark, please fill me in on what you believe that I'm wrong about. Please enlighten me, Surfer Mark. And don't capitalise random letters in the middle of a sentence. It will really help your point. Have you got a favourite Moonswatch? I've got to be honest, Pally. I didn't mind the blue one, but I don't really like them. Marks was wearing one when I went to Prague last year with the DayZ guys, and it looked cool. To be fair, it was kind of cool. I can respect them, but I don't really like them personally. I'd buy a G-Shock. But Surfer Mark, where am I wide of the mark in believing that? You know, like, if you're just going to tell me that we're all created by a creator, then fine. But otherwise, what are you actually saying? What was wrong about how we used to live in caves eating raw meat, and then the invention of fire and being able to cook food massively advanced us? What do you believe is wrong with that? Come on. I need to know the meat and potatoes of it. And you're saying theology, and like I'm talking about from a time like what I don't understand. That's pretty good. Yeah, guys, don't jump on him. Leave him. I know I'm asking him questions, but we don't need to all jump on him. Let's not be horrible. I know I have been, but he was a little bit horrible to me in the way he expressed his opinion, I guess. So I'm giving him a similar kind of level back. But let's not all do it, because it gets a bit too much, you know, like. But you haven't countered it with facts, dude. What facts have you countered it with? I'm going to counter it with facts, which were basically you're a big poopy head that doesn't know what he's talking about. That's what your facts were.
Great, you are back. Greetings from Austria. Love you, bye.
There's mushrooms everywhere. I'm not stopping to cook that one. So I actually only came down here really just to see if there was a convoy, and there isn't. I would like to check those summer camp sheds. I would really like. I think I am going to quickly check. In fact, fuck it, let's go. I was thinking maybe we could get the 2x scope for the blaze, but oh fuck me. I think we ought to go up to the military base while it's night, because surely no one else is going to be there while it's this dark. But your point of view was that I'm a sheep for believing in science. You know, like, I don't understand. I don't really want to talk about religion, but it's absolutely possible there could be a religion, and there could be a god, and there could be a creator. And also we could have evolved from humans, because there is, like, fossilized proof of nearly every link. Like there's carbon dated fossils going back a long time, you know, like that's scientific fact. You know, it's not a theology. But there still could be a creator. I'm perfectly believable that there may well be one. I don't know. But I don't want us to stray into religion, which you're doing. But you're telling me that I'm a sheep You're telling me that I'm dumb for believing in like I'm not saying you're dumb. You can believe what you wish, but you're saying facts. Like you haven't got any facts. Like it's okay to believe it. I respect people that have faith. I do, but that doesn't mean that people that like I don't have faith in Darwinism. I can see fossils. I have faith that carbon dating is a real thing. You can't say you're dumb for not believing in my facts and then your facts are something you believe in. And you're more than... I respect your beliefs, fair enough, but they're not facts. Yeah, I was always going to go that way. I'm not helping by carrying on, but I'm probably just a little bit hooked on being called a pleb for believing in things that are kind of factual, and then being told that there's facts that disagree with it, and then they're kind of things you need to believe in, and there's thousands of different ones you could believe in. How do we get sick? It's only a cold. But yeah, I think maybe I'd best stop myself now because we're going down a rabbit hole we don't need to go in. Sorry, mods. I think I'll take the blame for this one. Where are we going here? I was thinking I had food. Oh, I've got meds. Let me take a med. Yeah, so we've been light blue for a while. I'm sneezing because of the cold, that's all. Matthew, some people sometimes say they've been unsubscribed, and it sucks if it's happened, but yeah, thank you, I presume, for resubscribing, but occasionally it does happen where people have been unsubbed and they didn't want to be unsubbed, and I've got no idea why, but yeah. I kind of want to get down there while it's still dark. I think I'm just going to go down. I might just quickly check a little bit of the roof. Thought I heard something then. I thought I heard someone, and I thought I heard someone rustling in a bush. I think it's just the wind blowing these. I think it is. We should be quick. Still going to keep them on for a minute, but we ain't got long until they're no use.
Do you still get that fight or flight feeling from DayZ?
Sometimes, yeah, absolutely. Sometimes I do. It depends on the scenario. God, it's annoying when they keep turning them off just to because you've meleeed a zombie. It's experimental. It's why they have experimental, so they can iron out bugs like that. You know, it's part of it, but it'd be nice if it was not doing it. Cheers for the support, Switch. Thank you very much. Ananab, thank you very much as well, dude. Switch, thank you. Ananab, thank you for the super chat. Quick, tell a crap dad joke. Yeah, that was probably a good idea. Don't have the stamina to vault up here. It's still not getting light yet. I would like to loot this before it gets light. It would. We've got a big advantage at the moment. Double barrel shotgun, no thank you. Because very few people on true vanilla like this have got NVGs, so we should try to make hay while the sun's not shining.
Hope you're well and settled into the new place, Paul. TRMZ love.
Hillian, thank you very much. Ananab, thank you for the gifted memberships. Pablo, thank you for the gifted sub. Andy A, thank you very much. And Hillian, thank you. Yeah, I'm doing alright. I'm settling in okay. Baby AK. I've got some bullets for that, haven't I? I think we might be saying goodbye to the blaze. Oh, fucking hell, they're tracers. I'll just keep the other ones. I'm fed up of carrying the shotgun shells, to be honest. I think we might ditch them. Still thinking about raiding the base that I don't even know exists. There's not many zombies here, is there? Oh god, that needs a lot of fixing. Just the tip, yeah, I skip the 9x39 because by the time you get to a place where you can find the VSS or AS Val and find it reliably, there's normally been many chances to get a better gun, so I don't bother. They're fun to use, especially if you can get a 30-round mag, but they're not the best gun in the world, you know. Like, they're fine, but I'd much rather an M16 or an AK-74 or probably an AKS-74, you know. They're not the best guns. They're fine, but you only find the ammo like places like this, and it's so much harder. There seems to be less ammo of it. So I know I've found a few little bits here and there, the odd stack of 5 and 12 and a mag with 12 in it there was, but it's much harder to keep one of those going in the long term. You always seem to be chasing your tail trying to keep an AS Val or a VSS on Chernarus or Livonia or whatever, and it's not... The AS Val doesn't spawn on Chernarus anymore. They took it out on official, so you can actually only get a VSS on Chernarus. The AS Val is exclusive to to Livonia if you're playing official. So there's only a VSS on the server. There's no AS Val if you're playing vanilla, and it just ain't very good. Obviously, there's a Vicar as well, but likewise, there's so many guns I'd rather have than it. That one's not going to need fixing. I fucking knew it. I knew that would happen. I absolutely knew it, and I still did it anyway. There has to be I'm really struggling for space, and I really am. I'm going to have to start dropping some shit. I think it's too bright now. It must be daylight, right? Yeah, it is. The Vicky and the VSS and the S-Val, they're all very fun to use, but before I can get one and a 30 round mag, I've always had the chance of an M16 or an AK-74, you know. At Tissy, you can get AKMs now, and drum mags at the airfield as well, you know, like, there's so many better guns. It's just not that important of a gun. It's not worth carrying the rounds for how often you're ever going to use one. And I carry all the rounds, you know, I carry everything. I carry way more than I need. And even I'm struggling to find a reason to carry it, which means you kind of know, you know it's a bit excessive, you know? Yeah, the AK's on semi. I switched to the other one and I didn't put it on full auto. Oh. I thought that didn't happen. It did just happen there, didn't it? It must have been the angle I was at. But anyway, I tried to melee that zombie. I can't melee the zombie because I've not got enough stamina. Tried to melee it with the butt of my the thing of my pistol. I couldn't do it. No stam. That's a leather jacket. Getting rid of the leather jacket would actually be a wise move. I ought to have taken the TTSKO that we saw. I need to change my jacket because the leather jacket's heavy and I'm not wasting a leather kit repairing it if I get a leather kit. Can you use the M79 nades without the M79? As a base raid, yes, you can drop like a bundle of M79 grenades on the ground and then unpin a grenade, drop it on top and run away. And they'll all explode. So you can use it in that way, like chaining them. You can also do something like this if you wanted to. It'd be really risky, but you could drop one there. And then you could, like, I don't know, like wait till someone opens the door and throw a grenade from here that would then chain both of them and both would explode. Or you could stay further back and shoot it, but shooting it's probably lower percentage. But it's actually possible to chain. If you had enough, you could like leave a little line of them all a couple of meters apart and then shoot the first one and then they would all explode up to the barrack door just as it opened or something if you wanted to. Apparently... that's possible at at the boat on Deer Isle, if you're not careful, like there's a lot of grenades at the end game of Deer Isle on the aircraft carrier. I've even heard tell of some noob accidentally shooting a grenade and then it setting off a chain reaction and exploding the whole room. But thankfully we won't have to worry about that kind of thing. Quinton, thank you very much for the support. Yeah, I may have once blown myself up after nearly 20 hours of adventuring questing on Deer Isle, only to kill myself by firing a second RPD bullet into a grenade, and that was so. It's not like I ended a 4-part video with it or anything. It's not like I had I had like a 4-part YouTube series that came out over 4 weeks that culminated in me blowing myself up. I never would have done that. That would be just disgraceful, wouldn't it? I think it was the 4-parter that was the one I blew myself up in. I think it was. We couldn't have found a better jacket with the outfit we've got.
That's a real grenade. After 39 months, your content is still a good laugh. Keep up the great work.
Why do I keep the sunglasses? I don't really need them, but they are actually useful. And you can't use... When it's sunny, you definitely don't need to use NVGs. So there is actually an occasion where sometimes it's nice to be able to drop the NVGs in your bag and wear the sunglasses so you're not getting sun glare. So for now, I'm going to keep them. And I'd rather they were the tactical goggles. And there's another reason as well. Obviously, if I happen to find one of the tactical helmets, I think they are, that take the that take the NVG directly on the helmet, whatever it's called. I always forget. You know the one I mean. The one that takes the NVGs, right? If I find one of those, then I can wear the sunglasses at the same time, can't I? Oh, shit. I ran out of breath. The tickle-tuckle goggles. Tickle-tuckle. Oops. Oh, how the fuck did I do that? Sorry, guys. I managed to Alt-Tab then somehow, and I honestly don't know what magic I used to make that Alt-Tab there, but I did it. So I just dropped the other suppressor to make a bit of space, and now my suppressor has gone to damage, like, straight away. Don't you worry about the NVGs getting damaged by zombies when keeping them on their head. No. I have an electrical repair kit anyway, so I could fix them. But no, it's very rare, dude. Like, is this the same life with the bear trap? Yep. What do you think about the lab server? I've never played it, dude. It's more of a heavily modded one, which is great if you want it, but it's probably more modded than I played.
68. Dude. You know what next month is?
I'm not so sure on the number, but I think the view's not great. Sanil, thank you very much for the support. I'm a legend, thank you. Skin, thank you for the Prime. Blaine, thank you for the gifted sub to Quack Attack. Dolly, thank you very much. I don't like the Splintstones, but Abba Dabby do. Oh my god. Thank you for that, Dolly. Sorry it took me a while to read it. I've got to be honest, I feel bad that I did read it. Hillian, cheers for the support once again. What do you miss from Legacy DayZ the most? Not a lot. Really not a lot. I really much prefer this version of DayZ. I'd have to really think of being able to catch rain in a drinking container. I miss that. I know a lot of people miss the bow. I don't really care about the bow, but a lot of people do. So I could say the bow just because other people want it. Yeah, Broken Arms. That's a really good shout. Broken Arms is a good one. Can we rename the M79 Gold Tops to Yorkshire Golds?
67 more to go.
I like that. Yorkshire Golds. Oh, is this a convoy? No, it's not. It's just the one. There's a zombie as if the convoy was here. That's not even a military zombie. That's just one that strayed from the usual spawn area. Nice. It's actually not any different. The helmet I just put on, it's not better or anything. It just looks better. Have you tried PlayZ yet? I'm probably not going to try PlayZ, dude. I don't like the medical system. I get asked that every day, and I know it's really popular, but I don't like the medical system, so I'm probably not going to try it. It's not really my thing. I really like a lot of the looks of it, and I'm not... it's just not for me because I can't stick the medical system. I don't play in 10s and like one or two of the other servers because of the same medical system. Chernarus is really growing on me. Why am I hearing the darkness right now? I'm not going to try and sing it like that hype, like Justin does from the darkness, but Chernarus is an amazing map. It is the OG map without a doubt, but not everybody likes it, but I definitely do. Bit of a shame we only got 2, isn't it? We have to take it though. We have to take it and scoff it. Do you like intense? Like I say, I don't like the medical system heroes. I really get why people like it. It's just not for me. Why don't they have cloudy nights where it's pitch black or a bright moon? They do actually have that, Lord, but on first person it's still really dark. There is still light from the moon and you actually get shadows in the dark, but by design the devs wanted it dark in first person. They wanted it dark, so even on a lighter night it's still dark. Even if the moon's out or otherwise, you can get a bit of light from the moon, but the moon's not out. It's very rarely a full moon, like a couple of times a month, right? If you go out into a forest, away from all light, and the moon's at like I don't know, a crescent moon, let's say, you can barely see the ground at your feet in the real world. Like, it's dark at night. And DayZ are trying to go for that vibe, you know? Do you like stalking people? Only if they don't catch me. Oh, you meant in-game. In-game, yeah. It's kind of fun sometimes if you can... What I probably enjoy more is when I'm just behind someone and I'm trying to fathom out, like Sherlock Holmes, like what they've got and what they're doing and how many there might be and where they are. I really love that. Like, sometimes you'll hear a distant shot. Oh, I've just seen a player go into that house. When you hear a distant shot, and then you're able to, like... Oh, I think that was just one shot. They're probably hunting. And then you're able to work out where they've gone and like, oh, if they've hunted here, they'll probably go here to cook, kind of thing. I love that. And then you go to where you think they're going to cook and they've got... This dude's really good.
TRMZ left.
I can't shoot at him when he's moving because I've only got one shot. Obviously I can reload, but... Got to come up the hill a little bit. If he goes to the well, it would be perfect. Can't even see the world from here. Oh, fuck me. I really don't want to shoot at a running target here. It could be all kinds of just terrible. Oh, fuck me. He's only on con and I can't see him. Oh, thank you. That was really, really, really close. I didn't think I could, if I went right, I'd be able to see him. That is cool. You're saying push, push, push. We're told there'd be no way to get near enough. Like, he's dead now, I'm sure of it, but there'd be no way to get near enough. If the going to the right might have worked, but there would be nothing else I could do. Like, you're only on con for like that amount of time. Like, what, 6-7 seconds tops? Oh my, he's got a DMR!
That was great.
He's only got DMR mag, but my god, that is cool. I want to get somewhere that's a little bit safer. This is hopefully safer, but it's a bit of a fucker to go run around and do it. But I'm going to just do this. Oops. Not ruined his backpack, which is kind of cool because I'll be able to take this bag. It's got more space than my bag. I was saying I didn't want to shoot at a running target, but then he was just going slowly in exactly the right direction, you know, so I was able to do it. So he actually has a plate carrier and a chainmail jacket as well, so just shows how powerful the VS is now. Like, sorry, the VS89, like that. It's the most powerful gun for knocking players unconscious in the game, even more so than the. I don't know why I've gone this way this time. It's even more so than the DMR or any other gun, the Tundra or whatever. It'll on-con players from further away. I think the second shot hit him in the head when he was waking up. I think the ranging probably sent the shot a bit higher. I think I hit him in the head. I'm not going to pretend like I absolutely meant that, but nonetheless, I'm happy to take it. This dude's got lots of stuff. Like, lots and lots of stuff. He's got an SV98 mag. Oh, my word. I'm going to have to triple gun because I've got to take the DMR. He didn't have any food, but we should be alright. Exactly. Selfish bastard didn't have any food, did he? Right, I think we can drop the... I'm going to drop the gas zone stuff and just go for... We don't need to go to a gas zone. We've got other missions now. Like, fuck the gas zone. We've got to try and find a DMR mag. Probably should be quite quick. I need to go and get some food. I can always fish, but I'd rather not. I haven't got the fishing stuff, but I can obviously make the fishing stuff with his dead body. PSO scope, that goes on the new SVD. Oh yeah, we got the chicken. I should eat the chicken, shouldn't I? I never had time to eat it before because we saw the guy just after I'd cooked the chicken. I'm sitting here dying with some chicken on me that I couldn't see it. Couldn't eat it before because it was still hot, wasn't it? There's been a lot of geared dudes around. That's cool. Been a good day so far, I have to say. Very good. Especially since after the first hour, I just got KOS'd on the edge of Gorka. That was a shitter, but been alright since then. Okay, can I... There's really not enough there. I have to take the water out, I think, don't I? Jinxie, yeah, I got them all from a dead dude. But I picked up a few grenades, to be fair, but switched them for other explosives. I'm kind of I'm on a server that's going to have bases here and there. I'm thinking if I see one, I'll try and raid it. That's the idea, anyway. Probably won't work out that way. Could eat the rotten tomato now you've taken a med. I could do. It probably won't do a great deal, but you're right, I could do. Does the ACOG go on the DMR? It would do, yeah. It will save a bit of space. Right, I think we're good to go. That'll do. I am sick, so that didn't work. Like that 6 symbol is from the tomato, so that eating the tomato with vitamins is not guaranteed. It should also cure me as well, though, so I'm not particularly worried. The vitamins will help me get rid of it. Right, do you want to come this way? She didn't have no food. Well, that was good. That's my favourite kill of today. I have to say, he was the most geared as well. He was very, very geared. So somewhere that dude's found a convoy and he's absolutely creaming his pantaloons, like coming this way hoping to find a DMR. And now he's back on the coast smarting, and I don't blame him. Don't blame him one bit. Why are you not eating the chicken in the inventory? I already did, Jojo. You may be a little bit behind, but yeah, I've eaten it. I did forget, though. But the reason I was not eating it was quite simple, though. I was... Oh, shit. That was really bad. Look, that's cleared my stomach. So that was dumb. Whoever said eat the tomato, you get a smacked bum for leading me astray. Smacked bum for you, okay? So the energy I've just got from the chicken is gone because I threw it up. You may need Tetra now. Yeah, I think the vitamins will do the job. It's okay. The vitamins just top out my immune system. I'll get rid of it. I'm not particularly worried, but we're not going to be generating health now. Regenerating health, I should say. Fuck me. Ah, there's a lot more space in there. There we go, that's made me more space. I'm just thinking about the animal I'm eventually going to hunt to get me some food. Oh god, this could be really bad if I... Well, we know the other dude only just arrived in the town. I'm just going to check a few houses myself. I need some food. Don't eat rotten vegetables. There you go. They've changed it. They've made it... I did know that they'd changed it, but I didn't think it was that extreme. So I'm basically going to be sick until the vitamins... Well, the vitamins won't cure me, but they're maxing my immune system, which should allow me to heal. Tales from the Berg. Dude, you should stop vomiting. It's making you die. Good shout. Have you ever considered a career in medicine? You can eat it slow, but like unknown food. Funky, are you thinking that that's how it was before they changed it so that you can't even eat unknown food slow anymore, dude? It makes you sick now, as of 127. That's the way it was. It's not anymore. Yeah, the dude had rope on him. He would have had rope in him as well, wouldn't he? But I'm just going to carry on for now. I don't want to fish. I'm going to... There's normally a whole host of animals around here. I'll just keep my ears open for another animal. There are usually animals around the barn or just a little bit further over. There's often boar in the field the other side as well. Captain Mojo, the 6 symbol comes up. Yeah, that's right. But if you try and do that with veg, I'm pretty sure you just throw up. I'm pretty sure you do.
Is that bad now you're having to offer dominatrix spanking sessions? Bit of a niche market.
I like the way she says niche. Obviously in the UK we'd say niche, but I'm sure Robot Lady America Land says Freedom Land. Freedom Robot Lady says niche, which I'm sure is correct. Cheers, Ananab. Thank you for the super chat. Is food going to make you throw up now? It possibly would have done if I'd have to eat it very slowly, but I've already cured it, so I won't be sick again. So no germ symbol. The vitamin did the trick. So I wasn't particularly worried about the illness. I am a little bit worried about the fact that I ate the chicken and didn't get any of the chicken because of Mr. Tobacco. Pate on the shelf. Was there pate on the shelf? Okay, I'll have a check back. Cheers. We definitely do not say it like that. The T is silent. There's no T in niche. N-I-C-H-E. The T is silent. It's also invisible. Sorry. Where's the pate then? I don't see no pate. Oh, fuck that. I don't see no pate. Let's go. It's probably in a different house and it's just delayed, but we'll just carry on. Yeah, it says the same, pronounced the same, is it, Eli? Okay, cool. Niche. I've never heard of an invisible and silent T, Defo. I think you've just invented a new one there. That's cool. Dusty, thank you for the resub. Axis Hunter, Funeral Face, thank you both as a resub. Dark Crow, thank you for the bits. Plumber Man, thank you. Chance Fam, Sanil, thank you as well. Cheers for the support, guys. Right, just want to come up to the hill a little bit to give me the best chance to spot the aminal. There's normally aminals up here. That's annoying that I threw up after eating the chicken, but it'll be alright. English is not my first language, leave me alone. What's the origin of the word niche? It can't be English, can it? What's the origin of the word niche? Let's flummox him in the fact that it's not even an English word. Niche, I feel like niche might be French, but I could be wrong. There's often boar on this hill. Today needs to be the day. It is French. Oh, okay. So I think DMR mags are tier 4, I think. So it's either Tissy or Tricresta or the airfield C-130 kind of area. Also, the tents at the airfield, both the tents on the north part of the airfield and the tents just by the ATC, they're tier 4 as well. I only know that because of Wobo's video, but I do know that because of his video. Maybe might get a Zagorki Devar down at the summer camp, I guess. Or another convoy, yeah, where the dude got this from. How cool would it be if one of these buildings had a base and we could raid it with all these grenades that Jinxie thinks we shouldn't carry? Not quite what you said, Jinxie, but... No, I'm not sharing a lot about my struggles, but do you have any advice? Penny for your thoughts. I think if you're down, alcohol is the last thing you should have, dude. Is the honest truth. I was drinking in February. Obviously, I'm having or having not the best of times, obviously relationship wise and whatnot. And if you're having a bad time and you're turning to alcohol, it's not a good thing. It's more of a depressant. It doesn't help. So, as it's easy to say and harder to do, but if you're not having a good time, alcohol only makes it worse. That's the truth, isn't it? You know. Kind of annoying to use this at the moment. Do you think some of the niche guns like the Pioneer will be... Go away! The niche guns like the Pioneer will be picked up more now that there is a more usable long-range scope available with them. I think they'll be used in exactly the same way they were before. I don't think the Pioneer will be a gun people choose to use, but just like before, the Pioneer or the SSG... Well, not the SSG, but the Pioneer... Same with the SSG and the CR527. You use them until you get something better. I think it'll be the same. You know, I don't think it'll make any difference. And I got a kill on a pretty decently geared guy earlier today with the Pioneer, but if I'd found something better, I'd have used that. You know, like I think that's the way it will still be. You're kind of dying, mate. Oh, dude, it's just as well you told me. I was just having fun shooting the Zeds. Bro is so hungry, if he doesn't find food, it's over. Dylan, you're worrying a bit much right now. If in 25 minutes I've not found food, start worrying. But right now, we're okay. It takes an hour to die from full health. Unless you also start dying of thirst or dying of cold or getting hit by zombies
55
loads or
months.
something like that,
Great
you know.
entertainment. It feels as
I've
it
got
was
plenty of
yesterday I
time.
stumbled across your channel and got hooked. Keep on running TRMZ.
Blobby, thank you very much. Senshis, thank you very much as well. What is the best thing to do when you are depressed? Well, that's different for everyone, but like I'm no expert, right? Consider me like an agony uncle for right now, but drinking doesn't help. It certainly makes it a lot worse the next day. And if you're really properly depressed, drinking just makes you dwell more on the thing that made you depressed, if there is a thing. Like, say it's a relationship breakup. Some people have just depression, right? But if you're going through a hard time with a relationship, alcohol is going to compound that, not make it worse, right? Sorry, not help it. It's going to make it worse. For sure. So you do other things. You get yourself out. You go for a walk. You whatever you do. You know, you go and get some wildlife. You go and put on a show that you like or whatever. You do the typical man thing of making yourself so busy you don't have time to think about the depressed thing for a while. Not that necessarily the real solution, but it might help in the temporary. You know, like if you get yourself so busy you don't have time to think, you won't have time to think, will you? You know, but drinking gives you too much time to think. But yeah, if it's like relationship stuff, you just start getting healthier yourself. You start trying to make yourself feel positive about you. That's the best thing you could do, I suppose. Once again, I am no expert. I fuck up. I make mistakes, certainly in relationships. Cheers, Blobby, Senshi, sorry, Ananab, thank you. Not even a Zagorki bar. We are going on a bit of a run now where there won't be a great deal of chance of finding food. I'm going to change tact. I'm going to go this way. We could go up the hill to Starry Yar, but I think I'm going to go this way. I hate to say that it looked like GG's. So people are so quick to worry about being starving. Like, I'm not even bothered at the moment. At this stage, it's like I'm not even starving. Now, if I go yellow, I'm going to start being more worried. But I'd say I'm at least 10 minutes away from going yellow. I'm not even worried right now. I've got a cooking pot with a gas cylinder. If I see any chicken or rabbit or deer or goat or sheep, I can literally cook it where it died. You know, I'm not worried in the slightest. Could fish in that pond. I'm not fishing. If I was going to fish, I'd have done it already. I turned down the fishing. I'm doing other things. There's a little village this way where I'm sure there'll be a chicken or two or something. Play guitar for depression. It helps me. Yeah, but what if you can't play the guitar and then it just makes you really angry? Because that's what it would do to me. I can only play the one-eyed flute. Paul, do you watch F1? I didn't at the weekend because I was streaming when it was on, but I do when I can, yeah. I still think, this is me hoping more than thinking, but I think it's between the McLarens, and I actually think Lando will win the title, but Piastri is looking more and more likely with every passing race at the moment, but we'll see. I think Piastri might be quicker than Lando, in which case he's probably going to win the title, but we'll see. So in this town here, there'll be zombies. There'll be opportunities to get food on the zombies and in the houses as well. I can already see a closed door. Where are you going? Which means it hasn't been looted for a while. The one problem with trying to find canned food or food in houses here is that it's much less likely here. Like, canned food spawns more on the coast on Chernarus and less here. Oh, great. Greenhouses are a good place, though. We might get, like, rice or honey or something in there. Shit. Really can't afford to get hit by Zeds very much. I'm still trying to melee with my gun, even though I've got no stamina to melee with my gun. Well, that's a good find. No plus symbol on the zombie, so no loot inside. Fucking compass, what a load of shit. There could be fruit at the trees, but only if players have been around for a while. I've only just got here, so fruit at trees is an unlikely option right now. I'm actually surprised that we haven't heard an animal. There's normally quite a few animals around here. And there we have it. What's that? Cat food. Not ideal, but it'll help for now.
Take it easy, pal. TRMZ Whiskey-mans.
Drive, dude. Thank you. I hope you'll do the same as well. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Take a vitamin pill. What? Cat food doesn't make you sick like unknown food does. I don't think it does. You can still eat cat food. I'm pretty sure unknown food gives you the germ symbol. I don't think cat food does. Hi Ariana, hope you're good.
Hey.
Why did I expect that to be a hey, wake up? What was that? Was that from Discord? No, it was TeamSpeak, wasn't it? Hey, wake up. Angar, thank you. Hey, wake up. Electric, thank you very much for the 7 months as well. Cheers for the support, dude.
Wishing you the best.
Right, there we go. That's that. So we've had one can of... you know what? I'm just going to fix the boots. They've been damaged for a while, so let's fix them now. Cat food is OP, 3 hours up for a while. It's not bad. I don't find it as good as like Tackback or something, but yeah, it's alright. Amanu, thank you again. Cheers for wishing you the best. You too, dude. Thank you. Right, stomach full. The one thing you absolutely have to do with cat and dog food, when the stomach full symbol comes up, you have to stop immediately because, unlike most other food, it seems to make you chunder like straight away. If the stomach full symbol comes up and you have a little bit more, you're likely to chuck it up. I really should have gone for that CR75 pistol, shouldn't I? There's been more bullets. I'm running out of bullets for the 1911, but I didn't. I'm not going back now. Fuck it. Even though I am going back, I'm not going to fuck around looking for it. Where are all the cats? I don't know. On their way to St. Ives? Right, love. Fuck me. Does heating up canned food increase its calories? No. It's only things that can actually be cooked, like any of the vegetables, any of the like raw meat and stuff like that. Anything that can actually be cooked. Yeah, if you'd muted in TeamSpeak and then your buddy was like, like maybe you died and your buddy didn't, and you're like, I'm gonna mute. You'd let me know when you're done, and then you'd be muted for ages, and then you'd forget, and then all of a sudden you'd hear, "Hey, wake up! Hey, wake up!" over and over again. Or worse, if you happen to be a streamer and then a load of people found your Discord, sorry, your TeamSpeak, they would appear and then start spamming you like. That happened once upon a time. Hey, wake up! Over and over again. Why do you keep the SV and DMR? I don't have the DMR's mag, so the DMR isn't really usable right now, but it's better. The SV98 is amazing, but the DMR is rarer and better, so mainly because of it being 20 rounds in a mag and semi-automatic, right? It just makes it a better gun, so basically, the SV98 is amazing, and I'd like to try and get a few kills with it, but what we're doing is gradually going to loot our way towards... See, that didn't give me that much energy. I don't think that was crazy good, but we're just looting our way towards where we can find mags for the DMR and then drop the SV98 is what we're up to.
2 years ago, and what helped me was to work as much as I could, then play video games. Just trying to distract myself as much as possible. I hope everyone heals from what they are going through. TRMZ.
Thank you, Defiant. And it's certainly what I did when I split up with my ex-wife. I did exactly... I used to work Monday to Friday, stream in the evenings. I did a 24-hour stream on the weekend when I didn't have the kids. I don't think it's really a good idea.
More entertaining than these meetings I've been in.
All you're doing is delaying whatever you're dealing with, but sometimes time can help, and that's a way to buy some time, I suppose, you know? So weird that it doesn't do the sound sometimes. I didn't think I was doing it right then. Unknown food doesn't give heavy metal poisoning, Blaine, but it can make you sick. I haven't been eating the unknown food. Apparently you can still do it, but like you certainly can't eat rotten vegetables now without throwing up, so you need to be a bit more careful than you used to.
To the OG. Love you, bye.
By Pedal Earth Roma, thank you for the super chat. Oh no, that was a different one. By Pedal, thank you as well. You're much more entertaining than these meetings I've been in. I did hear that come through, dude. Well, hopefully the meetings are over for the day now. Thank you. Riverside, hope you're good. To the OG, love you, bye. Dude, thank you. All the platonics, dude. Thank you. Love you, hi. How many kinds of illness now are on the... John, I don't know off the top of my head. There's a few. There's a few. You get sick if you drink... You get cholera if you drink dirty water. You get salmonella if you eat with bloody hands. or if you eat raw food. You get gas poisoning if you go in the gas thing for any length of time. If you bandage with an unclean rag, you get an infected wound, and if you let it go to further stages, it effectively becomes like blood poisoning. What else is there? There's others, surely, but there's more than you kind of realise.
Like prescription, hookers and coke.
What was the other thing that was in here that what was the other thing that was in there? It was a PSO1 scope, and oh, it's gone on the AK. That's why it keeps doing it. I'm going to drop the PSO1 scope, save a bit more space. Yeah, Kuru's another one. Obviously, you can get a cold from just being cold, even though that's not necessarily real. There's cold and influenza in the game. You can get pneumonia as well, so if you get a cold, it can progress onto influenza, and if you don't treat it and you stay cold and you don't do anything about it, it can then progress onto pneumonia, and that's pretty deadly. So that's another set, isn't it? There's 3 there. Cold into flu into pneumonia. That's the new PSO6, Fizz. Yeah, I know, but I'm not going for an SVD on this life. I've used the PSO6 a little bit on Sakal. I'm trying to use the new marksman rifle, which I've got on this. That's new. Mil-dot scope, very lovely. Well, it's a really nice scope. 10 times scope on an SV98 and a DMR is fucking OP. You don't catch a cold from being a cold. No, it's a myth. You don't actually catch a cold just because you are cold. The reason we catch colds more in cold weather is because we tend to be in close confined spaces with other people a lot more because it's cold, and so it's more, the colds are more transmissible. Big Pipe, I don't agree with you at all. It sucks the devs are so money hungry. No, I don't agree. I think the fact that they're still updating the game from 2013 is a positive. I think they've only sold 2 DLCs in the history of the game. Like there's been 2 DLCs in 10 years, and you call it a money hungry. I think that's horseshit. And I don't think modders are adding a new scope every 5 minutes. Most of the stuff they're adding is... modders do an amazing job, by the way, but it's not like they create a scope from scratch. They just drag it in from armor, you know? Like, the devs don't want every scope from armor in. Modders do some amazing things, especially people like map creators. I'm not talking them down, but most of the modders are just adding a scope or a gun from another file in another version of armor. They're not making that thing from scratch. They're not making that thing from scratch, dude. That's not... They're not taking... They're taking something that DayZ have allowed them to use and adding it to the game. Tomato on the shelf. I think it was a tomato timer. But no, I don't agree. I don't think they're money hungry, dude. If they were money hungry, they'd have jacked it in and just focused on the next game by now. Yes, they've done well on console sales. They've done well on DLC, but they've been updating the game with a small team of devs for... Like, the game came out years ago. I think they're doing all right. I think it's a bit rich to call... Like, they sold a lot of the copies of the game in 2013, you know? Like, they're still updating it now. I only started to care recently. Big Pipe. I think that's nonsense, but you're entitled to your view. I just disagree. I've followed DayZ's development for a very, very long time, and I might label some criticism towards Bohemia's Door. In fact, I definitely would. But I don't think the devs have done too much wrong. I think the devs are pretty smart people working very, very hard trying to keep the game going with next to no dev team, you know. for a long time there was way less than 10 people working on the game, you know, like they just kept it ticking over with an incredibly small team. I think Bohemia were kind of backing out of DayZ, and then it took off and got better thanks to all sorts of reasons, especially modders and community hosters and lots of different other people. But I think Bohemia were gradually reversing away from supporting DayZ, and then it became more popular than they were expecting, and they've supported it a bit longer and a bit more than they thought they would, you know. But the devs have been keeping the game running on a shoestring, like a tiny amount of people trying to keep the game ticking over. So when you say the DayZ devs, you really should say Bohemia, not... Like, just take, for example, the game launched painfully early. When it went 1.0, it wasn't ready. It didn't have the SKS. The game was a complete mess. But they had to call it 1.0 so they could sell it on PlayStation. And maybe the game would have folded if they hadn't made that decision. We don't get to see those kind of information. We don't know. We don't know what situation they were in financially. But they pushed to sell it on console and called it 1.0 long before it was ready. But the DayZ devs didn't do that. Bohemia made them do it. You know, they don't have the choice. Say, take Sakal, for example. It came out in in October last year. It wasn't quite ready, but the devs didn't release it then. Bohemia choose when they release things, and the devs have to make it to a deadline. That's the way it is. You know, like they pushed it earlier than it was really ready, but it's not like Sumrak is deciding when the sales release is. Bohemia make him release it when they want it sold, you know. I've had enough now, Big Papa, though. I've got hooked on this far too long. I think your opinion is junk. It's okay. Your opinion is still valid. I just don't agree with it. I think we could just end it there, though. Sorry. You're more than entitled to your view. I don't see it your way. So where am I going to go for that? I don't really want to go to Tissy. Tissy's really good for tier 4 loot. And I tell you what we could do. We could check for the convoy south of Tissy. But what I'm trying to do, I want to get a DMR mag, but I don't want to go to Tissy because I hate Tissy solo. I always die. It's fucking horrible. I think I might check the convoy spawn on the south edge of Tissy and then maybe do West Tricresta. Maybe do the airfield after Tricresta if we haven't got a DMR mag from there. Why didn't I take the bullet from the Tundra? Because I've got an absolute shed load of bullets. I've got loads. Normally I would, but I've got loads and I'm triple gunning and I just couldn't be fucked to stop and wait for a bullet or two. John, thank you. Cheers for the kind words. John Weaver on the YouTubes. Brigade Burrito. Cheers for the 27. Stormy. Hookers and Coke. Well, that's one way to go, Stormy. Hope you're good, dude. Cheers, Stormy, dude. I'm not going to Tissy. I'm going to go south side of Tissy, but I'm not going to it. There's a couple of convoy spawns we can check, and then I'm going to head towards Tricresta, I think. Heroes Wrath, do you ever run with mates or stay solo? So at the moment I've not been doing team ups because I've just moved house and I wasn't really able to stream to a regular schedule. I'm now kind of set and I have a regular schedule, but I am tending to... Last week on Friday I teamed up when I did a charity stream in December raising money for dementia research, Alzheimer's Research UK.
28 months of running together.
And as part of that, if you donated to the charity a really large amount, £1,000, you could play with me on stream for a day. And I'm starting to do those, so I'm doing the charity team ups at the moment. I did one on Friday last week. The next one is Tuesday the 29th of April, which is only 5 days away. So I'm going to be trying to play those. So people I've never played with before, and kind of interesting streams, but I've got about 10 of those to do, so I'm trying to get those done at the moment. Scarecrow, I think you do sometimes get cheaters on experimental, but I feel like there's less. I don't know. I don't think I've encountered a cheater on experimental this patch, but I feel like I have done in the past. Yeah, guys, the dude that's got the incendiary opinion on DayZ, if you all jump on him, he's going to keep replying, so everyone needs to drop it, not just him, you know? Just stop atting him and, like, baiting the bull, you know? Like, it's no point. I don't even know how to shadow ban someone on Twitch. I don't even know how you would do that. I have no idea. We don't do shadow bans on my stream anyway. I can see a few people talking about it. I don't do shadow bans. You're either in or you're banned. There's nothing else. There's not, you think you're in there but no one's able to see your messages. You're either in the chat or you break the rules and you get banned. That's all there is. There's no shadow banning. Am I banned? No. No. You should be, though. I think that is true. I think I've just seen that. I think Twitch sets shadow bans automatically. I see it very rarely. But we do see it occasionally. Let's say, for example, someone calls in and they're called Sledgehammer Number 9, and they say a load of racist shit and get banned. And then, I don't know, 20 minutes later, Sledgehammer Number 10 starts trying to talk in the chat. His message will also already be it won't show, because Twitch know that it was a recent ban and they've just created a new account. So they'll just automatically hide it to try and prohibit whatever crap they're going to say that got them banned in the first place, right? So Twitch do that, but we don't. Mendrick, okay, like, not really an exciting topic, like, really, dude. So I don't really want to get involved in the drama of things. Like, the rules are fairly straightforward. Basically, the rules in most people's chats are don't be a douche. Pretty much. There are rules, but it's no big deal. Hi, Maesters. Hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. Twangy, thank you very much for the new sub. Alice Santander, thank you for the 28. And Brigadier Burrito, cheers, dude. Thank you. Those chickens really did fuck all, did they? This is going to do F all too, because I'm not going to mess around cooking it. Romeo, I've no idea how it works. No idea. With the recognising someone's account thing. I've no clue. Krang, yeah, you'll have to forgive me for this one, but that's a topic I really don't want to get into. I'd rather force my scrotum through a colander. What if I got banned from DayZ? What would you play? Why would I get banned from DayZ? There's no way I'd get banned from DayZ, Shabazz. There's just no way. There's no chance. But I guess if I got banned from every server somehow, I don't know what. I think the question probably is more likely, what if DayZ stopped being, like, all the servers closed? There's no way I can get banned because there's nothing I do to possibly get banned. But I know what you're really meaning is what happens if there's no DayZ, which is more likely. I think I'd probably end up, like, let's say DayZ announced tomorrow that they were closing all the servers and shutting the game down. I know they got sued by someone else and they'd copied code or whatever and the game shut down. It won't happen, but let's just say it did. I think I'd end up playing a mixture of Dead Side, maybe a little bit of Scum, definitely Tarkov, probably more Tarkov than anything else, and maybe a little bit of PUBG. But let's be honest, if there was no DayZ, I'd struggle. When I played Tarkov nearly 5 years ago, I think, well, about 5 years ago, I did get to the point on Tarkov where I was holding the same audience on Tarkov as I was on DayZ. But there's no way, no guarantee I would do that now. You know, like, I'm not that great at Tarkov, but you can have fun on it. There's different types of streamers on Tarkov, just like there are on DayZ. You don't have to be, not everyone has to be like the best PvP, or even in that game. You can still play and have fun and have some good fights and also have some crazy moments and whatever, you know. But the reality is, DayZ's my game. I'd struggle if DayZ didn't exist because it's the one I can turn up and play every day and actually really enjoy. Where do we get TRMZ merchandise? Exclamation merch. Synergy, yeah, the Duos event with Lottie was a really, really good event. Lasers, yeah, I get asked it a lot. In a nutshell, I don't like the med system, so I don't fancy it, dude. Why is it every time you don't wish to cover a subject, it involves you mangling your manhood? Well, I guess it's something that's relatively precious to me, Drunken. I've been trying to think up new ones for a while, you know. Like I've used the knitting needle in your urethra far too many times, so I've been doing new ones lately. Seems like everyone forgot DayZ promised us choppers. I don't think they did, Phantom. I don't think anybody forgot. I think a lot of people don't think choppers actually make much of a difference, you know. We have helicopters in modded servers. Like, it's normally just the big clan that has the chopper, just like it was in the mod. Like, helicopters are great for fun, for a one-off, but they're not actually that useful most of the time in DayZ. They're really not. I'd still like them. I'm not trying to talk that down, but the reality is helicopters aren't that useful. If you're playing solo, what do? You get in a helicopter, then what? You know, what do you do then? You fly it somewhere, then you get out. You probably get shot at along the way. When you land, you crash it, or you die, or someone shoots you. But they don't actually help the game very much. I still would like them, but I'm not that bothered if they never add them, if I'm honest. I don't think it... If you're more of a lightly modded vanilla player that doesn't build bases, they're just kind of pointless. They did share quite a lot of stuff on the Trello years ago. They had artwork. This is a lot of the stuff that gets modded into the game. That old matey that got the timeout was like, the devs are so lazy because other people are adding this stuff. There's a load of stuff in the game files that aren't in the game that the devs designed, and then the modders put it in, and then the modders did the work, but the devs made the fucking thing, you know, like, the devs made it, they've just not added it into the game for lots of different reasons. But anyway, I'm really not trying to talk down modders. Modders do amazing stuff, but it's a bit more complex is all. But where was I? Helicopters are just like, I wouldn't mind them, but they're not that transformative for the gameplay unless you're in a really busy Epoch-style base building server. They were trying one Christmas to get a Little Bird helicopter released, but this was on the old engine, and I remember Hicks talking about how they were trying to get the Little Bird released in time for Christmas, and they were trying and trying and trying, and they never released it, and it's never come since, you know, but I'm not really surprised. I think the reality is, if we're going to get like more vehicles, they're likely to come backwards from Armour 4, aren't they? You know, that's definitely likely. Fat man, I'm afraid there is a few hours of that. I just bought the game, played it for a couple of hours, and now there are wrenches on all the servers. When you first get the game, it's really hard to find food and whatnot. You seem to only find things you don't need, but it does get better. You just have to keep putting the time in. Humanity's the game. Never really looked at it, Alex. I think the devs from Humanities actually supported my charity stream when it was on, which was nice of them. Cheers, Alt Control. Cheers, dude. I might not be on Sunday. I think it might be Monday to Friday next week. I'm pretty sure, but I haven't talked about that yet, so thanks for the reminder. I'm probably not going to be streaming Sunday because one of my daughters is here. The young one's here, and she gets picked up about 2:30, and then Liverpool are on at 4:30, and I'm absolutely not missing it because that's hopefully the game where they win the title. So my intention is to skip Sunday and then next week stream Monday to Friday instead. Very cool, Topper. Is it the same account or is it a different different name? I'm terrible at... Oh, there's no convoy, so this is where the convoy would be. If that's the dude that keeps, let's just say, calling the one of the mods by another name to tease them, and they keep doing the same thing, just ban him. He's had enough chances. If he's still doing it, it's not funny. Just ban him permanently. It's not worth it. But Uncle Food, if you could try to remember that message I put in the Discord a little while ago. I know I need to remember that today myself after a little bit earlier, but nonetheless. How long am I going to be on for tonight? I don't know. So you potentially be in a bad mood on Monday. I think that's unlikely, Shabazz. Even if Tottenham were to beat Liverpool on Monday, there would still be 4 games left, and Liverpool literally need to get 1 point out of 12.
Shit in my hands and clap.
So all they need to do is they don't even need to win a game out of the last 5. They just need 1 draw in the last 5 games. They've played 33 games and they've only lost twice, so the idea that they'd lose the next 5 games is unlikely. Devon, cheers for the support. Blaine, thank you for buying the merch as well. Thank you. Thought it was 2 points you needed. No, it's 1, Wilful. It's just a draw that we need. It was meant to be 3 if Arsenal won against Palace, but they drew, so we need 1 point. If Arsenal had won, we'd have needed a win on Sunday. If they'd have got 3 points, we'd have needed 3. They only got 1 point, so now Liverpool only need 1 point. Oh, it's all good, dude. I've definitely gone astray today, I can tell. I find myself getting caught. Like, this is... So, I'm just being honest, right? I'm not... I'm having some kind of conversation with Uncle Food. I might as well have it with everyone, right? I'm trying, and sometimes failing, to get hooked... To not get hooked on negative things as much as a streamer, right? So, it's something I put in the Discord a few weeks ago that I'm going to try and do. And I've been doing better at it. I think I've got hooked a couple of times today, but... so I'm trying not to get as hooked on somebody that comes in and is really negative, and then I end up talking about it for 20 minutes. And I know I do that, and I want to try and not do it so much. I'd rather not. I'd rather just move on and stop it, right? And I get caught sometimes, and I still do, but I am definitely getting better. However, where I'm going with this is that today's the fifth stream in a row, and I know that when I'm due a day off, I start getting hooked more anyway. I always do. I get a bit tetchier. I get a bit more easily wound up. Just a fact, you know, like... It's not going to work for you, Hyper Pro. Like I have like a shield for it from certain usernames, and yours would be one.
Granted your leave on Sunday.
Drunken? I just read. Yeah, Drunken Camper. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you. Yeah, I've been alt-tabbing a lot less Pinkster. Like Uncle Food did one earlier, and I didn't alt-tab. I occasionally alt-tab still, but I'm doing it way less. I'm probably doing it about 1/4 about as much, you know, like for every 4 alt-taps there would have been, there's probably 1 now. I am definitely getting better. Oh, it's a long way. It's so... I'm not even going to... It's so unlikely to have a DMR mag. I'm just not going to bother. The chances of a DMR mag that are small. I'm much better off just carrying on as we are. You want to fight? I'll scrap some good old fisticuffs. I'm a lover, not a fighter, dude. I'm not making love either, though. Where am I going? I'm going to the next the next convoy spawn, and then I'm going to try crest military. Well, it's like an evac zone, really, but it's a military area that spawns DMR mags. That's where I'm going. Tissy military base is to my right, but I'm skipping it because I always die there, and I don't really like it. And so I want to go somewhere that I like better. Jamie Vardy is leaving Leicester. Somebody mentioned that earlier. I'm not surprised. He's been an absolute legend for Leicester. When he scored that goal against Spurs... Sorry, Shropshire, if you're here. When he scored that goal against Spurs earlier in the season, because he was getting stick from the Spurs fans... And he scored, and then he pointed at the star on his T-shirt because Leicester have won the Premier League and Spurs haven't. And he was like, he was making a point like, "We've won the league. What have you done?" Kind of. It was fucking brilliant. Jamie Vardy is an absolute lad. Like his path to his story should be a film one day, and it would be a good film to watch. Right. So for those that don't know, he's a professional footballer, but he was in the lower leagues, like practically part time. And he rose to play for Leicester City, and then Leicester, who are one of the smaller clubs, they're not really meant to win anything, won the Premier League, you know, which is like, there isn't even an equivalent in American football probably for that. Like maybe there is, but they were 5,000 to 1 to win the Premier League at the start of the season, and they won it. I guess it would be a bit like... But it's not even fair. Like, some of the teams that haven't won the Super Bowl yet, like the Bills, are actually very good and have a chance to win the Super Bowl, you know? Same goes for the Vikings, I guess. They're good teams, but they haven't won the Super Bowl yet. Like, Leicester had less chance to win the league than either of those did. But yeah, Vardy's kind of funny. I wonder where he'll end up. You know, I don't think he's been that sparkling this season for Leicester, as he's probably not had many opportunities. But I don't see him like. Maybe he'll get another team in the Premier League, but I think is there a chance he might retire? How old is he? You think he'll go back to not like Fleetwood, do you? Where he maybe he might do something like that. That would be cool if he did, wouldn't it? For them. I've got to keep the food going in me. Someone asked a little earlier, how long are you streaming for? And I didn't really have an answer. I saw the question and I didn't answer it, but the quick answer is I honestly don't know. It's 9 PM now. I started late today because I had a trade dude here doing all sorts of stuff. I had a trade. He was putting an outdoor main socket on the back of the house because there wasn't one, and I needed one for mowing the lawn. He did my car charger, and he put my Ring doorbell on because I didn't want to do it. But so he put my Tesla car charger went in today on the side of the house, and he didn't leave until, I don't know, 2:30, something like that. So I couldn't start the stream until he'd gone, really. So I've started late. I'm already been on 6 hours. It's 9 p.m. and I've not had anything to eat yet. So at some point in the next hour or so, I'm probably going to end up stopping so I can eat at 10 p.m. I need to get a bit better at prepping meals for the evening and stuff, but I just haven't had the time to even think about it yet. I'm so busy. Yeah, subpar. I live on my own now. I'm living in a house that I bought. I moved in, I think it was March the 31st I completed. No, March the 31st was when I moved in. Does your Tesla have a custom wrap to advertise your channel? Absolutely not, no. We have like Uber Eats is the most common one, Donk, but I don't see me ever using Uber Eats unless I like hurt myself or something. Let's say I broke my leg or whatever. But I can't do it. I don't want to Uber. Let's just take, for example, McDonald's, right? If I go through the drive-thru and I order it myself, I know it's just been cooked and it's nice. I'd rather do that than have like sweaty chips that have been inside someone's like bag to keep it warm. You know, I don't want that shit. I don't really go to McDonald's very much. I've been once in about 2 months. And I just can't. I'm not judging anybody else, but I can't fathom effectively paying someone that's akin to a taxi driver to taxi me some food from a takeaway when I drive myself and I can go and pick it up myself. I can't fathom paying someone to taxi it to me. I fair play if anyone else is doing it. I'm not judging, but I can't do it. I have to go and get it myself, or I don't get it.
Sorry for the disruptions in your life, but make sure you take care of yourself, sir. Your health is more important than our entertainment. All the best.
Mitop, thank you very much for the 45 months. I appreciate it. Blaine, thank you as well. Cheers, guys. Thank you. I'm doing all right. I'm trying my best. I use Uber when I'm... Well, I definitely think it's a wise move if you're hungry and you're drunk, that you use Uber rather than drive to get the food. I absolutely concur. That makes sense. But I think it's an age thing. I think it's like I can't do it because it just seems so wasteful to me. I'm not saying it is, so nobody need to take offence. I'm trying to be nice and soft here, right? But to me, it seems like a crazy thing that I can't possibly fathom. I can't get my head round that. You know when you hear of celebrities and they're like, oh, I had my favourite hairdresser flown over from Paris so they could do my hair for the photo shoot. You know, and they're in Miami or something. Ordering McDonald's and getting effectively a taxi driver to bring it to your house is on the same level to me. Just can't, like, it just seems so opulent. I can't possibly fucking do it. Cheers, Mitop, dude. Thank you. When was the last time you've been on holiday? I went to Gran Canaria in October with my ex. It was great, actually. I'd like to go again. Can you get a decent kebab in your area? Yep, you can. Excuse me, I'm not even trying to say you're wrong. I can't do it myself is all, you know. Have you thought about what car next when the lease is up? I haven't, Jambon. It's too far away at the moment. Like, the car I have now, I got in 2024. No, 2023. Yeah, this is the second year, 2023. So I've got to keep it until 2026. June 26 is when its 3 years lease is up. Unless I want to pay up the lease, which I'm kind of happy enough with it. It's fine. I don't want to. I'm quite happy for now. But I haven't really looked. I couldn't give a shit. I'm not really looking until nearer the time, I suppose. Would you go collect a curry or a Chinese takeaway? If some places do free delivery, and I might order it if it's free delivery. But if it's in the local town and they then do 10% off the collection, I'll go and collect it. So a lot of places local to me will do free delivery or 10% off if you go in. So it's not really free delivery, you know. you could. So I don't know. I also really like the fact that if I pick it up, I know if it's being delivered, they might deliver 4 at the same time, and mine might be last, and it might just be a bit cooler. I'd rather get it when it was fresh and have it and eat it. I'd rather shite in my hands and clap would be a great saying for avoiding something you don't want to do. It would do, Big, but I try and think of different ones, usually involving my peen. So, but you're right. Sorry, I think you maybe said that. No, Devin said it. Said Devin. Thank you for the 2 years. But somebody did say that. Rather shit in my hands and clap. That's a common one. But I don't. I try to think of my own ones because it's just fun. And I'm sure when you get your takeaway delivered, it's always great. But if you've gone and picked it up, you know you've got it when it's piping hot, and you know you've got it straight home, and it's not had to go to 3 houses on the way to yours. I don't know. I'd rather do that. Exactly as well. Exactly, Chebs. You're right. You can have a cheeky cheeseburger chaser that nobody knows about. You know, like if you're going to pick up a curry, you can quickly have a pint in the curry house, can't you? You know, like there's all sorts of fringe benefits that people don't. If you're the designated collector, you can do all sorts. If you're collecting, you know, like you can order some chips and eat them yourself, or like you say, if you're collecting from McDonald's, you can get yourself a little something that no one else knows about. Stop talking about food, it'll make Paul hungrier. That is true, I am pretty hungry. I want to get to Tricresta. This server has been really busy today. It's been great, but I want to get to Tricresta, really. No, I want to try and find myself a DMR mag. I nearly got a twofer then. The bullet did hit the other zombie, but just not in the head. Not really, Anonymous. It's just I'm talking about me. You know, like I can't do it. I just can't. I can't get myself to do it. I have my own little. So everyone has their own ways of being, but for me, I just can't. I couldn't do it. It just feels like a waste to me. Giovanni, I haven't really got as far as worrying about stuff like that yet, like about whether I'm gonna date a guy. I know. Right now, I still love my ex, you know, even though I'm the one that left. I definitely still love her. I'm not really in a position where I want to start dating somebody else. No thanks. We don't need no shotgun shells. Oni, thank you very much for the support. Big Bungus. I don't know if I said Big Chungus before, but dude, thank you. Right. Let's. I might not really do much. At the next place we're going to see is the slightly further up the mountain ski resort area. But unless it looks like there's evidence of players, I'm just going to carry on straight to Tricresta. I'm kind of eager to try and find me a deer marmag. That fox did a lot, didn't it? I ate 4 pieces of fox meat. It really helped. It's because it's raining. I haven't moaned about the rain. I've been pretty good, but the rain is fucking me over with the temperature, and the temperature is making me hungrier quicker. Is it possible to have less stamina than you have? Yes, that bar can go lower. It can, yeah. This is my sweet spot. This is my optimum zone for stamina, by the way. This is where I do my best work. I think many of the reasons why I don't win in firefights is down to having too much stamina and too much time to think. Yeah, cream cheese. It's the same weather everywhere. If it's raining here, it's raining everywhere, yeah. Yeah, they changed all of the guns, Jacob, so I think they were just covering themselves, but like they've not paid for the rights to use the trademark, or sorry, the name Glock, for example. They've not paid the rights to use it, so there's a chance they could get in trouble and have to pay. If you want to use, if you want to make a digital representation of a gun that's a little bit like a Glock, you're basically drawing it, you're not selling it, right? But if you use their brand name, then you're using their name to enhance your product. So there's I'm picking on Glock here, but they've actually managed to get a payment out of Escape from Tarkov, I believe, for exactly that. So that's why I'm picking Glock. But now someone in the chat's going to say, but it's free advertising, but that's just not how the world works, right? It's not free advertising. It's enhancing DayZ as a product by using brands to give it credence. TRMZ exoskeleton. Well, that's what the Banov perk, not Banov, sorry. That's what Alteria's quest was. It's my ideal quest, the exoskeleton on Alteria. So I didn't even look at the ski resort, but the zombies were all like moving around. I think it's clear. I think we're just going to carry on. Sorry, Anastara, yeah, it's all the A's. Anastara it is, yeah, and Alteria is John McClane's one. Yes, BBX. Right, any chance we might find ourselves a little Zagorki bar in here or something? No, there's a hat though. Thank Christ for boonie hats. I'm just going to have... the reason we're cold is obviously it's because we're wet, but it's also partly to do with where we are on the map. This is the highest part of Chernarus. So with the way the game works, altitude affects your temperature. So if you're wet and on the coast, you might not actually be cold. But if you're wet here, you're at way more above sea level. You're colder. So I'm just going to dry everything I can by hand. I might need to make a fire, but light blue temperature makes you burn your calories 3 times quicker than if you're not light blue temperature. So it's making me need to eat more, a lot more. Advertisement does work, dude, but there are some things that are less likely to work, you know. Like, I don't really want to start talking about guns and where you can buy them and what countries you can't, but it's not quite the same, you know. I don't think it's the same. It's not the same as, certainly in terms of the price of the product, it's not the same as like a tin of beans, just because you can like have it like it is in the game and it's like less than £1 or $1 or whatever. What's your favourite hat in the game? That's just a rock slide. The blue baseball cap, probably, but I hardly ever wear it. I think it was a rock slide, but I was kind of thinking it was steps. I don't know. We'll just carry on. What do I think about tip culture? I quite like the way it is in the UK, where there is a minimum wage in place and servers get the same minimum wage as other people do, and then you can tip servers based on or tip people based on the service you get, not it being a physical requirement. You know, like it's part of the bill effectively. A lot of places are starting to put service on the bill, and I don't remember taking it off, but I will normally tip. To be honest, if the service is average, I'll normally tip still, but I just will. Like, someone in America is about to go insane, but this is fine. It's an average tip for the UK, but if the service is kind of bang average, I'll probably tip 10%. If the service is better, I'll tip more than that, maybe up to even 20%, depending on how much the bill is, what they've actually done. But in the UK, 10% is kind of the norm, maybe 12.5% if you're bigger party. But I don't agree with the, and again, doesn't matter if others do, but I don't agree with the idea that business owners can pay their staff a few bucks an hour, so the customers have to pay their staff for them. I don't think that's fair. I think you should have to pay a minimum livable wage, or at least a wage that's comparable to other people doing the same job as you, rather than forcing the customers to pay your staff because you're too stingy to do it. Like, it's just not it's not the right way. Like, I don't get it. Slicks, thank you very much for the 3 months. Kane, yeah, pretty good.
How does
Pretty
it
good.
feel to have replaced institutions like the BBC, ITV, the main American networks, radio and more as the all-day source of entertainment for thousands of people?
It's kind of cool, Jumbo. It is pretty cool to be able to do what I do, and like the numbers don't always cross my mind. But even now, there's like between both, there's 6,500 people here. That's cool. Will, thank you very much for the super chat. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Slicks, cheers for the 3 months. Cream cheese, 4,000. Well, it was 4.5, but it's now 4,350. Cheers, Will. Thank you. Right, well, I'm not going to bother with that. I want to look. I want to have a look at the base. There are decent chances of bumping into players here. Like, I was on a team up the other day. Well, it was when I was playing with Gabe and those two geared players ran through these trees, and I managed to keep I had my gun out, sorry, gun away, so I could talk, and they let me live. But if we bumped into them now, we could start blasting. Steve, thank you very much for the gifted memberships. Really, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. What's that there? It's a bench. I should know about that, really. I just forgotten it was there. Well, that's bad news. Unless the zombies have been killed by someone and I can't see a dead one. I think they're probably about to start spawning in. Yeah, there's one. Not many. Oh, there's another one there. So... zombies spawn in at around about 300 meters or so, maybe just over. And so there was no Zeds here. I stop, and now they're starting to spawn in, which means nobody else was within 300 meters. That could actually land here. I don't think it is. So that sound was the mortar attack being fired from off the map, effectively. That's what that sound's meant to be, and then the gas is going to land somewhere. A shot's over towards the castle. I don't think it's going to land here. I've got to just go and loot this, and then we can maybe head over towards where those shots came from. Lock key. Yeah, sorry to hear about your dad. It absolutely sucks, man. You can get AKMs here. You can get AKMs here. You can get like you can get SV98s here as well, but you can get tier 4 loot here. That's why I've come here. Obviously, I'm not wanting an AKM, but you can get them here. There's no point dropping it for now, is there? I might as well keep it. In fact, I'll keep the mag, because I bet I'll get bullets here. Oh, fuck. See that red glow? That flare means that it's landing here. We've literally just ran for like 25 minutes to get turned away just as we get there. That fucking sucks. What gas gear am I missing? All of it. I dropped it all. At one point I did have everything except for boots and a hood and filters. But I dropped it all because I got a DMR from the dead guy, and you don't need to go to the gas zone to get stuff for the DMR. What I really want to do is take this scope, get a mag or two for the DMR, and take this scope and put it on the DMR. The DMR with the 10 times scope is going to be the best gun in the game. By miles. It's going to be really, really good. So I was trying my best to try and get that, but failing, unfortunately. Cheers, Dave. Yeah, doing all right. Thank you. Steve A, thank you again for the gifted memberships. Raul Mano, thank you very much for the 3 months. Eric and Cash and Louis, cheers for the support as well. I'm confused why he's upset with the landing location. Well, because I wanted to loot where I was, and because the gas landed, I can't loot where I was, Shabazz. Anima, yeah, I think you've already said that, but I don't know why that's relevant. You know, like, there are letters of the alphabet. I think it's half an hour. I think it's slightly more than 20 minutes. About half an hour, I think it lasts. Am I on tomorrow? No, I'm not until Monday after today. So I don't normally stream Fridays and Saturdays. I'm going to pick up my daughter and she's here for the weekend. And then on Sunday, by the time she's gone, there's not going to be enough time to stream before the Liverpool game. So I'm going to do... I stream 5 days a week, but next week I'm going to do Monday to Friday rather than Sunday to Thursday. Donk, she's been to the house. She's not staying here now, unfortunately. I can't. I've got nothing. I've got no facilities, as it were. No living room, dining room, or curtains in the bedroom. So she's going to stay at my mum's, and I'll stay here. But I'll get round early in the morning and leave kind of late at night, and she'll just sleep at my mum's for now. This should be the last time with any luck, though. Chad, I'm not sitting on any cardboard furniture. I'm eating my lunch at my PC and sitting in my office chair, and then evening meals I'm eating off my lap on the bed where the telly is at the moment. You playing officials, and if not, why? I do sometimes, MJ. I am right now. I kind of do prefer lightly modded or no modded community servers where they're available, because they're a slightly less hacker infested environment, let's say. There aren't hundreds of cheaters on official, but it only takes one to ruin your day or ruin the life you're on, so it does happen, unfortunately. Hello Vendis, hope you're good. There are no poisonous mushrooms in the game, Milky, even if they should be. FLDR, I was thinking about doing Moschino tents, but there was just shots over here, so I thought I'd come to the castle. If there was shots, there might have been a kill. If there was a kill, they might still be around. So I thought I'd come to where the action was, to be honest. Carbordeaux. Oh, God almighty. Sorry, it's been a while. The dog lives with my ex. The dog was my ex's dog, more so than mine. She did all the training. She was the one that wanted a Welsh Springer Spaniel, so she's kept the dog. I did see that question get asked a couple of times, but I understand the question, but I've answered it so many times in the last month, you know, like I just thought I'd just ignore it and hope it went away.
It's time to start running. Running.
Would I like to get a look dog? Maybe, not right now. I can't do a puppy again though. I can't. I haven't. Like, puppies need so much attention and training, and I don't have the time, and I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to be trying to train a puppy while I'm streaming. I just think it would be a nightmare. So If I were to ever get another dog, I think I'd get like a rescue that was like a little bit older, like 2 or 3 or something. Puppies are so much work. They're really fun, but it's like having a baby. It's almost the same kind of effort as a newborn baby. They're all consuming. Blaze. I definitely heard shots here. Had to put your 14-year-old dog down. That sucks. The fuck did I... Sorry, I was talking over that. I think that might have been at me. I think that shot was at... Where the fucking hell is he? It's definitely coming from around here. Slightly to the right? I don't know where the fucker is. It's somewhere over there, but I can't see him. Oh no. Oh, well, that was a good shot. I've got no scope now as well. That sucks. Did you see that though? How cool is that? You saw the scope get ruined. So that's a headshot. Otherwise, I wouldn't be uncon. So bye-bye new scope. Now we wait. He will think I'm dead. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait. He'll think I'm dead. I'm not sure I'm in the right spot here. I should have maybe stayed up above. hate this. I really hate it. I could easily fuck this up. I can feel me fucking up. I don't think he's fighting anyone. I think it's bait. I think he's shooting to try and get me to look to see if I'm dead. Tiber, thank you. I'm not happy with where I am at the moment. I'm not happy at all. Set up a grenade trap at the bottom. If I had tripwire or something, I'd do that. But I'm not going to start leaving grenades for me to shoot at because it always goes wrong. Don't have to do this camp the door from the outside. Yeah, I could do, but like, depending on where I am, I think I'm alright from here for now. Can you set a gold top down in the doorway and then shoot it? You can, but the gold top's explosive range is really far, so even if I was here, I wouldn't trust the gold top not to kill me as well. Keep thinking I'm hearing steps. Don't have any food, lonesome, so if I start starving, I start starving. The only good thing is I'm not cold and I'm not moving, so my energy's going down as slow as it could. Maybe different areas of Russia have different accents, Topper. Like, I don't know, like everyone with an American accent, right, doesn't sound the same. And everyone from the UK all sounds different. They're still speaking English, but they have all different accents. Maybe Russia's the same, but in the language they speak in any enemy of their gates. Yeah, exactly. That never really bothers me when they if like in films from ever and like they speak English when they're Germans because then we can understand them. It's never really bothered me. Like they don't speak Russian because the audience doesn't. I think it's often better that they just speak in their language than like where you have someone pretending to be French and they're going, well, the enemy, they are. I think that's worse, unless they are French. This dude has to peak, right? He has to turn up. How many hours do I have in DayZ? Lots. Somewhere around 20,000. I'm actually losing the will to live now. Svezda, I literally said that, and you've just said, how long till Paul runs out of patience? The guy was shooting me from a very long way away. So even if it, like, I think that song and the Dance on the Hill was really about trying to get me to peak, and it hasn't worked. So even if they then, after the song and dance, waited a minute to see if they saw me and then headed over, they might not be here yet. $20,000 is 2.283 years. Dylan, I've been playing DayZ as a full-time job for 9 years in May. So I'm a month away from doing this as for a living for 9 years, you know. Like, most full-time jobs require a lot of hours over 9 years, you know. So, but I've been a full-time streamer for 9 years, and I was making videos and streaming before that to grow the channel, you know. I love you, Paul, but I'm falling asleep. Get thee to bed then. I haven't got long left before I start peaking the top of the hill. What's the longest you've waited on someone to push you? Longer than this, but I want to go and make something to eat, so I'm not going to wait too much longer. Full time, 40 hours per week is 20,800 a year. Are you factoring in some weeks off? Anima, we don't do politics. Like, if you make it 48 weeks of the year and you had 4 weeks off, so 48, well, maybe 46, 47 times 40, what's that? I like John Ingers as a snooker player, yeah. Kind of lucky the MVGs aren't ruined. Alright, I'm going to go and start peaking. I'm bored now. I think it must have been further away.
Like that shoot. Nice one, I'm offline now, but hey, my friend is hanging around. GG's.
Cheers, Will. Take it easy. Thanks for coming in.
Patience is a virtue. Find it where you can. Seldom in a woman, never in a man.
Yeah, I'm all out of patience. I'm sure this dude's much nearer to me now, though. I'd really love to know where they were shooting from. They must have been crouched in a tree or something. Maybe when I head out I'll get shot at. They might know I'm alive and they'll be waiting. Oh, I should have checked that. Should have checked to my right there. Maybe the shots were an actual fight. Maybe someone came and killed the fucker. You never know. Like, I hadn't fired a shot, but the dude had fired a lot of shots from up there, so they might have attracted the attention of somebody else. Possible. I hate the noise the rocks make. The noise the rocks make is so... My stamina's got a lot better because I've dried up a little bit. I was stuck inside when all the other shots popped off. Oh god, now I'm starving to death. It sounded like the shots were in a slightly different place. It sounded like they were a bit more up the hill and slightly, if anything, further away, but I could be wrong. There was a military train to my left, but sorry, it's not a military train there, it's civilian, but I'm not going to get anything that I need there. Really frustrating to have the 10 times scope ruined, but very cool how it did it though, right? Like seeing the scope get ruined with the bullet that then hit me in the head and knocked me unconscious, that's kind of badass.
To the face of our beloved DayZ. Happy 13 months. Love you. Bye.
Survivor DayZ, thank you very much for the support. That was Paradigm that was that one, but thank you, Paradigm. JR, thank you for the gifted sub. Mech Rider, Hockey Puck, thank you as well.
Curious, when you've played so long, do you still try and find ways to improve, or are you playing to have fun mainly? Love the vids.
I play for I often will do something because it feels more fun than doing the thing that's the right thing to do. But yeah, I still learn all the time. I still make mistakes. Everybody does. Everybody goes rushing to get a kill. Like, they kill and go to the body too soon and get killed by his mate or whatever, you know, like... You're sometimes learning the same lesson over and over again, you know, like... I think it's a little bit like golf. Knowing how to swing the club and knowing how to do it doesn't mean you do it every time. Sometimes you want to take more risks and then you pay the price. Sometimes you take the risk and then it pays off, you know... He was firing at me from somewhere around here.
Midnight 380 Waka Heart.
Didn't you have a repair for... Yeah, but it was ruined, dude. You can't repair a ruined scope. Honestly feel like the dude got killed now. Given the gap and what's gone on, I feel like they probably died.
Anyone seen Dean?
Survivor, thank you. Primal, thank you very much for the bits. Primal Scream, thank you. Iceman, cheers for the resub. He's climbing Mount Everest. Back soon. I don't know. I think that fight probably was legit then, and the dude's dead, and I don't know where he is. Panita, yeah, I am starving. I don't have any food, you know, I can't do much about it. Obviously, I can go and look for food, but I've got nothing to eat. There's usually some animals in this field, so I think I'm just going to see if there's an animal to shoot at. Goats or sheep normally just on the field on the left here, or up by the barn on the other side. It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. I am really, really, really surprised that dude didn't push. They must have thought they'd killed me. But you picked up a mushroom. Pretty sure I ate that. Oh, I just heard the sheep. They're over the other side. I think I just heard sheep around to the right. It sucks I lost the 10 times scope, but it's kind of lucky I've got the ACOG to stick on in place. I could have sworn I heard a sheep over here.
Yo, what's cracking? I'll be 30 next week. Have you sent out my 4090 yet? How did you stop aging? Teach me your ways, Master Yoda.
It's just
Love you, hi.
it's all in the head, dude. It's just a number. You can pick your own. OJ, dude, thank you for the support. Happy birthday for next week, dude. OJ, thank you very much. Lurking, SFPO, Iceman, Primal Scream, thank you. Cheers, Rob. Take it easy, dude. I am indeed, Coda, yeah. Can you eat zombies? Nope. If you eat humans, you get Kuru. I guess if it was possible to eat zombies, you'd get Kuru as well, so that would be no good. I really did think I heard sheep over here.
Watching the stream, playing some of the new Oblivion remaster. Thanks for streaming.
Dude, thanks for resubscribing. Thank you, possibly. Pesto, cheers, dude.
Before I have a tip: make a snare out of stick and rope and use a ROM G.
Yeah, they've sped up how the snares work. They've sped it up, but I don't normally bother because you can normally just get food. Like putting a snare down and waiting is a lot less fun than killing a fox and eating it to me, you know. So I tend to do more of that sort of stuff. But snares are a good shout. You can use more than one as well, and they have sped up how quickly they work. I think what I'm going to do is have a wander through these trees because the shots sounded like they were around here. I'm just going to keep an eye out. I feel like maybe it was a legit fight and possibly we may well be able to see where they went. Find the dead body or find evidence of what went on. It would be kind of cool. Cheers, Will, though. Thank you for the support, man. Should you go back to try Cresta now? Maybe. It's a little bit later than ideal for me now, but... F100 stream 5 times a week, Dino. Usually Sunday through to Thursday, so... Next week I'm actually streaming Monday to Friday, but usually my stream days are Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Just want to say it's been a good ride. I'm retiring from DayZ. Retiring? Holy shit. I'm going to say that one day. Cheers, Cole. Thank you. Thanks for coming in. Tubby Too Fat, cheers for the new sub. So I'm going to get this one eaten, and then I'm going to have a look through these trees, keep my ears open for flies, and see if we can find the dead body. Doing work. I'm not really giving too much away about the house for now. Sorry, nothing to do with you, but I'm just not. It's just safer for me, unfortunately. Guess it's possible whoever did the shooting might go over to that, but it's a fair ways away. Kind of on the edge of the airfield, that one.
Thank you.
Mr. Robot, dude, thank you. Cheers for the support, man. Thank you very much. Very cool, Armorless. You can watch the stream in 4K. Very cool. See, I thought I heard sheep, and now there's a dead sheep. Well, it might not be. It might be a wolf, but... I think the shots were around here somewhere. They sounded, and it's only like from, I was inside the building, but it just sounded slightly further away than where the dude was shooting at me from. I didn't do that very well. It's a stupid thing, but I bet they're still around somewhere. I bet they're still within a kilometre or two of where we are right now. I bet they are. If the guy that was shooting at me is still around, they're probably still overwatching the castle or somewhere nearby waiting for me or thinking they can find me or whatever. Or if not, they're dead and their body's around and the other dude's probably still knocking around too, but... Fox meat is really shit, isn't it? Like I was red, I ate 4 fox meat, I'm still yellow. By the edge of the fence. I'm just going to come back a little. Could see his bottle suppressor. I wasn't really looking very much, and then I just looked back and saw it straight away. This might be the loot from the dead guy. He might have been just coming back for it.
Back for another month, hi buddy.
So that I might be right. Maybe the guy's died. We'll see what the other dude's gear is, but he might have been coming back. Here, this might be the stash. He's got an AK-74 as well. Kind of strange that the dude's not got a vest, but he's got a high-end gun. Oh, I hope there's nobody in one of these trees. I'm going to have a quick spin around here. There really isn't many places you can overwatch me from if he had a buddy. What I'm interested in is what the primary weapon is. Like, either he was shooting at me or he's killed the person that was shooting at me. But what's the gun? What's the big gun? This isn't the one that was shooting at me, I don't think. He certainly likes his grenade traps. Certainly likes his weapon cleaning kits as well. Holy fuck. I don't think the dude was shooting at me with an SKS. He has been... Oh, I was going to say he has been shot. I did that. I fucking ruined his jacket, didn't I? It doesn't look like he's got enough bullets for this. Like, I think he's been killed recently. Sorry, he's got a kill recently, and this is what's left. So his gun's pristine, so we might as well take the pristine one. It's got a mag for that. I want to take that. Really could do with being a bit quicker about this, though. Fuck me, hurry up. Where's the other mag that I had? I don't see it. I'm sure I had another mag. Clean MK2. I will do without using my clean... He was like, that dude was like frozen in fucking God knows what. Like he had reactions slower than mine. Oh, fuck me dead. It's been a good day.
TRMZ
All in.
love.
There's absolutely no way that was a stream sniper. Why the fuck would they have been stood there waiting for me to run up to them and then let me kill them if they were? I don't think so. There's nothing at all that's happened in this is any way making me think anything along those lines at all. No. He's got the marksman scope. That's cool. It comes in different colours, as you can see. This one's tan. I'm going to have to try and loot a fair amount off of this dude if I can, see what we can get. Did he have a gun in his hand? He had the VSS in his hand.
23 months of jump scares. Love it.
A box of 22 is good. I don't need anything else. I could take those 5. I definitely need more 308 bullets for the Makarov. Sorry, the DMR I can't shoot. I think that's enough from this dude.
Donk_Donkerson2 donated $7.99. Clapping these clowns today. They just aren't on a professional level like you.
Easy now, my head will swell. Cheers for the support, Donk. Thank you. I know there was other alerts. I'll get there in a sec. So he did have a buddy. I wasn't sure about that. I was trying to be careful, and I wasn't careful enough. He possibly just didn't see me as I was coming through the tree, but maybe the bush didn't help. I don't know, but he should have been a bit more on the ball there. Definitely nothing else. No. Yeah, no one's got any food. Food seems pretty hard today. Neither of these have got the gun. I think these two may have killed the one that was shooting at me. There's a big stash of loot over there, isn't there? You remember we saw the backpack with the pine, like in the bush of the pine tree. There was a. That's the loot that's come from the guy. There's going to be another dead body around here somewhere. There's going to be. I think those two killed the dude that was shooting at me. And I bet they're not too far from where the body is as well. I bet it's somewhere around here. Just going to come down to this trees and have a look back for a sec. Go get the DMR mag at Tricresta. Well, I'm more interested in cracking the puzzle as what happened to the dude that was shooting at me, dude. That's more fun than shooting a DMR. Trying to work it out will be more fun. For me, anyway. I'd like to find out where the guy is. And to be honest, I haven't really got a great deal of time. So... I'm already way beyond where I was intending to go. It's 10 past 10 at night and I've not had any dinner. I'm quite hungry. Put sunglasses on. I can't. The MVGs will then have to be in my backpack. It won't make a lot of difference either. I'm not looking at the sun. The dead guy has to be around here. I couldn't see it from down there. People don't normally move stash loot very far. I'm sure it's going to be around here. And there's like, why is there 5 bags here? There's a suppressed tundra here. That might have been... like, oh my god. This can't be to do with those guys. It can't be, can it? Fucking hell. I'm struggling here. I'm really struggling. Surely there's a chance of a DMR mag in all of this stuff. God, for a second I thought that was a DMR mag. No. Don't need. I could make more bottle suppressors, don't want to fuck about with it. I've got enough bullets. I really can't be bothered to take any more. There's the Tundra. M4 mags, 308. No. MVGs, holy shit. That's crazy. That's so much shit. Ruin it all. It doesn't last that long. It's only going to last 4 hours tops, so we might as well just leave it.
It's time to start running!
Right, let me just make sure I haven't left any 545. That's the only thing I've not got loads of. I have got 3 full mags spare though, so I'm doing all right. I think that'll do. I can drop the sunglasses. I'm just not using them, am I? We might as well drop them and take another box of bullets that we don't need. All the bullets, all for me. Right, there we go. So I still don't know if we've actually found the dude that was shooting at me. I really don't. I've got an electrical repair kit. I don't need another. Tao takes batteries over food. Yeah, he does. So we have got a mission for next time, I guess. I'm gonna have a thing to achieve when I next stream, possibly on Monday. I don't know. It depends how the servers are. That's the thing. Like, it depends whether there's any players in the servers, whether I can do this on Monday or not. But I really hope I can. Like, I'd like to carry this life on. It's been absolutely brilliant. And I'd like to get the DMR going. Sounds good, JR. Sounds very good. You might be right, Dunning. There might have been a bigger group, and that's some of the bigger group's loot. Maybe. They ought to prioritise stab vests or similar over the vests that allow you to carry more loot. That much is definitely the case. A lot of newer players favour carrying loot over the ballistic protection of a stab vest or something, and it's not the smartest. Right. There we go. That's all she wrote, guys. I've got to get something to eat. I didn't intend to go until 20 past 10, but what a great day. Been really good. We died about an hour in, and then we've lived for the next 6 hours or so. It's been pretty good. I dropped all the NBC stuff, E-Man, because I got a DMR off a dead guy. One of these might have been shooting at me, but maybe dropped the guy. But they didn't have the sniper rifle to do it. There's no way that was an SKS from there that hit me in the scope and the head. I don't think so. Kay William, thank you very much for the membership. Chico, thank you as well. Donk, thank you. Pure Angel, thank you. Nick Bolaro, Daisy, Devo, King Rich, cheers for the new subs and resubs between you. Raptic as well, cheers for the support, dude. Right, that's it for me, guys. I am done. I will be back again, in theory, not until Monday. So I've got to get my daughter tomorrow, and she's here for the weekend, and I'll be back on Monday. And then I'll be streaming Monday to Friday next week. So still do my 5 days, just 1 day later. Thanks a lot, guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you for coming in. I'll catch you next time.